Morning, everyone. If you'll please take your seats and put your cell phones on silent. The February 26, 2018 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications may view this program in high definition on Channel 102. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV proceedings, will be rebroadcast KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits to the back of the chambers, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff up front. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by our security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Paul Mark Goulet, International Church of Las Vegas, and please remain standing for our pledge. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Would you like me to point this way? Let's all pray. Lord, I'm reminded of the scripture that said that you have good plans for us. You said, I know the plans I have for you. What a promise. Plans to bless us and to make us a blessing. Lord, we live in one of the most incredible cities in the world, and we're asking today that you'll seriously fill this chamber with your spirit. Father, the city council will be anointed by heaven to make the type of decisions that will build an amazing future for this city. We love this city. We love Las Vegas. And we're praying that you're going to do something so incredible today that in every decision that we made, you'll really get the glory. We also pray for Councilwoman Tarkanian this morning who's not feeling well. Touch her life. Raise her up. I pray for every council person that they'll be blessed. They'll be guided. Their family will be blessed. And this day will be a day of encouragement and a great day that we recognize that God loves our city. He loves every person in our city, black, white, Latino, Filipino, Asian. It doesn't matter, Lord. You love everyone in the city, and your love just permeates everything that we want to do. And we ask these things, and we ask the Holy Spirit, we ask our Father to fill us right now. Amen. Thank you.
We will now be joining you for the ceremonial portion of the agenda.
Welcome home. Good, good. You're sitting in your seat?
Hello, darling.
Hey, how are you? You made it back from the swamp.
Yeah, I did, right?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, our council has shrunken a little bit today, and you heard it from our pastor that Councilwoman Tarkanian's under the weather. Hopefully she will have a speedy recovery. And with that owl over there, it portends to be good things. Councilman Coffin is in Korea, not at the Olympics, but with a world conference that he's been attending for years. And of course, we have an open seat in Ward 5. So you have two lovely blondes and two handsome gray white-haired gentlemen. You're lucky you have, whatever it is. Okay, enough messing around here. Before we get started, of course, with the ceremonial portion of the agenda, I know how touched all of us have been over the tragedy in Florida and the horrible shooting, school shooting, another one, and this one in Broward County, Parkland, Florida, on Valentine's Day. So our hearts, knowing we have been so touched as well by tragedy, I reached out immediately to the mayor of Parkland, Christine Hunchowski, who said that she appreciated the sensitivities of Las Vegas and being in touch. And so I'd just like to ask for us all bow our heads in just a moment of silence for those poor, beautiful youngsters and their families. Thank you. And I know those young people that are up at Tallahassee speaking to their state government, I'm sure it's going to be very significant. Because while so many of us respect our Constitution and its amendments, there's certain things we do need to be doing to make sure that guns don't get into the wrong hands or used for the wrong purposes. So thank you all. And we will continue with our ceremonial portion of the agenda. For our first item, it's my great pleasure to help acknowledge our Employee of the Month. And so I'd like to call our Parks and Recreation Director, Tim Hacker, to join us, please, at the podium. Here comes our wonderful Tim Hacker, who's done such a great job. Silver Fox. I love it. He's got his beard, too. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So I know it's his pleasure, too. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better for us all. I'm proud to announce the Employee of the Month is Jennifer Winder. So come on down, Jennifer. Where are you? Always see Jennifer everywhere. Boy, is she a dynamite. So let me tell you a little bit about Jennifer. She's a senior inclusion recreation specialist who joined the city team in July of 2000. Her core responsibilities include providing recreational programs to adults with developmental disabilities. These programs offer activities and special events that promote individuality and build self-esteem and independence. Jen also, where you hear all these alsos, arranges community outings to promote social skills and independence for these very same citizens. She also oversees Camp Cal, a week-long residential camp for adults 22 and older with disabilities. This experience provides respite for caregivers as well as allowing a vacation experience for all those who attend. The experience requires a significant amount of planning prior to going and to ensure all in attendance are safe and have a great time while they're away. Recently, Jennifer has expanded her programming areas to include working with stroke survivors through Valley Health. In addition, she is collaborating with Opportunity Village to provide a weekly fitness program for their patrons. Jennifer works with the Centennial Hills Activist. What? How can you do all this and work? Wow, come on. She also works at Centennial Hills Active Adult Center, where she teaches an iPad class for seniors. The programs that Jen is part of are of such value to a portion of our community that doesn't have many options for services. She's assisting people who otherwise might be forgotten and seeing smiles on all her clients' faces, which is really special. I want to read a comment from one of the families that utilize the city's adaptive recreation program. I think you have it memorized, Tim, but I'm going to read it. Jen is always happy and positive. Look at that smile. She works to ensure that her clients feel important, included, and safe. They all have different abilities, maturity, and cognitive levels, and it can be challenging to meet them on their level. It's evident that Jen's attitude towards her clients is something that she expects and fosters among her staff, too. One more testimonial. My mother, Barbara, and her friend Margaret signed up for a class at the Centennial Hills Senior Center on how to operate their iPads. My mother is 77 years old, and I've tried for years to get her to understand how to use her iPad. Obviously, it wasn't working. They attended class on Monday, November 13th, 2017, with Jennifer. And when I got home from work that night, there was my mom, who could not stop praising Jennifer and how helpful and kind she was to both Margaret and her. And I'd love to see Jennifer recognized not only for her knowledge and expertise, but most importantly for the kindness and patience she showed my mother and her friend Margaret. So thank you for all that you do to make our city a better place, Jennifer. And I want to present you with our award. Okay, Councilman Anthony. And direct your attention to the left, where you will see a sign with your name on it that will be on display on Main Street for the next month. And before you get to walk over there, and before we hear from you, of course, we want to hear from the Silver Fox.
Actually, Mayor, that was for these two gentlemen. I thought, no, thank you for noticing. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to celebrate any employee, but it is really, truly wonderful to celebrate this employee, because Jen Winder does embody everything that the mayor has read and has shared with you. And I think it's interesting that for all the great work she does day in and day out with the adaptive adult programming, that she's acknowledged for helping those two seniors learn how to use that technology. And sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, because now I bet that young lady is getting emails all the time from her mom, which is a good way to stay connected. So we know that Jen is kind, and that she's smart and she's committed each and every day. And so to celebrate this is wonderful. Jen, thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Okay, team, stand up to help Jen. Let's have team stand up. Or her team. Don't we know who's her team? My goodness, look at this. Everybody, please look at this great team. Parks and Rec, you're the best. Okay, your chance. Okay. I'll hold this.
Thank you. All right. Oh, you can come right in. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had to write everything down that I wanted to say. So, thank you, Mayor Goodman and Council and the Employee Recognition Committee for this honor. I'm still in disbelief that this is actually for me. I believe that our Department of Parks and Recreation is a creative and talented group of people, and I work with the best of the best. I love what I do as an employee with the City of Las Vegas. Many times I hear it takes someone special to do what you do, but it really doesn't. It takes someone who can see everyone for who they are and not what for they can't do. Thank you, Tim Hacker and Maggie Plaster, who have been very open-minded in learning for what we do in adaptive recreation. and allowing me to try new things to get more people involved in our programs. Thank you for also allowing me to be involved with the participants of Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. Thank you, Sydney Moyes, for putting up with me for the past 18 years with all of my questions and pushing me to be the best that I can be. Being nominated by someone I don't know from a different department for helping their mother out with an iPad is truly amazing to me. Truly, how many of you in here have tried to help your parents with technology? Multiply that by 10 to 20 in one classroom. I actually find it fun, and most of the time it's fun. We call our seniors active adults, but when they come to iPad class, they self-proclaim themselves as seniors. I'm a senior and I have no idea what to do with this thing. Thank you, Nicole, for this nomination and seeing something in me I hope to show every day, but don't always see in myself. I also have to thank the best staff in the city of Las Vegas that put up with me every day and make our programs and adaptive the best they can be. They are Shanae Jackson, Maria Granados, John Zetterholm, and Ivan Terrero. These four in the second row here help me every day, and they are truly the backbone to the success of our programs. Every day I hope that I can make a difference in someone's life, and my parents have always taught me to be kind and committed, and if I do that, most people will just think I'm smart. Thank you again, Mayor and Council, and to all my coworkers in Parks and Rec. You guys make coming to work fun and push me to be the best that I can be. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, Mayor, my mom swears we're related because she is also a Goodman.
Oh, how nice. I've adopted you. Come on over. Let's have a picture. Let me give you your trophy. It is beautiful. We have a new picture now. It's the picture. Can you hold it up so they can see it? It's a beautiful city hall, all lit up at night. Beautiful. So congratulations. We'll come on over here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And have a
And then for Shane in the back. This will be up. You're the best. Thanks, Tim. And your team is phenomenal. So our next announcement will come from Councilman Anthony. I think you're going to be taking this, please.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall, and it is my honor this morning to recognize some outstanding students who represent the great Ward 5 and participated in the annual C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest. Can I have Kathy Watson please join me at the podium, who is C.J.'s mom and the founder of the Quiet Storm Foundation. Give her a nice round of applause. She's a very nice lady. Who's this young man here?
This is the chairman of the event this year, and his name is Jeff Berry.
Jeff Berry. Glad to have you, Jeff. C.J. Watson is the son of former City of Las Vegas employee Kathy Watson and her husband Charles Watson, who are the founders of the Quiet Storm Foundation. C.J. is a former Bishop Gorman High School standout and an NBA basketball player. C.J. is a product of Ward 5, and he was a member of the Doolittle Community Center. For the past 9 years, the Quiet Storm has sponsored a Black History oratorical contest during the month of February. The foundation's mission is to provide positive educational and recreational opportunities to youth while developing leaders with an emphasis on health and wellness and opportunities to reach higher education, particularly for those who are disadvantaged. Central to their mission are 4 educational objectives: to encourage and motivate youth to read and write, to help youth develop the foundational skills they need to become great readers in order to promote good study habits, to distribute books to youth and encourage them to start their own home libraries, and to provide reading instruction for parents in family literacy programs. The Quiet Storm Foundation has sponsored this essay contest to not only get students to read and write, but to enlighten young people's mind in American history and to preserve influential Black history. This year's topic was, how would you explain cultural diversity to the world? Why is it important? Who is the person you feel most embodies the ideals of a cultural diversity? What will you do to spread diversity ideals in your community? And we are honored this morning to recognize 6 students who won their essays and to present them certificates signed by the mayor and the entire city council. And when I call your name, would you please come down here so we could recognize you, and Councilman Soroka will present you with a certificate. So, first one from Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, D. Terrian Bowman. Why don't you come on down here? D. Terrian Bowman. That is a great looking kid. Congratulations. From Charles West Preparatory Institute, Adeline Cervantes. Come on down here. Adeline Cervantes. Stand right here. There you go. From Somerset Academy, Cameron Scanson. Cameron Scanson. Come on down. From Kermit R. Booker Elementary School, Leilani Gohegan. So far, the girls are winning.
I'm the only boy.
So far. From Robert Gibson Middle School, Jasmine Monzon. They're still winning. And from Ernest Becker Middle School, Sophia Iwalofi. These are the essay winners. To date, the winners presented their speech on February 10th on live radio at KCEP FM 88.1. The students were interviewed by Crystal Allen of Channel 3, and on February 15th, the students recited their essays during the Quiet Storms Oratorical Luncheon at the Palazzo Venetian Hotel and Casino. The experience will continue outside of Las Vegas. On February 23rd, the students and a parent will receive an all-expense-paid trip to Los Angeles, California. They'll take a tour on the campus of UCLA, attend a social development event at the Santa Monica Pier, plus spend a day at Universal Studios. That's the best part, right? And on March 10th, each student will be recognized during the UNLV Lady Rebels basketball game at halftime. So please attend that. And I know the Tarkanian family is very proud to have you there. I would like to also mention that C.J. Watson and the Quiet Storm hosts a youth basketball camp during the summer at the Doolittle Community Center. The camp is complimentary and includes 3 daily meals and the teaching of life tools through basketball fundamentals, good sportsmanship, and teamwork. Further, in order for our youth to be successful, it starts at home. The camp also has a parent component to educate parents on various topics and educational opportunities for scholarships, sponsorships, and college student athlete information. And for all the Quiet Storm Foundation does, I would like to present a plaque to Kathy for everything she does and have her say a few words. So, Kathy, where are you?
Thank you guys so much. Good morning, City of Las Vegas. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to stand before you this morning and introduce our winners of this year's 9th annual C.J. Watson contest. We have very smart kids, And this year, typically, we go out of state and we compete against public school districts in states where CJ worked. This year, CJ was free agent. He's now playing in Turkey right now. So we decided to add 3 schools of our own Clark County School District schools to participate in the annual CJ Watson contest. These kids are phenomenal. If we had time, they would definitely recite their speech to you because they are ready as we continue our path of journey through their accomplishments, and we want to showcase them. And so that's why you heard so many different areas of where they're going to be participating and also where they can have fun and really enjoy and really celebrate their accomplishments. So this morning, I just want to also introduce the chair of the Black History Essay Contest is Jeff Berry, and he might want to say a couple of words, and then we will be thankful and grateful to be a part of you this morning.
Thank you. I just also wanted to echo and congratulate these students. What they did was outstanding. And all too often, we really don't get a chance to celebrate kids for what they're doing educationally in school. So Quiet Storm Foundation found this opportunity, and we're pleased to have these winners with us today. Thank you.
Okay, let's get a picture taken.
You know, women, I think we push too hard. We have one young man and all those girls. So come on, guys. More effort. Don't let us push you around too much. Because we are mouthy. And we are pushy. Okay. Thank you very much, Councilman. That was great. Okay, for our next item, Councilwoman Fiore is going to tell us about a new program that is launching of Nevada Reading Week.
I am.
You am.
Okay. Well, we are launching a new program for Reading Week. And here they come. So this is news, and let's see what it is. Okay, Little Free Library. You know, one of the things I do at least once a month is I go and I read to the kids in several of the schools in my district, including to my own grandchildren's classroom. So with our reading week, which I don't have my notes on, I am going to wing it and say that it is quite important that we get our young active in reading. And for us parents, you know, as a school district here in Nevada, that we're ranked as a state, you know, we only have 50 states, but they actually are ranking Puerto Rico, which is a territory, and putting us down at 51. I'm going to tell you, as a parent and as a grandparent, reading and taking responsibility for our children and teaching them and giving them the effort to read, it all lays on us. My 2 beautiful grown daughters, 28 and 24, they've been through public school, private school, charter school, home school, mommy dearest, myself, and guess what? They did well because as a parent, I parented. And same thing as a grandparent. I Nona, my 5 grandchildren.
You did great.
Thank you.
Your salvation is here.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Dr. Hibbler's here.
Thank you, Councilwoman Fiore, Mayor, and members of the City Council. At this time, I'd like to thank our sponsor representatives, Dr. Spencer Stewart. If you guys can just join us up here, Chancellor of WGU Nevada, Holly Walker, Associate Attorney for Fisher Phillips, the OWL itself, Mr. OWL, and the Ferraro Group for making these little libraries possible. I'd also like to thank my team and the communications office for helping to make this, get the word out, and then also making Nevada Reading Week a success. The libraries are going to be located at elementary schools and our Strong Start Academy, so I'd like to bring up the principals and executive directors or the staff for the schools. Robert Lunt Elementary School, Kermit R. Booker Elementary School, Matt Kelly Elementary School, Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, Strong Start Academy at Alta, operated by Oscillero Head Start, and Strong Start Academy at Lorenzi, operated by Variety Early Learning Center. And then also at the Harbor, it is our multi-agency partnership with Clark County. We hope to create additional little library sites throughout Las Vegas. In fact, Parks and Rec is also registering their little library at Cimarron Rose Community Center. There are a few ways that the community can participate in the Nevada Reading Week. First of all, we have our 3rd annual Read with My Barber event for local barbers that's in partnership with the Las Vegas My Brother's Keeper Alliance and the Nevada Black and Hispanic Legislative Caucuses that was spearheaded by Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson. Assemblyman, if you can join us. And we also have a book drive by the Ferraro Group, and I think somebody's going to tell us about the book drive. Are you going to? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And really quickly, Jennifer, Employee of the Month, what an amazing job you've done. I might need to take your iPad 101 class here pretty soon. My kids are getting really tired of teaching me. And then our 6 accomplished writers. What an amazing, amazing story. Congratulations to all of you. And the Quiet Storm Foundation, that is some excellent work that you're doing. We're really excited to partner with the City of Las Vegas and other partners in the community with this new program, Free Little Libraries. You'll see these repurposed news racks. These are being placed in the area, many of them near elementary schools. And Councilwoman Fiore, to your point, there is a strong positive relationship between the number of books in one's home and the future level of educational attainment for the residents in that home. These are designed to be free book exchanges. Leave a book, take a book. You never know how a book might change the trajectory of one's life. And with Nevada Reading Week, this is a wonderful opportunity for us as a community to get together to improve literacy and to encourage adult and children literacy. So thank you very much. The mayor has a question. The name of our mascot, this is Sage the mascot. Sage the mascot, a wise sage. I'd also like to bring up Fisher Phillips, one of our partners, to provide a little bit more information.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. As mentioned before, I'm Holly Walker, along with Allison Keel. We're associate attorneys at Fisher Phillips. We're a labor and employment law firm with over 30 offices nationwide, including one right here in Las Vegas. We are proud to partner with WGU Nevada, as well as other business partners locally, to help with this Little Libraries drive. All the details were wonderfully explained already. We're holding a book drive currently, and there are various locations in town, including one in our downtown offices at 300 South 4th Street, Suite 1500. We're looking for new or gently used books. Las Vegas is our home. We love this city. I was born and raised here, in fact, and our office has been here for several years. And literacy is the foundation of our education. So there's no more important initiative than encouraging that within our community. So thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you. So here's my speech, but it's okay. I've got something really, really important to share with you about reading. And I usually don't go by the written word. I go off the cusp. It kind of works for me. But here's what I'm going to tell you about reading, especially to our children, is teaching them how to learn how to study. So when me and my grandkids are reading a book and I have them read it back to me, have a children's dictionary with you too. Because when a child reads and he skips a word that he doesn't know, he can sound out, he can say it, but he doesn't know the definition of that word. Once all of a sudden he knows the meaning of the word, you'll see him light up, he gets it, he'll remember what he reads. Because so many times as adults, when we were children, we would go, gosh, I don't even remember what I read on that previous page. It's because we didn't define the words. So as we move forward and with our literacy programs and teaching our children to read, have at their level a dictionary so they never pass a word without defining it and actually knowing the story that they're reading. Thank you.
Thank you all. This is a great time, and hopefully all of you who are invited to read in the schools or wherever in a park, do it. It's wonderful. And Sage, magnificent. We're just so proud and grateful to you all. It's a great equalizer. Reading is the key. Sometimes you don't even have to go to school if you read lots, because books can tell it all. So thank you again. We wish you the best. And pictures over there, council persons, silver foxes. You want to come on over here too? Can you come in closer so we can sort of be together? Sage, you can be right there by the box. All right, we're good. Where's Shane? Okay. Okay, and if you look over there. Wonderful. Thank you. And remember, you know, maybe we could open up, Dr. Hibbler, maybe we could have a box right here at City Hall so our people can come. We do have one already. Are those they? Oh, those are ours, so keep your hands off it. But everybody that works here, bring your books. And is this all age? What age level books are we talking about?
All age, elementary school, young adult, and books for adults. And thank you, Mayor. And books for adults as well. So this really is a program to improve literacy across the entire age spectrum.
Maybe it would help, though, if we marked, you know, since we have two, we have adults in one and children in another. Good idea. Yeah? Okay, Dr. Hibbler, you're in charge. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it so much. Goodbye, Sage. And not so fast, Councilman Soroka. Come back to us. A lot of kissing going on. You didn't kiss Sage. How come?
I kissed him.
You did. You are a brave soul. Okay. For our final item, you're the man.
So I'm either Silver Fox 1 or 2, depending on how we order things. Good morning, Las Vegas. It's great to be here, and I do look forward. I signed up to read to the first graders, and it was something that I could understand. I get to read Dr. Seuss, so I'm looking forward to that. And so today I have the great honor of recognizing a wonderful member of our community during a tragic time in our community, and I just wanted to share. The mayor mentioned the shooting in Broward County. Well, you may not know, I went to high school in Broward County, and I went to high school with students from Parkland because there was no Parkland High School at the time, so that was where I went to high school. So there seems to be a continuing trend that we can't get away from these tragic situations, but it is wonderful that we have members of the community to help us through. And tragedies like that happen in Florida, reverberate here in Las Vegas, that those that lived through and survived the incident here in Las Vegas. And today, I'd like to bring forward Pastor Paul Mark Goulet. Paul, come on, Pastor Paul, come on down. While he's saying hello, I just wanted to share why we're recognizing Pastor Paul today. Thank you so much, Pastor. Pastor Paul Mark Goulet is an honorary citizen of the ward that I represent, Ward 2, as head of the pastor of the International Church of Las Vegas that is in Ward 2. Pastor Paul and his team from ICLV are readily available to those in need. Pastor Paul, who was born in Quebec, Canada, is very devoted to our community, so much so that he went through the naturalization process and became an American citizen in 2015. Woo! After the October 1st tragedy, Pastor Paul and his wife Denise went to the convention center and made themselves available to family members and victims who were trying to find some clarity and peace in the aftermath of the terror and chaos. They set up a 24-hour prayer and support hotline when they realized there was an overwhelming need in the community. Pastor Paul and members of his church were available to provide pastoral care and support to hospitals, prayer vigils, and rallies. Pastor Paul and ICLV are great members of the community who provide faith and leadership to those in crisis and need. Therefore, the City of Las Vegas presents this certificate of recognition to Pastor Paul Mark Goulet. Can I read this to everybody so they know what we're doing here? Pastor Paul, the mayor and the city council of the City of Las Vegas, thank you for your honorable and selfless service in our community. You showed kindness, generosity, and empathy for your fellow man in a time of tragedy and provided light and guidance to those traumatized. Dated today, signed by the mayor, all the city council. Thank you, Pastor Paul. Thank you very much. Pastor Paul would like to say a few words. Thank you, Pastor.
It's always scary when you give the microphone to a pastor. Really, all I have to do is just, want to thank God. Someone once said, when you're going through hell, don't stop. And that day, we were going through hell as a city. And I have to honor, after God, I have to honor my mayor, who led the way on the steps of our city hall. I've always admired you, Mayor, but that day I fell in love with you. My wife and I did. There's an old saying that people say that Las Vegas is Sin City, and the word sin is a Greek word which means missing the mark. And I've always said that's not true of our city. I think was displayed the fact that we have a great city here, that we love our kids, and I have 11 grandkids already, and Denise and I, and so I have to say that this is not a city that's missing the mark. This is a great city. Our council members, I respect all of them. It doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat. They really, I believe they have the best interests of our city in their heart. Can you give them a huge round of applause, please? In fact, for months after the tragedy on the billboards, it was Pray for Las Vegas. And I've been here 25 years. Denise and I was a counselor. I was trained in psychology. I was never trained to be a pastor. But we were on a missions trip to the Philippines, and we saw people living in a box. And I remember looking up to heaven, just crying, going, God, I'll do anything for you. And as clear as day, a day later in my brain, you're going to go to Las Vegas and help a little church. And I thought, no way! I can't do that. Why Las Vegas? I've got 3 little kids. But it was the greatest. At one point I thought, is that the devil? Is that my brain? Is that my indigestion? I didn't know what it was. But you know what it was? It was really God saying, this is a great city. And the Bible says to let your light shine so that they'll give glory to God. Not to me. This is, someone once said, teamwork makes the dream work. The team of ICLV is incredible. And we happen to be honored enough to be part of the team of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. This means the world to me and me to our team. Can you give them another big round of applause, please?
Thank you. And Denise, come on up here. You deserve this just as much. You want to say something? We thank you. I mean, my goodness, those days were so impossible for so many and for all of us. And the fact of the comfort that you gave and the spirit and the love and guidance, I mean, you're just so special to us, and we appreciate you so much. Thank goodness you moved here from Quebec. We appreciate it. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. That's great honor. We're so great. Where are you? Let's get a picture. Right here. Okay. And we have a picture if you'll turn. We did bathe this morning. Beautiful people. Thank you. Okay, we will now take a slow walk to our seats because we got a long day, which allows slow walking, will allow you all to quickly, if you need to run back, run back. But we will convene almost immediately. Okay, everyone, I think we're waiting. Councilman Soroka's gone to get a quick cup of water, and we're here, 4 of us, 1, 2, 3, one more. Okay. Okay, so everybody look at the 4 of us. That's it. Okay, so we are going to start off, as I mentioned before I even begin, the name of the organization that Councilman Coffin is visiting in Seoul, Korea is the Universal Peace Federation, which has been in existence for quite some time, and we know he'll be calling in later, probably this afternoon, because I think there's several hours ahead of us. And as I mentioned, Councilwoman Tarkanian is not well, but is on the road to recovery. And then we have an open seat in 5. So, by the laws and the legislative act of this great state, we have to always have 4 votes. So to make something pass, we need all 4 votes. So we're going to see what happens as we go forward, and we're going to start off with public comment. Public comment during this is agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address us, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. There will be another opportunity at the end of our meeting, as well as on certain public hearing items to speak. So if you're using this time, please keep it to a minute. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Piccone. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard. Before I read a short statement, I'd just like to echo the pastor's sentiment. Having worked October 2nd, it's something near and dear to my heart, October 1st, just like many people in Las Vegas. And I'd like to say thank you to the mayor and the city for everything that you guys have done. Makes me proud to be a Las Vegan.
Thank you. And we thank you for your service and help.
Just a short statement. My name is Isaac Piccone. I live at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard at the Ogden. I'm speaking to agenda item 149, an appeal for a waiver for a 660 distant rule for short-term rental at the Ogden. I'm an Iraq War veteran. I practice in our local ER. Unfortunately, I'm scheduled to work tonight when this item is going to be heard. I strongly oppose this application. The applicant is one of some 40 unlicensed short-term rental operators in the Ogden. 9 further requests were denied this past week at the Planning Commission unanimously. They understand the impact this has had on our residential building. The surrounding hotels are set up for short-term guests. The Ogden is not. It was planned as a residential community. In fact, the developer, Mr. Uri Vankin, was recently recognized by the mayor for all of his efforts to bring residents downtown. One of his bigger projects to accomplish this is the Ogden. In the mayor's State of Vegas address, she recognized that we need at least 5,500 permanent residents downtown in order to thrive. Mayor, council members, we've answered that call. We've left the suburbs. We've moved down, my family, other members of my medical group, and as well as many of my neighbors who will be here tonight. I'm here before you asking you to answer our call and keep the Ogden a safe residential community. We're asking for no more than any other homeowner in Vegas, and that's that we are afforded the same protection of the 660-foot rule for short-term rentals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your help during 1 October and thereafter. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Annette Fiala, and I have a handout here I'd like to pass out to City Council. If someone can hand that out. And if we could have the overhead here. You're there. Okay. All right.
That looks like more in a minute.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you. All right, so just please refer to that in a second. Okay, I also want to thank Pastor Paul. That it was very motivating and inspirational. And now, knowledge is power. In October 2015, an amendment to the 2014 short-term rental ordinance was adopted, adding the requirement for special use permits for 5 bedrooms or more and the 660-foot distance separation between short-term rentals. These efforts were a result of trying to shut down the party house at 616 Campbell Drive, operated by Peter Anello, that had been terrorizing the neighborhood since 2012. The special use permit and 660, unfortunately, would have no effect in trying to shut down the party house. On June 21st, 2017, a well-intentioned but emotional vote was made because of the same
I'm going to have to
party
interrupt
house.
you because that item is on for this afternoon. And it's at number, I believe, 149. And probably, unless it's obeyed, we'll probably allow you to speak at that time. So this is the morning agenda item. We will have another opportunity then, or are you unable to stay?
I wasn't going to be here all day.
Okay. Well, I think what you've handed us, I appreciate it, and we have had quite a response to short-term rentals. So, but it is agendized way into the afternoon.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I realize that I will be speaking a little bit to this and the agenda item number 87. My name is Julie Davies. You've heard from me before about short-term rentals, and because the gentleman mentioned the Ogden, I wanted to point out that that is an example of a challenge that we have with the short-term rental industry here, in that a lot of the people who were sold units at the Ogden were sold it with the promise of doing short-term rentals by realtors who didn't understand the industry. No. And most of what the problems that we're seeing in short-term rentals is based on misunderstandings. And so I commend the College of Southern Nevada, CSN, for seeing the community need and benefit to hosting a short-term rental certification course. And I wanted to report that we had a full class of wonderful, dedicated professionals in our first session this month, and who reviewed it well. It's good. And here in the city, we had a change in June where there was enforcement in place. So enforcement is in place. We've got good education. We would ask that some of the unreasonable SUP requirements be pulled back, and that we make short-term rental available for people who are licensed. I know there's a couple items on the agenda today dealing with that. So I just wanted to comment on that and thank you for the support, and the College of Southern Nevada for doing something that's really good for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak under this public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment, move on to agenda item number 10. For possible action, any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting. We have the following as requested for action under this item. And, okay. We'll start with agenda item 13, an abeyance item, broadcasting agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Soccer LLC, DBA Las Vegas Lights, FC Lights, regarding live broadcasting of all of the Lights 2018 season games on KCLV Channel 2. This has been stricken as requested by staff. Agenda item number 20, a temporary medical marijuana establishment license production, Qualcan LLC, DBA Qualcan LLC at 4145 Wagon Trail Avenue, Clark County. This has been obeyed to the 7th of March, Wednesday the 7th of March, as requested by staff. Agenda item 21, temporary medical marijuana establishment license cultivation, Qualcan LLC, DBA Qualcan LLC at 4145 Wagon Trail Avenue, Clark County. This is the same company, obeyed to the 7th of March 2018 as requested by staff. And number 22 and 23. 22, a temporary medical marijuana establishment license cultivation, Qualcan LLC, DBA Qualcan LLC, at 4145 Wagon Trail Avenue, Clark County, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by staff. And 22, medical marijuana establishment license cultivation, MBNV Investments LLC, DBA MBNV Investments LLC at 4222 Losey Road, North Las Vegas, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by staff. Temporary medical marijuana established, this is agenda item 23, establishment license cultivation, NLVG LLC, DBA Desert Bloom Cultivation Center at 203 West Brooks Avenue, North Las Vegas, abeyance item to 3/7/2018, requested by staff. Agenda item 52, a temporary beer wine cooler off-sale license for a change of ownership from Platinum Management Group 2 LLC to Quickie Mart LLC, DBA Quickie Mart at 1220 Atlantic, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilman Coffin. And agenda item 70, report by Nevada Department of Transportation regarding Project Neon. This is regarding wards 1, 3, and 5, abeyance to 3/7/2018, also requested by staff. And agenda item 72, report by the city manager staff regarding neighborhood revitalization and empowerment programming, all wards. This is also obeyed to the 7th of 2018, requested by staff. And that is my motion. And can we vote, please?
Mayor,
Yes, please.
on item number 10, is it possible to ask, while we're on item number 10, for a few others to be obeyed today?
Well, let's get through these, and then I will come back and
Okay.
ask you all for abeyances. So I think we are, and if you'll post. 4 little check marks, there they are. Thank you all. Here we go. Okay, and please put your hands up if you have to be excused for any emergency. Yes, teacher. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the January 3rd, 2018 regular City Council meeting, I make a motion to approve those minutes. Would you please vote on that? And please post.
Sure.
Okay. Are there any agenda items that council would like to either pull forward, obey? Yes, please.
Yes, Mayor. Because we have a couple of our council members who some of these items affect their ward greatly, and we are still, learning so much on these short-term rentals, Clerk Holmes, if you can just make sure that I am correcting with the item numbers, item number 87, 132, 133, and 134. I believe that's all the short-term rentals on the agenda for today. I would like to obey those, so the council...
That's in the afternoon.
Oh, do we
They're
have to
all
obey them? Are they
afternoon.
all afternoon?
All.
Correct,
So
and
do
we'll
we
do that
obey
under
them in the
item number
afternoon?
83.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You're hearing everybody too. Okay. Now we'll move, any other items morning? No. Okay, agenda item 12, announcement by the city clerk, Lou Ann D. Holmes, regarding corrected date for the close of voter registration for the upcoming Ward 5 special election previously announced and listed in Resolution R-14-2018 is March 3, 2018, and now confirmed as Saturday, March 10, 2018, Ward 5, which is vacant. Ms. Holmes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good morning. At the February 7th, 2018 City Council meeting, the close of registration date was announced and was included in Resolution R-14-2018 as Saturday, March 3rd, 2018. Per NRS, the final close of registration must fall on the third Saturday prior to the election day, which is March 27th. This correction allows Ward 5 voters not currently registered an additional 7 days to register to vote, as the corrected date for the final close of voter registration is now March 10th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's no action required on that, and we'll move on to agenda item 14. Items 14 through 69, with the exception of items 20 through 23 and 52, which were held in advance on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by departments, may be enacted in one motion. A correction should be noted on item number 42, as it is in Ward 2, Councilman Soroka, not in Ward 6 as printed. And I do show that, all right, we'll take those as they come. Then I will make a motion to approve items 14 through 69 with the exceptions of 20 through 23 and 52 with the correction of number 42. Would you please vote? And please post. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. And we will now move on. We're moving on to agenda item 74?
Yes, we're pulling 74 forward.
Okay, agenda item 74 is being pulled forward, and that item is administrative discussion for possible action regarding Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP, Grant Review Board recommendation to allocate $35,000 for 48 youth-initiated projects in reference to all wards. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, Director of Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation. It is exciting to be in our 18th year of the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP, and to date the program has funded 497 projects totaling $449,384 in city investment with an astounding match of $4.6 million. The return on investment is extraordinary. As you know, YNAP offers grants up to $1,000 to youth to implement projects to improve their neighborhoods. This youth development program challenges youth to identify a community issue or need, then develop a project to address it. With a record number of applications submitted, 51 to be exact, our young people had some very innovative projects, and I want to applaud them for being so committed to the needs of their community. Clearly, we can see that these young people are not only the leaders of our future, but they are already leaders today. Our YNAP board did an outstanding job, and I want to thank them for their time to support this program, as well as Candace Boring, the project coordinator. This year, the YNAP board is recommending 48 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $35,000. These 48 youth groups are pledging over $235,460.84 in volunteer labor, donations, and in-kind services. Shania Espy, the YNAB Board Chair, and Rebecca Richard, the YNAB Board Vice Chair, are here with me today to present the Board's recommendations for your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Shania, and I'm a senior at Legacy High School. This year was the first year, and I had the pleasure of serving as the chair for the YNAB Board. I'm beyond impressed with my colleagues and the youth groups that came out, and I really see the initiative and the effort that our community puts in. This experience has been one of many that I've had with the City of Las Vegas, and it was a privilege to serve on the board. In doing so, it has opened my eyes to the new ideas that the community has to offer. Thank you so much for this opportunity of being a part of the YNAB board and allowing me to gain more experience and knowledge about the inside and the phenomenal city that we live in. We would like to recognize this year's YNAB Grant Board Review board members and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. We have 15 members, 9 adults, and 6 youth. The adult board members consisted of Annan Kilponen, Becky Skousen, Chance Bonaventura, Deborah Reyes, Harry Williams, Mark Newman, Marco Vena, Selena Torres, and Takia Butler. The youth board members consisted of myself, Shania Espy, as the chair, Rebecca Richard as the vice chair, Andrew Sierra, Carlos Vega, Hilda Hernandez, and Reynaldo Beto. This year, the YNAB Grant Review Board is recommending 48 projects for funding, 22 community service projects such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and hosting community events, 6 community improvement projects such as restoring areas of neighborhoods, schools, and community centers with murals, gardens, and cleanups, 20 community education projects such as peer mentoring and increasing youth awareness of community, health, and safety issues through conferences and workshops. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of over $235,460 in volunteer hours, in-kind donations, and or other financial contributions. At this time, I would like to introduce this year's YNAB Board Vice Chair, Rebecca Richard.
Good morning. How exciting to have you both here. This is wonderful. It's really exciting.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rebecca Richard, and I'm a freshman at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy. I'm the Vice Chair of the YNAB Board this year. This is also my first time serving on the YNAB Board, but I've also been an applicant for many years. I would like to thank you for such an amazing opportunity to work alongside all these talented and amazing teens and adults. Sorry. But I've also been an applicant for YNAB grants for many years, like I said earlier, for Mother Hubbard's Covered Food Pantry. And I cannot show my gratitude towards the YNAB grant. They helped lay the foundations for Mother Hubbard's Covered Food Pantry. I would like to recognize each project. If your group is attending, please stand for your project name. Kindness Club, Red Rock Kindness Club. Amount awarded, $743.
Are you here, Kindness Club reps? There you are. That's great. If you'd always stand up and wave, congratulations. Okay.
Lexi's Little Gestures, Pillows for Comfort, $743.
Stand up if you would and let us see you. Not here. Okay.
Miss Iverson's Classroom, Red Rock Kid to Kid Toys Project, $743.
Wonderful.
Red Rock Elementary School, Help Our Garden Grow, $743.
Wonderful. Great.
Red Rock Elementary School Student Council, Rejuvenate Red Rock, $743.
Wonderful.
We also have the Red Rock Student Council Family Fun at the Rock, $743 awarded. We have Sight Word Spectacular Rose Warren Mustang, $743. We have the Student Council from CSNHS West, Project 150 Hygiene Kits, $743 awarded. We We have the Valley High School Batteries Included, Spreading Love, $743 awarded.
Yeah, they're in the middle.
We have the Vegas Verdes Elementary School Science Night, $743 awarded.
Right there.
Alliance for Academic Quiz Bowl tournament for middle schools, $743. Palo Verde High School Polynesian Club Stuff the Truck, $743. VMLSC Youth Council Financial Literacy One Donut at a Time, $743.
We have the Association of Professionals and Students Projecting Opportunities, $743 awarded. Also from the Association of Professionals and Students, Tools for Success, $743 awarded. We have the Desert Pines High School Math Club, Desert Pines High School Math Club, $743 awarded. We have the East Las Vegas Batteries Included. Project title is called Faith, $650 awarded.
Leaders in Training, Little Leaders, $743. Lions Pride, Clothing Closet, $743. Lunt Elementary School, Bundles of Joy, $743. Robert Lunt Student Council Community Project, $743. Renowned Leadership, Math and Literacy Family Night, $743.
Also from the Renowned Leadership Volunteer Incentive and Community Event, $743. We have the Gay and Lesbian Community Center of Southern Nevada, Take One, Leave One, Take One Project, $743. We have the Valley High School National Honor Society Care Packages for the Homeless Youth, $600.
CMHS Black Student Union, Read On, $743. Ogden Family Foundation Youth Health Wellness Football Camp, $743.
The All Main Youth Service Learning Project, Not in Our Neighborhood, aka Neon Cleanup and Keep Up Project Block Party, $743. We have the Canyon Springs Batteries Included Student Council Mentors to the Rescue, $743. We have the Doolittle Leaders of Tomorrow Teen Lockdown, $743. Emma's House Incorporated Support Group for Youth of Incarcerated Parents, $743.
Faith Lutheran High School students, Rainbow Dreams Ambassador Leadership Program, $743. Girlfriends of Color, Ready, Set, Read Spaghetti Literacy Night. House of Teens Incorporated, Rebuild Our Home, $743. LVMPD Explores Leadership Summit. Matt Kelly Elementary School 5th Grade Community Mural, $315.
We have Mother's Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry, $743. Good job, Rebecca.
Yeah.
We have Motivation Music Education Organization, a music spring fling in the park, $743. We have the National Honor Society from CSNHS West Hygiene Kit Assembly, $743. We have the Palo Verde High School National Honor Society Bright Smiles of Las Vegas Youth, $743. And we have Tulips, Full Steam Ahead, $743.
The Legacy Project Youth Council, Stay Prepared for School, $743. VMBC STEAM Project provides STEAM education for the community with hands-on projects for participants, $743. Wendell P. Williams School, RAP, Respect, Attendance, Positivity Battle, $743. Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, Service Education, Girls with Glamour, $743. Youth United with a Purpose, Youth Leadership in Music, $743.
And to our last groups, we have K. Carl Linus Kindness Blankets, $743. And last but not least, we have the Teens Say Thank You to Our Military Families, Gift of Caring and Health for Military Families, $743.
What wonderful projects, and we are so proud of all that you've been doing, your whole team and everybody that's gotten an award. Dr. Hibbler, I know you're bursting with pride. This is just the best ever. So we're just so grateful to you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we didn't go through all of the project descriptions, but I will tell you that KCLV does a wonderful job of following the students all year long, so you'll be able to see those on the videos. And did you have a few last words?
Yes. We want to give a big thank you to all the youth groups who presented. They did a wonderful job, and their projects were very creative, and they all serve a very important community need. On behalf of the YNAB Grant Board, we would like to thank the mayor and city council members for your continued support of the YNAB, and we would like to thank all the youth who are giving back to their community.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to ask for a motion to accept this proposal, please, Councilman Anthony.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Thank you.
To approve. Thank you. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. Congratulations to all of you. We're so proud of you. It's great. Thank you. And now we will move on. Thank you, Dr. Hibbler. You're still there, so that's good. And we are having a report by Dr. Tom Riley, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education, NSHE, on the strategic goals and metrics for the NSHE and an update on area colleges and universities. Reference all wards.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. As you know, the City of Las Vegas has worked very closely with our higher education institutions for many years, beginning in 2007 when UNLV College of Fine Arts moved into the Fifth Street School, followed by Greenspun College of Urban Affairs, which moved in 2012, and the CSN co-located at City Hall in 2013. Past accomplishments include the UNLV Nonprofit Community and Leadership Initiative that educated thousands of our community members and students on site, our UNLV Nonprofit Accelerator Program that assisted in building capacity for dozens of rising nonprofits, and CSN's Division of Workforce and Economic Development that's also located on the third floor that collaborated with Human Resources to align training with our city values. We're also working with CSN to host our first two-day College and Career Summit this July. And we've been in preliminary discussions about creating a higher education hub in the downtown area with the potential to renovate Reed Whipple. So today is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tom Riley, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, who will provide a report on his strategic goals and an update on area colleges and universities. Thank you.
Dr. Hibbler, and welcome back.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Hibbler. Mayor Goodman and members of the council, thanks for having me here just to briefly address the council and the city about some of our strategic partnerships and strategic goals that the Board of Regents have recently adopted. I do want to say thank you for being such a wonderful partner. Your support on the medical center and the medical school has been wonderful, and we greatly appreciate it. We're real excited about working with Dr. Hibbler on the Education Hub downtown. I think that's exciting. We're talking with all our presidents and institutions. I think increasing our presence in the downtown is something we're looking forward to, and thank you for that opportunity and having such a wonderful staff to partner with us. Most recently, the Nevada Board of Regents has adopted these five high-level strategic goals that are guiding our conversations in the community, guiding our budget, and guiding the way we'll do business at our future meetings. We've adopted these goals because we wanted some simple, high-level strategic focus that will help us move the needle on higher education. And if I can, I'll just briefly address those. And I would like to point out that for each of these, we've developed specific metrics that we'll be focusing on at each of our meetings. We've asked each of our institutions to develop aspirational and peer institutions to measure their progress. For example, CSN's comparing themselves to UNR and UNLV is pretty meaningless. They should compare themselves to like institutions in other communities that are urban-based and ethnically diverse. The first goal that we will be focusing on is increasing access to higher education. And when I talk about higher education, it's a very broad, inclusive definition, anywhere from certificates to two-year degrees up to graduate and PhD degrees. As you know, the entry point for many individuals in our communities are our community colleges, where we can work with individuals to get certificates and get two-year degrees. What we do know is that individuals with a high school diploma, their prospects for social mobility and participating in the job market is increasingly bleak. Now, does everybody need a four-year degree? No. But they need something post-high school diploma. And that's where our higher education system comes into play. When we look at access, and again I'm talking about certificates to PhDs, we rank 49th in the nation in the percent of Nevadans who are engaged in higher education. This is the pathway to social mobility. And what we've done in our state is that we've limited that to about 24% of our population. Nationally, it ranges about 40%. We have to do better about figuring out different pathways for individuals to be part of a movement of social mobility and being part of our higher education system. And these aren't just financial barriers. These are many barriers that keep individuals from going on to higher education. And sometimes it's conversations other than a four-year degree that young people can look at and look at other opportunities to enhance their skill level. Well, as you know, half the battle is just getting them in. It's what we're here to do is to focus on student success. And that means that individuals that come to us get their certificates or two-year and four-year degrees. Research definitely shows that individuals need more than a high school diploma, but going to higher education, taking a course or two, or not graduating, research shows they're not doing much better. When they come to us, they have to get their certificates. They have to get their degrees. And so when we look at metrics, comparing ourselves nationally or to some of our peer and aspirational institutions, we're not doing very well in student success. We have to improve that. If they come to us, we have to figure out ways to support them and actually get their degrees. The board has adopted a third goal, which many could argue is a subset of student success in general, but it's actually closing the achievement gap. When we start drilling down and looking at outcomes and looking at student success with various populations, particularly with the Latino population and African American population, our outcomes are not acceptable. Most recently, there was an article in the paper that kind of outlined some of our outcomes in student success and broke down on various different ethnic groups. We can make our most gains on student success when we're concentrating and dealing with these various different populations. Most recently, I was going around to their various institutions, and I was up at Western Nevada College and during their budget presentation, and they, about a decade ago, looked at their outcomes of their Latino students and their Caucasian students. And they saw a gap that they identified as unacceptable. What they worked on was a modification of a Gear Up program that had specific outreach to Latino families. And today, their outcomes for Latino students and Caucasian students are the same. they actually close that gap with very specific evidence-based programs. And that's what we need to focus on, is that what are those programs and what are those practices that help us achieve and close those gaps. Today, we are a majority-minority system in Nevada. Where our minority populations go, we go. And we have to do better in concentrating on this population. The fourth area is focusing on the issues of workforce. I know, Mayor, you and your council and your staff have been focused on the issue of workforce issues for a long period of time. And what we know that the rapid pace of economic development and the changing workforce really demands that we not only meet the current needs of workforce in this state, but we prepare ourselves for future needs. What we have done is that we have taken the top 10 high-demand jobs that the governor has identified and teaching and looked at the gap that we have between the number of degrees we're producing, what the gap is, and how many individuals stay in Nevada. We're going to actually move that down to a regional level and really work hard with industries to identify not only the type of degrees and certificates that are needed, but what the content, and is the content relevant, and how do we actually deliver it. Are different ways of delivering it. So we have these metrics that we'll be bringing down to the regional level to really align ourselves at our institutions. And when our institutions do new degrees, I want them to align it to the metrics and to the evidence and the facts of what industry is looking for in our communities. The last area is focused on research. Another metric that we're not real proud of now, but that we're working on, is that we are the largest populated state in the United States without an R1 designated research institution. UNLV and UNR are making great strides to that. We know what the metrics are. We know quantitatively what we need to do to get there. But I think we need to have a different conversation about research to legislators in the community. We do research. It's not just a theoretical exercise. We do research to solve problems. And we need to talk more in those terms about the problems and the real-life problems we're solving in the community. For example, Desert Research Institute. I've been in this community for a long period of time. I served as county manager, and I have to say that I never really knew what Desert Research Institute did. I understood they did some wonderful things, but I didn't know what they were. We have to do a better job of explaining what are the real-life problems we're solving through our research. That is why we do research. It's not, again, a theoretical exercise. It's solving problems. So we'll be communicating more, even at our community colleges level. CSN is involved in some really innovative evidence-based practice about working with individuals who are leaving prison and returning to the workforce. They're actually identified problems. They're developing real solutions and practice-based solutions to solving critical issues. We need to talk better in those terms. So these are the 5 goals that we've developed, and that, again, will guide our conversation. At each of our board meetings, we'll be focusing a deep dive in each of these goals. We'll be looking at the metrics nationally as well as peer and aspirational. And the conversation that will dominate our meetings will be regents talking to presidents about what we need to do to move the needle in higher education. Again, I want to say thank you to the City of Las Vegas. You've always been a wonderful partner with us. We look forward to continuing in many different arenas that we can partner with you and your staff. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for giving me a few minutes to share our goals.
Thank you, Dr. Riley. Questions, comments? One thing I'd like to ask as you go forward with this, we have a community of families that for decades has been probably among the most successful. Our Asian community, Indian, Pakistani, Chinese, Japanese, Thai. And I know a lot of the identifiable measurements there has to do with so many of the wraparound services we have to provide in our challenged areas. But if we could really crystallize that as we see these youngsters graduating, doing so well, moving on to colleges and universities around this country at the highest level, I really think we have a platform right here in our own community that needs to be communicated. I frequently hear from Asian families that maybe are only second generation here that they don't know what's available to them. They don't feel that they're connected with the second level. And so there's some things I really think we can gain by involving some dialogue there. And and the other piece, of course, is using our unions that have their internship programs and everything, which will give so many of our students skills. They can go into an apprenticeship at an electrical, and really involving our union training more than we are.
Thank you. Excellent suggestion. I'll be happy to work again with your staff and the city. But
we all know the great equalizer in the world's education.
Sure.
So we're with you, whatever.
And you know that
Paul,
more than most,
yes,
right?
and certainly through Dr. Hibbler, who's been doing such a phenomenal job, really helping us through trying to improve and be a partner with education throughout the state. So we thank her.
We enjoy working with her, and thank you for allowing her to partner with us.
Just
in
don't
these.
steal her. I have to keep reminding her you're not stealable. Thank you, and we appreciate the
Thank you again
report.
for-
And Dr. Hibbler, was there
No,
anything?
that concludes our report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, now we are on to agenda item 73. Report by Information Technology Director Mike Sherwood regarding an update on the activities underway in the area of technological innovation, which is in reference to all wards. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor,
All right.
council members. Michael Sherwood, Director of Technology. I'm going to give you a brief overview today of the Innovation District, where we're at today, and where we're going to go in the future. So we'll start by playing a short video here that gives you a little background of sort of what we've accomplished in the Innovation District.
Change, it's all around us, but it's how we react that's vital. The rapidly changing face of technology creates a challenge for everyone. The City of Las Vegas sees it as an opportunity to ensure our city can react to the needs and wants of its community. This is where our vision for a smart city was born. So what is a smart city? Well, the dictionary may have its own wordy definition, but at the City of Las Vegas, we define it as a city where one can work, live, and play in harmony. From schools and libraries to transportation systems and public safety, each is a piece of the puzzle that must cohesively fit. A smart city makes informed decisions and ensures every city asset works efficiently, with technology working as the glue that holds everything together.
All right. So let me introduce the team behind me just briefly that really make it. It's not all about me. There's a large group of people, the entire city, from the council to the executive staff. But let me at least introduce some of the people that help me make Las Vegas a smarter city. So I have Joanna Wadsworth, who helps us with mobility, Al Pitts with data, and Lester Lewis is our technology and infrastructure genius. So they really help put all these pieces together.
And we know you're only as smart as they make you.
The best people around me.
So thank you all.
So this is a real recap of the map of the Innovation District that you can see in front of you. This is where we're testing the technology that we're looking at deploying across the city at some point once we have an ability to understand it and see how it works within the Innovation District. We're really focused on strategic pillars. These, we hope, align with the city as a whole and with the council's priorities: public safety, economic growth, education, mobility, medical, and social innovation. These are the areas that when we look at new technology or new items to bring into the city, we make sure that they align in one of these areas. If they don't align in one of these areas, then we're really generally not interested in going further with that technology. So over the last year, we've really been working with a lot of the city departments on bringing new technology and new technology standards. Smart cities are new to the entire world, and so a lot of these types of processes and actual formats have never been developed before. But we're working with our partners in Public Works, and we're developing plans that as we build new streets, that we add conduits. When we build new parks, we add the infrastructure in place so we can bring technology at a later date. So some of those technologies could include, as you see the map down on the right here, making sure that we have the ability to put in cameras and other types of technology for public safety use inside a park or facility that we might want to down the road. And so that's important as we go forward. We're also developing design standards for smart lighting and other smart systems that can be incorporated in all city projects as we go forward. So one of the things we've really been proud of over the last year, and we've got worldwide recognition, is our mobility. operation. So you have right here, you can see we have the autonomous shuttle, which is a partnership of AAA and several other partners, and that's been operating. Our next step is to broaden this and provide more technology downtown so we can extend what the actual shuttle can do. So if you see in the blue area, the light blue, that's where basically the autonomous shuttle currently operates today. The red dots around is what we'd like to do is expand the connected corridor and allow autonomous vehicles a larger footprint. So what that means really is that our signal intersections would provide GPS information to autonomous vehicles as well as regular vehicles. Additionally, it would provide information so that autonomous vehicles could transverse the street. So what we chose is an outer loop and then over on Grand Central Parkway into the medical district for the future and into the outlet mall as a larger loop for this to be tested. If we went through and we complete this, this would be one of the largest autonomous testing grounds in the United States. These are some of the projects and partners that we've worked with over the past year. There are several of them. One of the great things I want to point out is a lot of the partners and a lot of the projects we've undertaken have been at zero cost. What we've been able to do is market the city of Las Vegas as an area for these companies to come. It obviously helps that CES is here, draws them here. They put up demos and pilots. We get the advantage of learning about those pilots. We also get the advantage of working with the companies and seeing the technology at firsthand. So what I'm going to do show you is this is a one-of-a-kind system only in Las Vegas. It was worked with between a collaboration of Cisco and other partners, but this is a real-time, so I'm going to have them pop up. We're going to try this in real time. This is a real-time dashboard that you're going to see that actually has information from connected vehicles. So some of you that own an Audi, that have a Volvo, that car is putting out information in real time to systems that can collect it. We actually have a system like that here. And if I go down to the alerts section here, if my mouse will let me, maybe it won't. So I was going, there we go. All right, we're going to hit this button here. So what we're going to see is we see these alert messages that our receivers are picking up. So we see a vehicle had its anti-lock braking system engaged. Down farther, you see TCS, which is a traction control system. So what we're hoping in the future is think of this. Your airbag's deployed. Now we would know in real time. We'd be able to get that information to first responders immediately versus waiting for someone to pull over or make a cell phone call. Or if some of you that have OnStar or other type of technology, we would have it at the same time they would have it. So we're still testing the technology, but you can see that we're actually receiving these signals from vehicles. We're able to, or first responders would be able to actually go to the vehicle itself. Actually goes to where on the map that the vehicle reported the actual anti-lock braking system was engaged, and we have that information. Now, the thing about this that's important is that down the road, we're able to know what streets might have potholes developing or forming based on the type of alerts we're getting from vehicles. So what this is called is either vehicle to infrastructure or infrastructure to vehicle, meaning the city connecting to vehicles, vehicles connecting to us, vice versa. And we're exchanging information openly. And so this is something that's already done by vehicles all throughout the world. We just have the receivers to collect the data. What we've done differently and that no one else has done is we put it onto a map. So you can actually see this now in real time. And then we have the ability down the road, you can see where we have other mapping data. I can include where other city assets or facilities would be, such as hospitals and other that would allow us for routing of information to the proper locations. You can see the hospitals down below. So I'll go ahead and switch back to the presentation and continue forward. But that's kind of what the real-time dashboard, and that's what smart cities are doing all around the world. We just happen to have the first graphical interface of this set up. You can see the other data points. So we're always looking at, is weather ever a factor with traffic? Obviously the answer is going to be yes, but now we have the data stored where we can run reports and then extract information and then make real business decisions based on real information versus guessing. So obviously this past year, we had CES just recently. One of the noteworthy things to notate is we had a booth at CES. Not only do we have a booth, we brought some of the technology we're testing to CES. The sofa board that we have up for our downtown loop was nominated for one of the best of CES products. It didn't win, but the other one was our street light that many of you have seen. That actually won Best of Show at CES. We're one of the first government agencies to ever bring a vendor and win a CES award. So that was really phenomenal. We have another slide coming up here where we go over our recognition. So I'd like to tell you that in 2016 is when you established the Innovation District. We really weren't known worldwide. So in this short, we're almost on 2 years right now since you've established the Innovation District, you now, Las Vegas, under your leadership, is now worldwide and known as one of the leading smart cities as far as testing of technology, deploying technology. We've been honored by Harvard. We've won local awards as well as national awards. We've made communications with cities in India and in London, England, where we've traded information and provided them information on how we do things. So really amazing thing in a year and a half or 2 years since the Innovation District has been formed, that we went from basically nowhere on the map to where now we're in the top spot for many of the smart city technologies. Keep in mind the smart city business as a whole, by 2022 will be $1 trillion business. So a lot of what we're doing is trying to capture companies to come to Las Vegas. That's part of that economic growth. One of our pillars is to make this a place where people want to test vehicle technology, where they want to test their technology, and hopefully start their business and have a location here in Las Vegas. Some of the things we're working on for the future, we're trying to optimize the citizen experience and the business experience. We really want the technology to be seamless. You don't have to know about the technology. It just works. It's in the background. Make it easier for citizens to pay and interact with government. And that's really one of the things we're focusing on. And how we're going to do that is one of these things here. It's called the Go Vegas ecosystem. It includes a mobile app, which we've soft launched already. It's out there. It includes things like you can see the downtown loop. You can report graffiti, things that most cities have already. We have a web presence. We're working on putting Wi-Fi all downtown. So that Wi-Fi is going to serve two purposes. Number one, it's free Wi-Fi to the community. Number two, it's Wi-Fi that we can use for sensors, for cameras, and for things to help the city manage its portfolio of assets. Conversational computing, you all remember the Alexa demo. We're continuing to add more to that platform and do things. Here's the best thing we've done. Again, we talked about this in October. We've actually launched it just recently. So we are now streaming Hello Mayor, Trending Las Vegas. So if you have an Apple TV, what that means is like a Hulu service or a Netflix. We are now streaming city content worldwide. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Costs us very little. So if you have a Roku device, if you have an Apple TV, soon to you will all be on Amazon TV as well. So all the shows you do, Access Council, we have a great relationship with the PIO's office, helping us get that content and make it into, so you can binge watch Hello Mayor and watch the last 20 episodes if you want. But that content is available worldwide on demand whenever you want to see it or when everybody wants to see it. Again, we do that for a couple reasons. There are a lot of people within the city of Las Vegas that don't have cable TV anymore. All they have is internet. Now they have a way to continue to access government and to be part of government. Additionally, we have people that are interested in Las Vegas all over the world. This gives those individuals an opportunity to see what's happening and be involved in Las Vegas no matter where they are in the world, as long as they have internet. They're able to access that. So we're really proud of these tools. These are pretty much tools that no other city has as a portfolio, and we're continuing to develop it. We get lots of different feedback from other government agencies that are very interested in copying what we're doing, but we're pretty much one of the first to do it. Just to give you an idea, the moniker at the top, the Go Vegas, sort of a play on words. If you look at GOV, it stands for government. So Go Vegas, it's a government platform. It's a secret, and everybody knows about it, but that's kind of where that came from. So we're really, again, proud of that, and we're proud of the ability that we're able to bring Las Vegas all throughout the world. So what's next? These are the things that we'll be working on over the next year. One, we are now forming a Technology and Innovation Steering Committee, which is led by our chiefs to my left. They're going to be looking at our projects and designing and providing us feedback and making sure that it aligns with the strategic goals of the city. We're working on a project intake process where we bring new projects in that are submitted either from citizenry or from internal departments, that we can evaluate them. A lot of that process is not just evaluating the technology, but evaluating the business case. Is the money invested in this technology going to yield a result? We're not just going to deploy technology to deploy technology. It's got to yield some kind of business result or provide some kind of safety. We're working on a fiber optic master plan for downtown and throughout the city. Again, fiber optics is important in order for information and data to travel. We're working on, again, you've already seen the connected corridor. We'd like to expand it, include it into the medical district, allow autonomous vehicles to expand that, but allow autonomous vehicles to not only be downtown, but go ahead and go into the government center and the outlet mall and into the medical district itself. And then obviously we want to continue the Go Vegas offerings, which we think for relatively no money, we're able to provide great service to the entire world and let them know about Las Vegas. So here's some of the things that we're going to be bringing back to you in March that we're going to be coming to with you. And again, these are great things. So the City of Las Vegas has been nominated to be a smart gigabit community. There are over roughly 25 to 28 cities nominated worldwide. We are now in that club, and that's because some of the great work that the people behind me have done in autonomous vehicles and in IoT, or basically Internet of Things in general. It's a partnership with Cox. It's a 2 to 3 year commitment. As part of that commitment, we have to develop 2 programs. One of the programs I'm going to share with you in a minute. The other program is looking how we're going to probably use a high-speed network to provide higher safety services downtown. But it's great to be included in this program is a big honor for the city. One of the projects we look at doing is creating an innovation lab downtown. The Innovation Lab obviously would be part of the Smart Cities project. It would be one of the 2 projects we would commit to. We'd be focusing on working with YDSI and providing technology training to youth, as well as veterans and other people throughout the community. We'd be working with companies such as Cisco and trying to get them to establish an office in our incubator. Number one, that allows those large companies to put on their literature that they have an office in Las Vegas, and hopefully drawing more tech companies to look at downtown as the place to do business. That's one of our key things about innovation that we're doing. Looking at bringing this back to you sometime in March as part of the US Ignite application, targeted to launch this in 2018. Again, the good news keeps on going. We look not only at, we have a partnership that we're working on with Switch that would allow the DSC and City Hall to have high-speed connectivity to the data facility. What that would allow us to do is to provide free rack space to businesses that come downtown. They would be on our fiber optic network. They would connect to City Hall, and we would provide them rack space for free. Again, hopefully incubating and luring companies in technology to use downtown as a place to start their business. Again, we can't do any of this without our great regional partners, the RTC, the Metropolitan Police Department. We work with all the agencies, so it's not Las Vegas doing these things alone, although we're trying to set the standard since we're the ones doing a lot of the work right now. But we work with everybody in the community. We talk about our projects, and so that's really what Smart Nevada is about. It's not just making a smart Las Vegas. It's about making a smart Nevada as a whole to be one of the first smart states. You'll probably hear that term more often now. But think about it. If you have a traffic system like I showed you in real time that was statewide, it's much better than having it just regionally. But we hope the City of Las Vegas continues to be a player in that and provide guidance and information in setting the standards, and we believe that's extremely important. It's a short video, but I'm going to skip it in the essence of time and move on. We have a great website on innovation where we try to keep up and provide you all the information, not just to the internal employees and to the council, but to the community as a whole, as well as companies throughout the world. And that's pretty much going to conclude my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilwoman first, then Councilman, please, go ahead.
Mr. Sherwood, I just want to thank you for your presentation, and it's more of a statement since I always question all the monies that we spend on all this IT stuff. But I really have to tell you that your excitement and your exciting energy that you exude is very contagious up here. I just feel like what he's doing down there, and so thank you so much for all the great things you're doing for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, please.
I can't help the passion. It's great stuff.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, congratulations on all the awards. I mean, that's pretty cool. So I have a question for you, though, and you are a very smart guy, and the people that work with you are smart people. You're way over my head. But just kind of bring it down to my level, when a lot of the stuff that you're doing is downtown, which is great. But when you go up, let's say up to my ward, way up west, or Councilman Soroka, Fiore, and it's a typical family, and husband, wife, some kids, and they live in a typical neighborhood. What does this smart city stuff mean to them? I mean, how does it help them? How does it improve their lives? I mean, one thing off the top of my head is, if a family goes to, let's say, Majestic Park, and they're watching the kids play softball, I mean, can they open up their laptop and hook up to a city internet and use that device at that particular park? I mean, that would be a benefit to them in this kind of a scenario. So just kind of bring it down to the family level and how this stuff does something with them.
Sure. Yeah. It's a great question, and I think it's got a lot of, I could go on for a long time, but I'll keep my passion short here and tight. Yes, Wi-Fi in the parks is what we are already planning to do. So you could bring your laptop there and work while your children are playing, but we'd like to take it farther than that. What we're looking at doing is on sports fields, where when you saw the Apple TV component where we can stream video. So to give you an idea would be, if you're a grandparent and you're in Boston, but your kids are going to play at the local field, we're working on a way where we can work with your identity, where we make sure you're authorized by a parent or someone that's watching the game or that's in the game. You'd be able to watch it at home in Boston, watch your grandchild play sports. That would be one-of-a-kind type technology that only the city of Las Vegas, not everybody else knows, but we're already working on that technology to make that happen. Additional things, I bring back up the screen with the vehicle information. This is something that we plan to roll out citywide. Again, and this is from a safety perspective, where we would know if your car was in an accident, we would know if the roads were failing in certain locations. So it's a citywide application that applies to all wards. And we're taking this farther to where we can grab other additional information, non-vehicle information, but we're looking at how we can interact with our fields. So we know right now most people water on a timer-based system. We don't water when the grass really is thirsty or hungry or needs nutrition. But we have some of the sensors we're testing actually look at the soil content, analyze the soil, and analyze the grass. We can know if the grass is brown or not. We can also know if it's time for watering or not to be watered. So those are the type of things, again, saves money, keeps the Las Vegas sustainability up, while we're actually increasing the benefit to the citizens of the park. We won't water, we'll only water when it needs to be watered, and we'll water when we know there's the least amount of traffic in the actual park. So a lot of those type of informational data things, I think in your wards and some of the wards we've been to, we've gone to a lot of local presentations to senior groups and to other types of organizations. They really liked the Apple TV and the Amazon TV. A lot of them already have those built into their TVs, so they like the ability of being able to interface with government and at that level. And then the other things we're looking at doing down the road that I think from a citizen's perspective is making it easier to work with government. So being able to get services from your cell phone, being able to go ahead and register for a yoga class or pay your water bill all from your phone. Those are the type of things that we're looking at, the innovation that we believe some of the things that come out of this apply across all wards.
Thank you. And Michael, your reputation of you and your team precedes you, and it's well regarded throughout our community. I commend you on that. As we go into this high-tech world, public safety is a concern, and we established the city of Las Vegas to become committed to being the safest high-profile city in America. And in Ward 2, the biggest issue out west, where I represent, is, believe it or not, is not Badlands. It's actually crime. Can you help describe, I've talked to you about technology, and I'm eager to partner with you downtown and in Ward 2 to pilot a program to help our public safety. Could you describe some thoughts on the future of that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Basically, what we're looking at doing is coming up with a software program that allows us to ingest not only our cameras that we have throughout the city that our marshals could use to watch over parks and certain key city facilities. We're also working on a third-party application that allows anybody's video camera to be pulled into this dashboard, and then we could use that for Metro to feed that over to Metropolitan Police Department. We could use it for city purposes. It's an opt-in program, but would allow us to go back and pull video. So I don't know if anybody remembers the Boston Marathon, where at the end of the race there was a tragedy there. It took several weeks to go get all that video and recollect it and actually take action based on it. What we're looking at doing is trying to use the information and data to make real-time business decisions. And so if we had something like that, we'd be able to send the data or the video immediately to the first responders responsible for using and analyzing that information. The city would be the gatherer, but we would then distribute it. And that's really the key point of all the technology you see here, and I didn't make it very clear. I'll make it clear now, is we will capture it, but we will share it with the RTC. So you have the road data that you see. This is going to go to the RTC. Part of us being at Switch is being able to communicate with the county and provide this data to basically any organization that truly needs that information. And the video would be in that same aspect for public safety. I know the county's working on ShotSpotter and deployed it in certain locations. We're looking at alternatives as well to complement that. But all that data would be shared, and then what we haven't done yet is the hard part is the governance. We have the information. How do we get the information over to the county in a format that they could use? How do we get it to Metro in a format they could use? So obviously we're very far ahead in the process. We have to work with our partners and other regional agencies to get them on board and get them to come along with us. But we're working there, and that's what the Smart Nevada is really doing, is bringing everyone together to work on these technologies.
Thank you, Mike. And my question goes back to the same thing as always. I know we have fiber and conduit, but the world seems to be moving towards the cloud and everything. There's great cost in fiber and the conduit for now, but when you look out 15, 20 years, won't everything be in the cloud, through the cloud, independent of all that fiber and all that cost that one has to lay out?
You have great points. It's hard to predict 15 years out necessarily where we'll be. I think wireless, you'll see wireless be more prevalent. You've seen that even over the last 2 to 3 years. The death of the PC, everybody has a smartphone now, less people have computers at home. You'll see that trend continue, but you always need some kind of backhaul, we call it, some type of large freight train, and that's what fiber provides. Fiber provides that real robust connectivity from point A to point B. Wireless is more of that overlying spreading signal. So you need a combination of both. As to the cloud, we're cloud-first strategy as a city from technology. We want to put as many things as we can safely and securely in a cloud environment. That allows city staff to focus on things that you care about and less on maintenance and repair, but more on how do we help other departments in the city. Instead of fixing PCs, how do we align ourselves with departments, work with information and data, and help them make better decisions? That's really what the cloud component does. It lowers our costs long term.
So following that up, do you project annually your budgets, what you're going to need? Because every day it's changing. So projecting for our city budget, what the costs are and how they break down, and what happens in the inner city where everything is so old, underground, where does that connectivity, that fiber, where does that go? Certainly out in Ward 6 or out in the newer areas in 2 and 4, you can just go right in there and lay your conduit. But what about in the older parts?
So we're really fortunate. We have the RTC. And the RTC, in partnership with the city, we work together. They have a fiber optic network already, so we partner a lot of the areas that we've been able to be so fast and get some of these areas done. They don't have fiber that the city owns specifically. It's a combination of FAST and the city together own that fiber. So we're able to take advantage and use that fiber to help us extend our network. And that's one of the great things about Southern Nevada, is that we have a lot of regional partnerships that enable us to do things very quickly and also mitigate the expense. As to the IT budget, the city's becoming technology dependent. I can't say that my costs will ever decrease. I would like to think over time there'll be fluctuations in what you'll see. It'll be more of a demand-driven environment where people will buy technology directly as a service, almost like what you do with your cell phone. You pay for so much cellular minutes per month. You'll buy technology in that way.
Will they buy from the city?
No, not necessarily. Our internal departments would buy from IT, who would then go and procure, but it would be a service that you would use. So at the end of a year, if your program didn't pan out, you just stop paying for that service. Think of it like as an iPhone, an app on your phone that you pay $10 for. If you don't like it after a year, you delete it, and off it goes. That's really where software is going. In the past, you would buy these large applications, spend lots of money, and you would own it, and you were stuck with it. If you didn't like it after a year, you had to continue to use it and try to get all the value out of it before you replaced it. So it's going to give the city a lot more flexibility and a lot more control over the spending. The key is how do we strategically align our labor to move away from doing maintenance and into helping the city be strategically smart and efficient with our business resources, basically.
And not tying us up too tightly to something that's long-term, because certainly IT is short-term.
Yes, that's most of what we're deploying today are things that can easily, what I call pivot, where we can go down one direction today, but if the technology ends or fades out, that we can immediately move. And that's why when you saw the streaming media offerings, we didn't just do Apple TV, we picked several. So if Apple TV goes away, we still have, and it's the nice thing about the technology is that's all in the cloud, and it's one instance that we just configure to each of the services. So we do it one time, and we send it out to all the different services. So we try to do that reuse principle in all the technology we deploy.
So anything that you sign on for contracts with other providers or services, I'm sure you keep in a narrow telescope here so that you can make those switches, and probably only year contracts or something, not extended, because for heaven's sakes.
That would be correct. Most technology contracts now are 1 to 3 years. There might be a 5-year if it's something that we know is a physical piece that's not going to move, like a piece of equipment that we know is not going to move.
Okay.
But most of them are very small.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate it, and keep us posted, please. And I'd like a hard copy, if you'd send one up, of your presentation, the map, because I want to keep an eye on what's changing.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all. Thank you, team. Exciting. Wonder what tomorrow's going to bring us. Yes, please, Councilman. Okay, he's being called upon. What grade are you in? Are you in high school? Oh, okay. We have a 5-minute, is that sufficient? Okay, it's 7 minutes after. We can give everybody a 7-minute break promptly. Well, see, I thought you wanted to be called upon. There you go. Don't waste time. It's 7 minutes after. I expect you back in your seat at 11:15. That's cute. I did, but yeah, you raised your hand for something else before. So I'm holding you to it. Is he funny? Okay, the next All right, we're back. Thank you very much. We're on to agenda item 75. Okay, as you all know, our Ward 5 seat is vacant, and there were 2 assignments that had been previously filled by, and very well filled by Councilman Barlow, but they really need a council person before the election concludes, and somebody who has some history with service here. So agenda item 75, boards and commission discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of Councilman Stephen G. Soroka to the Metropolitan Police Committee on Fiscal Affairs. And I repeat, with the resignation of Ricky Barlow, a vacancy exists on this board which is designated for member of City Council. And I would like to move for approval with the question to our legal support. Are you allowed to vote for yourself? We are. Okay. So if you would, I move for the approval. Only one time, however. And please post. Congratulations. We will immediately call the sheriff. And you're next to your partner who can bring you up to speed on the excitement of what goes on there. Thank you. And we'll move on to, and that motion carries, move on to agenda item 76. Possible action regarding the appointment of Councilwoman Michelle Fiore, the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority, with the resignation of Ricky Barlow. Vacancy exists on this board, which is designated for member of City Council, and I move for the approval of Councilwoman Michelle Fiore. And you're allowed to vote once. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you. And we will now move on to recommending. Recommending committee. Bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2017-19. City Attorney, would you please read the bill?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2017-19, an ordinance to amend the municipal code to add provisions requiring the installation of an automatic sprinkler system in all new residential occupancies and providing for other related matters. I have distributed to council members and to the clerk a copy of a proposed First Amendment. Let me point out to you how the First Amendment differs from the original. There's a new Section 4 of the bill. We were requested to clarify what it means when we require automatic sprinkler systems in new structures. So there's a definition of new structure that includes any structure existing on the effective date of the ordinance, any alteration or modification or addition to that structure, unless the structure is already provided with an automatic sprinkler system. And then we added Section 5, which is an effective date. This ordinance shall become effective upon the earlier of 2 dates. First is the effective date of any ordinance that adopts the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code or any other replacement of the current International Residential Code 2012 edition that's currently adopted by the city, or November 1st, 2018.
Whoops. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. I'm Willie McDonald. I'm the city's fire chief. This item has been to recommending and has received support from the recommending committee. I would just like to take a few minutes to thank the council for your patience in us bringing this forward, and thank you also for the great support that you have provided for us. And also I'd like to recognize a significant effort of several personnel from the city, a lot of city departments, building, planning, the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and their assistants. In particular, our building official, Kevin McOsker, and our fire marshal, Robert Nolan, and the fire prevention staff for their incredible dedication. And there's also been some very significant and meaningful collaboration amongst some of our development partners, including Southern Nevada Home Builders, as well as the local 1285, our firefighters. And so at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions. My recommendation is you approve item 77.
Okay, Councilwoman Fiore.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Welcome. Oh, well, thank you.
So my question with our sprinklers and with our building inspectors and with our fire department doing the inspections, and as I speak with our developers, their biggest concern is delay, right? And so I just want to, and we've talked about this, but I just want to make sure publicly that we have an agreement that if our firefighters are doing the inspections, that it will not delay inspection progress, and if so, then it's kind of like our city manager talked about. If we have to put both of you all out there to make sure it moves, it glides, we're good with that. But I just want your word as Chief Willie, telling me that if we allow our firefighters to do these inspections, that you are not going to delay our builders, our progress, our owners of these projects, and that they're going to move forth. And if they don't, then our building inspector is going to come up and get those inspected.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, Councilmember Fiore, absolutely dedicated to the highest level of customer service imaginable for our building community, and we do commit, and it actually is written in our policy that inspections shall be done at the time requested, no holdovers, and our folks commit to do that, and they are very dedicated to making sure that our development community has excellent service.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
This is your city manager, Scott Adams.
I love that.
A voice from the left here.
When I hear
Felt like it was coming out of the sky.
Wonderful.
I think it's an appropriate thing for me to put on the record here. A couple conditions. I'm fully supportive of the manner in which we're moving forward, of having a continuation of split inspections between fire and building and safety, but as I mentioned in briefings yesterday, I'm going to impose administratively, two conditions on moving forward from this point on. One is that we do this under a 6-month trial period from the point where we're fully ramped up, because I know it's going to take us a little while to get our system ramped up, from the point where we're actually plans reviewing, installing, and inspecting the installation of sprinkler systems. We'll evaluate it for a 6-month period, and we will develop metrics that will compare our speed at which we're doing these inspections against non-sprinkled properties to make sure we're not holding them up. It would be my hope that our two departments have a race to get out there first and that we are actually expediting the process, because that is the goal that we're trying to achieve here. Is I concur with what the councilwoman has said. We do not want to slow the speed at which we're facilitating our single-family construction here in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, and that is effective starting what date?
Well, I'll leave it up to our team in terms of the timing. I don't know if, Willie, you have any thoughts on what time it'll take to get this fully implemented and up and running.
Yeah, that, Mayor Goodman, members of the council, that was the amendment that the city attorney's office read. It's the earlier of two dates, the adoption and implementation of our building code and residential code, and the other date was, I'm sorry, Val. November 1st.
It would, the inspection of the expectation would be November 1st? That would be 6 months?
That would be the latest.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Chief Nolan. We appreciated all the meetings and everything you were involved in, and I know it was something that we're just looking forward to helping us keep a safe community,
Absolutely.
but not delaying any development, because we are full speed ahead.
Absolutely.
Mayor, just a question. Could Scott
Yes,
clarify his two conditions again, and did the fire chief accept them? Did we accept those conditions?
Please.
Well, I think what I've indicated is, with the goal being to have as an efficient and expedited review process or an inspection process as possible, that from the point where we're fully operational in terms of installing and inspecting sprinkler systems, there would be a 6-month trial period where we'll be evaluating the speed at which we inspect and any delays that might be imposed on the construction community. And then we'll develop metrics such that we can evaluate during that 6-month period whether we're having any impact on delaying any project as a result of having a dual inspection program as we have going forward. It's not been a huge issue in our more intense development, our commercial and other non-residential construction, but with this, home builders move very quickly, and I think it would be a burden for us to delay their construction program as a result of this.
So you're saying a 6-month period with a report back?
Yeah, this is really on the administrative side of the House here. I mean, I'm saying that the decision on moving forward administratively with dual inspections is supported, but with the understanding, we're going to look at it hard in that first 6 months to see what impact it has on any delays in construction.
So your conditions are 6 month and development of some metrics?
Yeah, and we'll come back to you in a briefing in the future with some report on just how we're doing and what impact it has on the industry.
And I like what you said, once it gets spun up, because any new program is going to have communication, and there's going to be some stumbles initially, no matter what, till we work out the bugs. So I liked what you said about
That's
once
correct.
it's up and
Once
running.
we get up and running and it's running like a machine, then at that point we'll start that 6-month trial, and then we'll see how it works. I mean, if it gets to 6 months from now and there's a long pole in the tent somewhere that's holding things up, we're going to evaluate it and make a decision accordingly to consolidate inspections.
Well, that sounds good to me, Scott. But Mayor, could I ask Eric Littman to
Please.
comment on that? Eric would.
I hate following him. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Eric Littman. I'm the president of Las Vegas Firefighters IFF, Local 1285. And I stand here today proud to represent the members within our Fire Prevention Division. Las Vegas Firefighters IFF, Local 1285, overwhelmingly supports this ordinance requiring sprinkler systems in new residential construction because it increases the life safety of our citizens and my members of Local 1285 responding to these fires. However, it is my duty and responsibility to provide my perspective and support in having our fire prevention officers perform the installation inspections of these sprinkler systems. It is my understanding that the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association have initiated serious discussion to influence decision makers in having our Building and Safety Department perform these inspections based on some claims that I must address. Claims that if the Fire Prevention Division performs these inspections, it will delay development of residential homes. This is not accurate. Our own research in cities and in cities that have this ordinance, as well as inspections of residences that we currently perform today, those inspections with homes over 5,000 square feet, have provided us with data and confidence that our officers can perform these inspections in approximately 10 to 15 minutes, as opposed to the assertion in the applied analysis study that states it'll take 1 hour. Some of that is based upon drive time. The fact is that, especially in tract home developments that we're talking about, these inspections are called in 3 and 4, sometimes 10 at a time. So that variable of drive time is not a factor. Furthermore, tract home inspections are, our fire prevention officers are strategically placed in their response areas at fire stations to provide efficiency in their ability to arrive on site in a timely manner. I can assure you that we will have our officers on site the same day the inspection is called in, something that we have always been able to do. And for the record, we report our statistics every month and the metrics that is available to all, to the mayor and all the city council as well as we move forward with this. Our fire prevention members are currently performing single-family residence plans reviews, permit issuances, and sprinkler installations inspections in accordance with NFPA 13D. That is a standard for them to be certified fire inspectors. Simply put, this is our work. If Building and Safety were to perform these inspections, they would have to require additional training to perform these inspections in accordance with NFPA 13D. that training that we already currently have and are specialized in. These systems are not just another piece of PVC. They are life safety systems, and it's why we are here today. Moreover, I can stand here today with the support of our Fire Marshal, Deputy Chief Nolan, and Fire Chief Willie McDonald in promising all of you that we can handle this workload without any additional resources and without any increased financial impact to our department. The sprinkler ordinance not only increases the life safety of our citizens, it also increases the life safety of the 600 firefighters on 3 shifts that respond to house fires occurring every day in Las Vegas. The fact is, house fires are the structures that my members and members across this country are killed in most every day in this country. As the adjunct professor of UNLV stated to all of you in earlier meetings, fires are more dangerous now than they've ever been in our country. That's due to the petroleum-based products that you're probably sitting on right now that are all within this office and in your residential homes. The fact is that the time to a catastrophic event, which is known as a flashover, happens in approximately 3.5 minutes, as opposed to when I grew up, and maybe some of you, where it's 20 minutes. The residential sprinklers will obviously delay this catastrophic event and create a safer environment for our men and women to operate and mitigate a fire. I can promise all of you that the 600 members in suppression only want the highest trained, certified individuals to inspect the installation of these sprinklers, because their lives and mine on Engine 108 may count on it. Those highest trained individuals are our fire prevention members. These are the people that perform these inspections every day to ensure that fire alerting and suppression systems in thousands of structures in this fine city are operational and give us a fighting chance when the bells hit and we jump on our engines, ladder trucks, and rescues to respond. My members in fire prevention possess a specialized skill set whose only focus is the life safety of our citizens and our members, their brothers and sisters on the job. That's because we're in the business of saving lives. The residential sprinkler ordinance before us today is proof that Mayor Goodman and the City Council have always placed the life safety of our citizens as top priority. Therefore, I am respectfully requesting that Mayor Goodman, the City Council, and our City Manager support our fire prevention officers, members of IFF Local 1285, to continue in serving our citizens with the utmost professionalism and specialized skill set in performing the inspections of residential fire sprinklers upon this passing of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman, you had a comment or question?
Thank you, Captain Littman. And Chief Willie, it's been, so I bug him a lot more than I bug you, just so you know. And he has clarified all of the questions prepped in that statement. And one of the greatest things and assets that Captain Littman is to the city of firefighter is, personally, we're from the same East Coast cloth. That means his word is his bond. So I am very excited to support and know that we can build and not be delayed. And I just wanted to let you know that, and to give a shout out to your beautiful wife, Julie, in the back. It's nice to see you.
That's my boss. Thank you very much, City Council, Mayor. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Wait, we're not done.
Oh, okay. I was hoping to get away.
So,
I have a comment.
oh, a comment, and then if you'll make a motion, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, I don't know, I can't remember when this first started. 2, 3,
It's a while, yeah.
4 years ago. I mean, when it was first brought up, and when it initially was brought up, I had a couple of questions. Number one, is this really necessary in residential homes? And number two, what about the added cost to building these homes? And some people came to me and said, hey, those are good questions, and we need to shake all that out. And all you assured me you were going to go through this whole ordeal or process to work together and kind of deal with some of those issues. So And I'll let you do that, and I kind of made sure you understood what my questions were. So here we are today, and I have to vote. And as of today, the city manager is recommending the ordinance, the fire chief's recommending the ordinance, the firefighters are recommending the ordinance. There's been a cost-benefit analysis done that basically says the benefits over time will outweigh the additional costs. That was done by UNLV. And you worked with the Realtors Association and you worked with the Home Builders Association to deal with some of their concerns. And it sounds like all those have been ironed out. And as of today, nobody has called me and said this is a bad idea. So, okay, I'm on board, and if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
You know, that was a little hairy there, because you see there are 4 of us, and he's been very, and not that everybody else hasn't been concerned, but I was worried.
They were all staring at me, believe me.
The whole time. I was watching the audience.
I think they want to make a comment.
Yes. Okay, and so, well, don't you want us to vote first?
No.
You want to make your statement?
big
Fine.
package
Okay,
here.
please make sure you announce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Matt Hodgson, Executive Officer of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. This has been a very long process, so I want to seize the moment here. I'd like to begin by thanking Tim Mulroney of Slater Hannafin Group and Brian Gord of Applied Analysis. They put probably hundreds of hours into real-life studies on projects done in the city to see what the real impact would be to our citizens and future home buyers, as well as Frank Wyatt and Brian Walsh, two of our very good members. I'd also like to thank the mayor and council, and especially Robert Nolan and the leaders of Planning and Building Department for the open door and willingness to identify for the sprinkler package and how it apply to real world, and to identify solutions, not just having issues. Today our members placed our trust in your commitment to keep an open door as we monitor and roll out this new requirement, the associated trade-offs. Southern Nevada Home Builders Association supports City of Las Vegas Fire Department's... Is he still standing here?
Get that in writing, please.
Supports the intent to measure and meet service targets, they shut me off here, during the interim period. They include segregated data collection to monitor how the inspections are going, goal of same day or next day inspections, rough inspections not contingent on the building department of roughs, because that's what we've seen in the past, other areas not here. No new fire positions in the enterprise fund. And no additional fees as reflected in the MOU. If you remember last time, we had a memo of understanding, and everything is packaged together in there. And we applaud again the City of Las Vegas Fire Department management. Continue to work the City of Las Vegas Building Department in their leadership to manage and identify opportunities to maybe phase in, if needed, building department inspection. Today, there seems to be a shortage of people who are willing to sit down across from the table who have opposition from each other. There are even fewer who then do the hard work in finding common ground. The home building industry, City Fire Marshal, and the City of Las Vegas commitment themselves to break their decades-long cycle on this very controversial issue. We have reached a historical agreement that will lead to a safer building environment and implement policies aimed at maintaining access to home ownership for working families, for first-time home buyers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Walker on behalf of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Strack here on behalf of the home builders, and just wanted to clarify that we haven't seen the amendment until today in regards to the effective date, and just want to make a clear record that there's proposals in the MOU signed by city manager and home builders that put some further stipulations in terms of the effective date being contingent on Title 19 changes and some of the other issues to iron out. So as much as everybody's committed to following through on their word, we're counting on the city to continue to follow through with the points in the MOU regarding effective date, in addition to the amendment before you today.
Thank you,
and thank you for your time.
It's leadership Las Vegas because of the fact it shows the rest of the world that mediation does work, and everybody gives a little bit, and you get the right people in the conversation. And most of all, I am now going to turn to Councilman Anthony, who made me nervous. remembering the comments, and therefore,
Okay, the one that made you nervous will make the motion to approve bill number 2017-19 with the First Amendment.
thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. All four. Congratulations. Wonderful. Okay, now you need to take some of that, keep your hands clean. You have a cold, I can see it. Go home, go to bed.
Thank you.
Bye. Congratulations, and thank you all. Okay, we're on to agenda item 78, bill number 2018-1. City Attorney, would you read the bill, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-1, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1521, Gowan Road and Durango Drive, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the costs of said improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Alan Pavelka, City Engineer for the Department of Public Works. So this item is to approve a bill to levy assessments to Special Improvement District 1521, and that's at the corner of Gowan and Durango Drive. It's two parcels with the same property owner. The project is through construction. It's for curb, gutter, sidewalk, and lighting. And it was requested for public safety reasons. There are 3 schools nearby, so it was for safe route to schools. There's a community center, and also to allow ADA for some additional RTC bus stops. We have been coordinating with the property owner, Mr. and Mrs. White, for the amounts. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilman? Councilwoman, please.
I move to approve.
Oh, that was simple. No comments? Nothing. Okay, there's a motion to approve. Shortly. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Pavelka. Moving on to agenda item 79, bill number 2018-2. City Attorney, would you read the bill, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. An ordinance to, bill number 2018-2, an ordinance to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.50.085 to allow an ancillary brew pub to be operated in connection with an urban lounge and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. And in the absence of Councilman Coffin, who I mentioned is in Seoul, Korea, Councilwoman, please.
I move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on bill number 2018-2 to approve. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries as well. And we're on to agenda item 80, bill number 2018-3. City Attorney, would you read the bill, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-3, an ordinance to amend provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code chapters 19.12, 19.18, and 6.50 to establish zoning and licensing regulations regarding ancillary craft distilleries to allow packaged liquor off-sale establishments in the C-PB zoning district and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions to my right? Nope. Councilwoman?
I move to approve.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 80. Please vote, please post. We are doing so well, and that motion carries as well. So we'll move on to agenda item 81, new bills. Items 81, 82, bills number 2018-4 and 2018-5 will be heard at the recommending committee Monday, March 6th. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Bill number 2018-4, an ordinance relating to the keeping of chickens, amending provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter 19-12 to update the standards applicable to the use of animal keeping and husbandry, including the addition of provisions to allow the use in the R1 and R-MH districts as a conditional use, amending Las Vegas Municipal Code 7.38.050 to make related adjustments to animal control provisions regarding neighborhood consent and providing for other related matters.
Thank
Bill number 2018-5 2018-5, an ordinance to provide in preliminary or skeleton form an amendment to the Unified Development Code to establish a required process for public engagement in connection with the repurposing of certain golf courses and open spaces, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2018-4 and 2018-5, are assigned to the recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony Coffin and Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. The morning session of City Council is now in recess, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you all. Okay, we'll get him back. We are reconvening, and we're into our afternoon session, a minute late. Is everything functioning back in the corner? Way to go. Okay. So, we will be starting with agenda item 83. Keep me honest here. Okay. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. I did want to mention to everybody that Councilman Coffin is hopefully going to be on the phone. He's in Seoul, Korea. Councilwoman Tarkanian is ill and has not been here this morning, will not be back today, but on the mend. And of course, we have an open seat on Ward 5. And if I could find my papers, I could tell you, Councilman Coffin is with the Universal Peace Federation, and he's been a member of that group for many years, and so he is in Seoul, Korea. I don't think he's seeing the games. So, moving on, we have the following as requested for action under this item, and we'll start with 84. These are the requested abeyance items, or withdrawn or stricken. 84, a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees recorded against the property located at 220 South Bruce, property owner Bank New York Mellon Trust, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 85, a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees recorded against the property located at 2313 Sunrise Avenue. Property owner Sunrise Global Investments, LLC, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 86, a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees recorded against property located at 2217 Sunrise Avenue. Property owner Sunrise Global Investments, LLC, abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 87, nuisance notice and order for failed inspection fees and assess daily civil penalties, and to authorize the recording of a lien at 1925 Silver Avenue. Property owner New Neely, advance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda items 97 and 98, GPA 71428 and ZON 71429, abeyance items. Applicant owner First Presbyterian Church, LVNV, on 3.62 acres at the southwest corner of Martin Luther King and Charleston Boulevard, abeyance to 321, is that right? 3/21/18, requested by the applicant. Agenda item, and that's both 97 and 98. Agenda item 101, SUP 71059, abeyance item, applicant Judah Zakalik, owner Judah Zakalik Living Trust at 1621 Birch Street, abeyance to 3/21/2018, requested by the applicant. Agenda items 112 through 116, GPA 71561, ZON 71562, VAR 71563, SUP 71565, SDR 71566, applicant owner Charleston Land, LLC, at the southwest corner of Charleston Westwood Drive, abeyance to 3/21/2018, requested by the applicant. Agenda item 117, GPA 71568, applicant owner Shadowland, LLC, on 3.27 acres, southeast corner of Charleston Westwood, withdrawn without prejudice, requested by applicant. 118 through 121, ZON 71569, VAR 71927, VAR 71928, SDR 71570, applicant owner Shadowland, LLC, at the southeast corner of Charleston Westwood Drive, abeyance to 3/21/18, requested by the applicant. Agenda items 139 to 142, ZON 72157, VAR 72158, SUP 72159, and SDR 72160. Applicant, Hamika Family Owner, Moyer Trust on .797 acres southwest corner of Peak Drive and Rainbow Boulevard. Abeyance to 3/7/2018. Request by applicant. Agenda item 143, WVR 72173, applicant owner Fremont LV BLVD LLC at 107 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Abeyance to 3/21/2018. Requested by applicant. My goodness, is there anything left? Okay, we're not done here. 147, VAR 71483, applicant owner Yannick Mougnier on .46 acres, 1750 South Tenaya Way. Abeyance to 3/7/2018, requested by Councilwoman Tarkanian. And agenda item 148, SUP 72099, applicant owner Ben Raffi at 1124 Olvera Way. Abeyance till 3/7/2018, requested by Councilwoman Tarkanian, and that will be my motion.
And Mayor, you do have Councilman Coffin on the line.
Hello, are you alive and well?
I am calling from Glen, morning calm. Just hearing your voice has made my day. It's only 6 a.m.
Oh, well, I hope you had a good night's sleep, and I hope you travel safely back home. But we're glad to hear from you. So on those motions, do you vote in the affirmative?
I vote aye.
Thank you, and everyone else, please vote, and then please post. And the motion carries. And Councilman, I don't know if you heard me say that, of course, we have the vacancy in Ward 5, and Councilwoman Tarkanian is under the weather, but is on the road to recovery. So now, goodness. We are going to pull forward at your request? Okay, we are pulling forward agenda items 122 through 131. And so, shall I start or shall you start, Mr. Jervik?
I forgot to ask the clerk.
Can you turn on your mic, or it's not hearing you?
I'm sorry. Oh, it's on, but it's just away from my mouth.
Thank
you. It was my understanding that the motion to obey included items 122 through 131. Is that correct?
No.
No, they were on the call-off sheet, but they were not part of your motion.
And, right, they
Okay.
were not, I did not speak to those. So at the request of Councilman Soroka, we've asked to pull those forward. And so I think before I even begin to discuss those, you on legal have some issues to address before I even speak.
Just very quickly, Your Honor, prior to today's hearing, there have been 2 letters sent to Councilman Coffin and to Councilman Soroka by the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen. Both letters claim for different reasons that they each have conflicts that should prevent them from voting. With respect to Councilman Coffin, who was on the line, this is the same argument that, to my knowledge, was made earlier when Councilman Coffin voted on similar items in the past, and we advised that he did not have a conflict of interest. There's an objective and a subjective portion to the test. One is he objectively disqualified under Nevada law? We don't believe so. Of course, if somebody has a feeling of prejudice that would cause them to feel that they couldn't make an impartial judgment, they should always abstain. Councilman Coffin made a record before that he does not feel that he is prejudiced by anything that would cause him to not be objective, and so he was advised that he could vote then, and I'm giving that same advice today. With respect to Councilman Soroka, it has been argued that during the campaign he made comments, and at other meetings he made comments regarding an application, which is not before this body today, a development agreement, that have indicated some mindset that causes him to not be impartial today and therefore denies the applicant due process of law as he sits in a quasi-judicial capacity. Before I begin, I had asked Mr. Lowenstein prior to today's meeting, items 121 through 131 involve applications for 3 separate projects, but they are 10 items on today's agenda. Can you tell me, Mr. Lowenstein, when those items first came to the city's attention, not the city council's attention, but the city of Las Vegas, when those applications were submitted for processing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the first time the projects were created in our database system was October 26th, and then the subsequent child applications later that month on October 30th.
Right, that was October 26th of 2017?
That is correct.
Okay. I have opined to Councilman Soroka that these applications came long after the election. Any comments made during the campaign about a development agreement are completely unrelated to the 3 applications here today. Furthermore, these arguments were not made at the time Councilman Soroka voted on the development agreement, and if they had any relevance at all, which I don't believe they do, they should have been made at that point in time regarding the development agreement. He could not possibly have made comments during the campaign about applications that didn't even exist until months later. Therefore, I have opined for that and other reasons that Councilman Soroka does not have a conflict of interest, and he can vote on both the abeyance item and any, if it comes back in the future, on the merits of these items. So having made that record, I understand there's going to be a suggestion by Councilman Soroka or you, Your Honor, that these items be continued at this point in time.
I should read these all into the record, correct, first?
I think you can state generally what was stated on the call-out sheet, which is,
okay.
I think you could state that this involves items 122 through 131.
And just read those numbers?
If you want, I'll read them, or you can read them.
No, I prefer you read them.
Sure. It's items 122 through 131, which is GPA 7222020, WVR 72004, SDR 72005, TMP 72006, WVR 72007, SDR 72008, TMP 72009, WVR 72010, SDR 72011, and TMP 72012, applicant owner 180 Land Company LLC and 180 Land Company LLC et al. Regarding these multiple parcels. The request is to obey these items until May 16th, 2018, made by the...
And could you make a statement as to the fact that we are a body sitting here of 4 with another council person on the line, and that in order for that abeyance to pass, it will need... I'd like you to speak to that.
It'll need 4 votes. Under Nevada law, anything that comes before this council requires a majority of the governing body. The governing body in this case is 7 members and the majority is 4. No matter how many people are absent or sick, it's going to require 4 votes on anything. The only exception to that is if an individual receives a written opinion from the chief legal counsel of the city indicating they have an ethical conflict under Nevada law 281A, then you reduce the governing body by whatever number of written opinions are given. No written opinions have been given in this case, so the governing body remains 7, and anything today requires 4 votes. So a motion to hold this in abeyance is going to require 4 votes, and a motion on any one of these applications, 122 through 131, if they were heard today, would also require 4 votes.
And that does include the fact that we have a vacancy with no one serving as council person in Ward 5?
That's correct. Nevada law does not grant you a pass because somebody is not in office.
Okay. Well, with that under consideration, and knowing that we will have someone, and I'd like to hear from the city clerk again, what is the timeline for the vote on Ward 5, and then what would be the opportunity for seating that individual once that individual is voted in?
So Election Day for Ward 5 will be March 27th. We will canvass the votes, the first meeting in April, which is April 4th. We will seat them on April 18th. That's when they'll actually be seated. And the May 16th date that you're speaking of is approximately 30 days after that new council person seats.
Okay. Well, having spoken to legal staff and knowing Councilwoman is not here, are you still there, Councilman? Are you still there? Okay. Okay. Oh, yes, you can put your phone on mute. Anyway, because of... Thank you. Okay, thank you. Because of the vacancy, and because Councilwoman isn't here today to participate in this discussion, and because of the fact, obviously, Councilman Coffin is abroad and unable to be here as well, to me, it's a disservice to this 2.5-year process to go ahead and hold hearings on this and make some decisions. And so the recommendation to obey it, giving enough time to the new council person in Ward 5 to be brought up to speed and have opportunity to consult with staff and council members as they choose. Additionally, to have Councilwoman here and Councilman Coffin back in place with us. I really believe the best thing for us to be doing is to go ahead and obeying this till we can get that together. I have from day one, when we first heard this back, I think it was in October of 16, said that there's going to be no winner in this unless this is mediated and an agreement somehow is reached among the parties. And as you all well know, there's several lawsuits out there, and my feeling is, even though there's been a district judge determination, that will be appealed and it will end up at the Nevada Supreme Court. There's not a one of us that sits on this council that's an attorney that can make a determination as to what in the language prevails and takes precedent. And therefore, being in that, and with the vacancy in 5, and with Councilwoman not here, and Councilman Coffin here on the phone, my motion is going to be to obey it for these reasons. And asking too, for this, I'm going to turn to guidance from our staff as to hearing on this. The vote, is it best to hear from everyone first, or am I at liberty to ask for a motion? And
I believe since you would not be hearing it on the merits, if the motion passes, you're not an obligation to have a hearing today on anything, since the hearing will be, we'll see how the motion goes. If the motion doesn't pass and you're going to hear it today, then you'll have a hearing.
Okay.
And if your motion does pass, then there'll be a hearing on whatever given date you set the items to.
okay. Councilman Anthony.
What's the date again, Luann? May 16th. So I will make a motion to obey agenda items 122 through 131 until May 16th.
So there is a motion. I'm holding off on you, Councilman Coffin, until all of us have voted. And then once I see everybody there, now I'll ask for your vote.
I vote aye.
Your Honor, before the vote, do we have an opportunity on, oh, I guess not.
And so if you would post this. Did I miss? It's all eyes on the abeyance. So at this point, it will be heard on the 16th of May. And can we make it the first item on the agenda? First item in the afternoon agenda, if that would work. And Mr. Jerbick, is there appropriate to hear from anybody or no?
Since you've already voted if anybody wants to make a record, I know that Mr. Hutchins is here, and I'm sure he wants to make a record.
Thank you.
I would give him a certain amount of time. I wouldn't give an indefinite amount of time since we're not hearing this on the merits. I assume you just want to make a record on the 2 letters that you sent regarding disqualification?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Jerbick, and Madam Mayor, if I may make a record on that matter. And just for the record, we vehemently oppose any kind of abeyance and continued delay of this matter.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name for the record?
Sure. This is Mark Hutchison, and Your Honor and members of the City Council, I am appearing on behalf of my clients in my private capacity as legal counsel for 180 land, 70 acres, and 4 stars, which are applications that you have just debated. And a question has surfaced that we raised before
this vote occurred in terms of the impartiality, the prejudice, the bias of two members of this body. And as a result, we sent out last week two letters, one dated February 15th and one dated February 16th, as you noted, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to have those presented to the clerk in a matter of record for the purposes of this proceeding. And I appreciate the opportunity to make a record, appreciate the opportunity to be here to respectfully request this action by Councilman Coffin and by Councilman Soroka, that they recuse themselves. We had asked before this vote that they recused themselves. We heard nothing back, and so I'm just simply going to make a record, and I will not belabor the points, Your Honor, that we have made previously in our letters, but I do think it's important for the City Council to hear this and to this be a matter of record as we proceed. Mr. Coffin is a member of this council who has served admirably. Mr. Soroka is a member of this council who has served admirably, but on these applications, they should not be permitted to participate. Mr. Coffin has repeatedly and publicly demonstrated a personal animus towards the applicant's principal, Mr. Johan Lowy, for reasons that are completely unconnected with the merits of the application. Mr. Lowy is of Israeli nationality. He's of a Jewish faith. Mr. Coffin, perhaps most egregious examples of why he should not be allowed to participate and continue to be involved in either the deliberations or the votings on the applications of my clients is that he has publicly stated on multiple occasions that my client, Mr. Lowy, is treating the residents of Queensridge like the Jewish state of Israel allegedly treats, quote, unruly Palestinians. That's not the end of the factual bases for the request for recusal, however. And again, I want to be clear on the record, Mr. Jerbick, I'm not seeking recusal based on the ethics and government laws or 281A. That may be part of the analysis. What I'm basing the recusal on is the U.S. and the Nevada Constitution that guarantees a fair tribunal when a body like a city council is sitting on a land use application or a business license application. Once this body assumes that position, you are now in a quasi-judicial proceeding. You are no longer strictly in some sort of a policy-making proceeding or a legislative-making decision proceeding. This body is unlike the Nevada legislature. You sit on judge people's property rights. And when you adjudge people's property rights, the due process clause of the Constitution applies. You have to act in conformity with a quasi-judicial capacity, and that quasi-judicial capacity requires you to be fair and impartial. Fair and impartial. And that's the basis of our request for recusal. We don't believe that my client can receive a fair hearing when Councilman Coffin has expressed the sentiments he has towards my client's nationality and religion. In a early meeting in 2015, in a meeting with my client, he simply told him that he would not as well take an interest adverse to a friend of his who lived in Queensridge and would not be going against an interest, his interest. In April of 2016, in another meeting with representatives of the property owners and with his friend present at that meeting, he instructed my clients to hand over the 183 acres with certain water rights in perpetuity, and that was a fair deal and they should accept it. In a January 2017 meeting, when meeting with Mr. Lowy, he once again compared Mr. Lowy's personal actions in pursuing the development of the properties to Netanyahu's settlement of the West Bank. He then doubled down on this in a letter to Todd Polikoff, who's the president of Jewish Nevada, when he protested in a letter to Councilman Coffin. And Mr. Lowy accused Mr. Lowy of pursuing the acquisition of the properties in an opportunistic manner. He classified his actions as inconsiderate and again compared Mr. Lowy's business decisions to the highly political and divisive issue of the Jewish settlements in the West Bank. In an April 17, 2000 meeting with Mr. Spiegel, he told him that the only issue that mattered to Councilman Coffin was the statement that was made to Mr. Lowy regarding the unruly Palestinians, and he stated that the issue, until that issue was remedied, he could not be impartial in any application that the property owners would bring forward. He made then good on his comments and denied every application that came before him submitted by my clients, the property owners. Mr. Soroka has, and contrary again, Mr. Jerbick, to your points, it's just not about what happened during the campaign. It's that and more. But once you move from being in a judicial role to being in an advocate role, you cease to be a fair and impartial arbiter of facts. And Councilman Soroka has become an advocate in opposition to the applications that are before the City Council. Beginning with his campaign handouts, he says that the property owners would be required to participate in a property swap regardless of the property rights currently held by the property owners. He also, his plan highlighted that he was unwilling to even consider the property owners' rights and development plans. In a February 14th, 2017 Las Vegas Planning Commission meeting, while wearing the Steve Soroka for Las Vegas City Council pin, he strongly advocated against my client's property rights and development plans, stating, quote, "Over my dead body will I allow a project that will drive property values down 30%. Over my dead body will I allow a project that will set a precedent that will ripple across the community, that those property values not affected in Queenswood but throughout the entire community." You then asked the county, Mr. Soroka then asked the commissioners to reject the staff's approval and recommendation and deny the applications. The following day at the City Council meeting, he stated, quote, "I'm against this project," close quote. After Mr. Soroka's election at a town hall meeting in November 29th, 2017 in the Queens Ridge Clubhouse, he stated that having the city staff follow the letter of the law when reviewing development applications is, quote, "the stupidest thing in the world in this case," close quote. He continued then by encouraging Queenswood homeowners to send in opposition to the planning commissions and to the City Council. At the August 2nd, 2017 City Council hearing for the proposed development agreement for the entire properties negotiated by city staff, including the city attorney, and after delivering what appeared to be pre-scripted remarks, he made a motion to deny the development agreement. Shortly thereafter, at another City Council meeting, September 6, 2017, he then proposed a 6-month moratorium specifically targeting development of my client's property, further delaying what has already been a long and tortured and delayful process. In short, Councilman Soroka has become an outspoken advocate against my client's property rights and have actively squelched timely consideration of my client's application. As I say, why does all this matter? Because you're a government body. The Constitution applies to you. My client has constitutional rights and property interests that must be protected. And if you are unfair or if you are biased, the Due Process Clause of the Nevada Constitution and the U.S. Constitution is violated. You sit in judicial roles in a quasi-judicial fashion, and the law judges you by the principles that we would judge a judge in terms of impartiality. We would never allow a judge to be both an advocate and then sit and be the judge of that case. It's exactly what Councilman Soroka is doing. We would never allow a judge to express religious and anti-nationality comments and then to sit as a judge. So the basis of all these points, Madam Mayor, is that my client cannot receive a fair hearing or have a fair and impartial tribunal as is required under the Constitution. And I respectfully ask, again, that Councilman Soroka and Councilman Coffin no longer participate in these proceedings and no longer vote. I do have one suggestion for Your Honor, and that's this. If it really is so important to this council that this property not be developed, then just simply concede to inverse condemnation. And then we'll just be arguing about value. You can get rid of all of these applications, you can get rid of all the neighbors, you can get rid of all of the headaches that you have. If it really is your intention not to allow the property owner to develop, just concede to the inverse condemnation.
Mr. Hutchinson,
you got one and two
Mr.
choices.
Hutchinson, you were given time to make your record on disqualification. You are going way far from the 2 letters that you filed talking about inverse condemnation. Do you have anything else to say with respect to your attempt to recuse both Councilman Coffin and Councilman Soroka specifically?
Mr. Jerbick, my follow-up remarks were addressed to that point, that you can avoid all of this by simply ceding the inverse condemnation. Those are my remarks. Madam Mayor, thank you for the time. Members of the City Council, thank you for your time, and I ask that you take these matters very seriously. They involve constitutional rights and my client's property interests. Thank you.
Mr. Jerbick, the only other item would be anybody who wishes to comment on the abeyance alone.
I don't know that any comment is necessary, but I have a couple of comments that I would like to put on the record, and you can make a decision if you want to comment at the end of that.
I'll leave that to you, Mike.
This is really between right now Mr. Hutchison's letters and the city council. I will say that we looked at these matters and take them very seriously. I can say there was a court ruling just recently where the judge took the bench and read the decision before he took any oral argument. This council reads background information all the time before hearing testimony of the public. Everybody comes to this council with some feeling one way or the other on just about every item. And if it were true that you have to be Caesar's wife to sit on a city council and not have any opinion about anything before you sit down, then nobody's ever voting on any issue ever. So I don't agree with the characterization of the frame of mind that individuals have to have. If an individual were to say, I'm against alcohol, and therefore I will never vote for any application that approves a liquor store, or I'm against a strip club, and because it's against my religious belief, I can never vote for one, or because I'm against any golf course conversion and can never vote for one, I would understand the point. But for an individual during a campaign to talk about a development agreement, and these issues weren't even raised when he voted on the development agreement, and today he's got 3 issues before him that are completely different from the development agreement, which involved over 2,000 multi-family homes. This doesn't. This involves 235 single-family homes, and he hasn't made a single comment, to my knowledge, other than I want to work with the applicant and the neighbors. Further, let me state that advocating for neighbors is not the same as advocating against an applicant. I think every good elected official, in my opinion, advocates for their constituents. And if the standard is that by advocating for your constituents, you have somehow placed yourself in an adversary position to any applicant and can never vote, then nobody on this council is ever voting on any application ever in the planning session of the council meeting. So I wanted to put that on the record. The other thing I will state is that I have been directed by Councilman Soroka many times to reach out to the applicant and the neighborhood to see if a deal can still be reached. So with that in mind, we have given the advice that Councilman Soroka does not need to disqualify himself unless he feels for some subjective reason that he can't be fair, and he's indicated that he can. Second, let me state, and this is probably controversial, but let me state that the comments stated by Councilman Coffin, and he made this record earlier, and I don't know if Councilman Coffin, are you still on the phone?
Oh, yes, I'm
Okay.
eagerly listening.
Okay. The Councilman Coffin has stated earlier, and I'm paraphrasing here, that you can read comments sometimes made by people 2 separate ways. To compare somebody to a tough national leader who negotiates very effectively on behalf of his people and says you don't have to behave that way can be read one way as admiring somebody and saying you don't need to be that way in this negotiation, or it can be read the way you're choosing to read it, which is there is some anti-Jewish or anti-Israeli prejudice here. I think Councilman Coffin needs to address that directly and has in the past. Councilman, do you care to make a comment on that issue?
Yes, I'm glad to talk to all of this, but first of all, I want to say that I am following the advice of the legal counsel on this vote, so I will be voting. Perhaps the record moment, though, has to take place soon because there are many false statements in the letter, which I finally received a copy of yesterday. It was delivered to our offices after the close of business before a long weekend, and so Tuesday was the first day that I saw an email description of the letter, which seems to repeat the same misstatements and falsehoods that were said earlier during the campaign against, between the other 2 parties. So my point is that, first of all, Mayor, I'm sorry I can't be there to see the Lieutenant Governor's face, but I am curious if he's been looking at you while he's been making these statements, or if he is righteously indignant. No answer. Therefore, he must be righteously indignant. I have many times been on the campaign trail and seen a person make a statement. For example, candidate A might say in advance during the campaign, they are pro-life. Well, they know what that means, and I know what that means. However, no bill has come in front of them. But they make that position clear in order that people might rely on their vote to ensure that their policy is continued. So pro-life people will vote for the candidates who pro-life. Perhaps Lieutenant Governor Hutchison is of that mind, in which case, I like him, I vote for him because he's pro-life. Well, he hasn't even heard a case or a bill on pro-life or voted on one. So it could be that these kinds of circumstances Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, who is a buffoon and who is leading this country into eternal state of war. I am here in Korea with several hundred religious and political leaders who are trying to help get peace in the North Korean peninsula and the South Korean. They are comprised of members of many faiths. I discussed this last night with a rabbi from Israel, as well as a couple of friends from Israel, all Jewish, who said they almost rolled off their chair when they heard this argument that somehow those settlements would have anything to do with politics or anti-Semitism, because half of Israel is opposed to the settlement. So that's their statement. They could be wrong. They could even be a few percentage points off. But I guess one could say that this is an arguable proposition. In any event, I grew up with members of many faiths in 66 years I lived in Las Vegas. And the first time I had been accused of being bigoted would have been last year. But they seem to continue to rely upon this half-truth in order to secure my extension, which would rob me of my vote and rob 1/7 of the citizens of Southern Nevada, the city of Las Vegas, of a vote on this issue. I will not do that. I will vote for abeyance.
Well, and I believe just in response, the abeyance did carry. So it's on for the 16th of May. Now, Mr. Jerbick, we have some gentlemen in front of us. May they speak to the abeyance? And that's it?
It is your call, Your Honor. There's nothing that legally prohibits them. It's your permission. It's only with your permission.
All right, will you stay on the abeyance?
No,
Both of you?
we would like to just address
We need to
the
make-
Lieutenant Governor's statements. Mine's very brief and
We
his
need
is
to
very
make-
brief.
Yeah, we need to make our record on this as well. You allowed them to make a record on this. We believe that it's appropriate that the record be accurate
Complete.
and complete on this,
Okay.
as opposed to one-sided.
You're together, so can
yes.
you share the
No,
time?
mine's going to be very short on one specific item that's personal.
As is- Okay. as
He's
is
going to be more general.
As is mine. With all due respect to my friend, Mr. Hutchison, the standard is not as he articulates it. In fact, I almost wish it were. Because if it were, the votes of this city council in the past on behalf of this developer were blatantly unlawful, if Mr. Hutchison were right. With all due respect to Councilman Beers, who's no longer here, he was this applicant's biggest advocate. And everybody knew it. And there have been other advocates for him on this, on the council. So that is not the legal standard, number one. Number two, I do not think it is an accident that this slander against the two councilmen has escalated now, and after the district court has ruled that the developer bullied the city into violating the rights of the homeowners. And that is exactly what Judge Crockett has found, is that this applicant bullied the city into changing the rules to accommodate him. And this is exactly, I'm taking this right out of the judge's transcript, out of his statements, is that one of the problems developed here is that this applicant represented that he had secured pre-approval from every member on the city council at the time he bought this property outside of a public meeting, in blatant violation of the open meeting law if it's true. But Mr. Lowy, I'll leave it to others to assess his credibility, but Mr. Lowy's version of what happened is that he secured an unlawful agreement by the city council to pre-approve his project outside of a public meeting. And that's what Judge Crockett called him on that, because that is exactly what he is contending. So with all due respect to Mr. Hutchison, the party here who was trying to, by his own words, rig the outcome of a vote was this applicant. And the judge has set it aside. And he doesn't like that fact, and so now he's resorted to slandering council members. I think that just speaks volumes about this applicant and why this has escalated the fashion that it has. So with that in mind, under the actual law, there is no violation of anybody's rights here. The only rights that have been violated were the rights of the homeowners, and the court has so found that. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Schreck with one final observation.
Only after you state your name, which you forgot.
Madam Mayor, my apologies. Todd Bice, Pisanelli Bice, 400 South 7th Street. My apologies, right? So in paragraph number 12 of his counterclaim, where this applicant has sued the city, he specifically claims, again, that he had this pre-approval at the time that he purchased the property, which again, if he's telling the truth, he's the one who's admitting to the violations of the law and the violations of my client's rights. I thank you for your time.
Is this on? Okay. Frank Schreck, 9824, Winter Palace Drive. I just want to briefly touch on the anti-Semitic statements about Mr. Coffin. All of us know Mr. Coffin, and all of us know he's not an anti-Semite. But it seems that this applicant, Mr. Loy, has a propensity when he loses or gets angry at someone to call them anti-Semite. He did in a letter in the primary election. He called Councilman Soroka and Christina Rausch anti-Semites. He's called Councilman Coffin an anti-Semite. And 1 week before I was to be honored by the Anti-Defamation League, which you know is a Jewish organization, to get their annual Jurisprudence of the Year award, which goes to an attorney who's exhibited work in terms of civil rights, equal rights for everyone. A week before that, he told the director of the ADL that he was going to tell people not to go to the luncheon honoring me because I was an anti-Semite. So this is a pattern that this applicant has, that if you don't agree with him, he will call you a name. I was called an extortionist. Jack Binion was called an extortionist. There's no limit to what he'll call you if he doesn't get his name. And I don't have to tell you, when he said that he had gone to each one of your each council person and got a commitment, that was one of his rants in front of you about 1.5 years ago. And that's just how he acts. But he chooses to call people names that don't fit, and it certainly doesn't fit with Councilman Coffin. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is closed at this point, and is this on the abeyance?
Yes, ma'am, please.
And only the abeyance?
Only the abeyance.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to just speak to the zoning item. I know there's a lot of personalities here and a lot of issues that are being discussed that are outside of the zoning, but the zoning applications that are on the agenda and the abeyance in particular are what I want to talk about.
Only the abeyance,
Only
not
the abeyance.
not the zoning.
Correct. So what I'd like to put on the record is that we're 3 years into this. And I know you didn't ask and the council's already voted, but 3 years into this where we've been trying to get something approved so we can develop this property, do something with this property. We've had a number of different applications before you. We believe this is the final application probably where it's a conforming application, no request for a zone change, just an application to develop the property under its existing RPD 7 zoning. 3 more months is tantamount to a denial. Every time this gets obeyed, whether it's these applications or the prior applications, it directly harms the property owner and it directly harms the community. So I know the vote has already taken place, but for purposes of this council, we would appreciate a vote on these applications in due process and the ability for you all to hear the zoning facts, not the personality discrepancies, just the facts of the zoning case and make a determination as to whether or what he can do with this property so that we can move on for the betterment of him and the overall community. Because that's really what your job is as a council and the leadership of this council is to decide what's best for the community and the constituents, not the few folks that come up here every single time, but the overall community. And we'd like to do something with this property and we'd like to have a hearing on the application. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to defend my client's character. I don't think it's fair to say that he comes up here and calls everyone names. He has been called a lot of names that are unfair as well. He's a man of integrity. He does beautiful work, and all that this council should be doing is looking at this application on its face from a zoning standpoint. So we'd appreciate that opportunity in a couple months. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move on now to agenda item 88. This issue
Mayor, I'm sorry. Lisa Mayo, I was told that only on this item, 122, could I ask the question regarding the report that was given per Councilwoman Fiore's request to find out how much taxpayer money has been spent on this project. And I called yesterday to find out if we could get a report on that. And they said I had to just come up during item 122 in order to talk to that. So I'd like to see if we could get a report on this item as to how much taxpayer money has been spent by staff to this, and now we're adding another 3 months to it, so I think whatever that number is, add another $300,000 to it, and the taxpayers of this community are seeing the number go way up. Could we have a report on that, please?
Ms. Mayo, I got to cut you off because we are, first of all, not even agended for that, but that would be more appropriate under public comment, but I can tell you the staff will get back to you with whatever information you requested and give you a reason. I can either give you the answer or a reason why they can't give you the answer.
Okay, but it really needs to be in public comment. The public needs to know about this. How do we get it into the public record?
You can wait till public comment at the end of the meeting.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on with agenda item 88 then, please. Is that where we are? Okay. Items, what, is it 88? No, wait, that can't be right. Where did they go? Did you move them somewhere for me? No, I've got 91 coming up next. I don't know. Hold on. No, I'm waiting for the woman who makes everything in my book work. Find me 88, please. I can find 91. Well, let's see what that was after. 83, no wonder. Thank you very much. Yes, I think you can leave, go back to sleep. Thank you very much. Well, have a good breakfast. Can't understand them. So, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Travel safely. That's the end. I saw your wife yesterday. You're fine. Okay, 88, GPA 72127, a request for general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to M Medium Density Residential. 89, ZON 72128, a request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to R3 Medium Density Residential, and number 90, SDR 72130, and a request for site development plan review for proposed two-story 24-unit multifamily residential development. This applicant is Ali Cave, and the owner is Developers Nevada Holdings, LLC, on 1.34 acres, southwest corner of Vegas Drive and Cimarron Road, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, proposed R3 Medium Density Residential. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval of all items. These are in Ward 2 with Councilman Soroka. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Well, then, let's turn this over to Mr. Summerfield Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you're the representative. Okay, it's a little slow getting up.
I move a little slower every day, Madam Mayor.
But it's good that you're moving.
I know. Chris Kempfer, 1980 Festival, Plaza Drive. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Would you like me to give a little presentation, or
We would love for you to go first.
Okay. Would you love it to be nice and easy and simple?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And pictures, we prefer pictures.
Okay. If we can go to the overhead. Here is what we have. This is our client's property here. It is master plan, general plan for commercial. Across the street is property that has been built out with commercial that was general plan for residential.
Can you pull your mic up to you? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get it off of this.
Yeah, no, it's
All
good.
we
Could
are
you just say it
doing-
again? Just
All right.
exactly what
So
you went up.
this is, right here where I'm pointing, is the client's property. It is master planned or general planned for commercial. Right here, on the other corner, is property that was general planned for residential. This corner got built out with commercial.
Oh.
And so what we've done, what we're essentially asking is that the commercial that was supposed to go on our client's property that got built here, that we would like to have the residential that is the same in terms of density as the residential around us. even at one of our neighborhood meetings, a neighbor recognized that since this has not been able to be developed commercially for the last 15 years that he knows, that it's pretty good indication that it's not, you don't have enough for the two corners there to be developed commercially. I'm very familiar with this area, and Vegas ends here at Rampart. So it's not like this is a major street here where it would justify the two commercial corners. So we have just asked that it be just switched. And that staff has recommended approval. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. And whenever they recommend approval, I always like to comment on how brilliant they are. So,
thank you.
Anyway, so I would respectfully request that our application be approved for the residential development consistent with residential around it.
Okay, now staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The request amendment.
Excuse me. Your name, please.
Peter Lowenstein, Deputy Director, Department of Planning. The requested amendment to medium density is compatible with the existing residential densities of the adjacent parcels. The proposed medium density residential zoning district conforms to that land use designation, and the proposed development is in general conformance with Title 19 standards and compatible in appearance and density with existing condominiums on the adjacent parcels. Is therefore recommending approval of all applications.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on any of these items? Aren't you lucky? All right, Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, Deputy Director, did you have additional conditions listed there that you could read into the record as well?
I do, Councilman. At your discretion, I will read them.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to share that I purposely asked this item to be heard today in case there were concerns by the residents. The developer has done an amazing job of listening to the comments at the public meetings. I've met with him, I've met with the residents, and he has answered the call for their concerns, and I'm very impressed with how he has bent over backwards to do so. And in addition, he has agreed to the following conditions that, Peter, if you'll read them into the record, he has agreed to these as well.
Added condition number 1, the total number of residential units shall be limited to 22. Condition number 2, the total number of on-site guest parking spaces shall exceed the required 4 parking spaces. Condition number 3, access to the site shall be from Vegas Drive only. If required by the Department of Fire and Rescue, access to Cimarron Road shall be provided by emergency crash gates only. And condition number 4, the applicant shall work with city staff to determine if the community can be gated. If the gating of the community requires a waiver of development standards, the applicant shall be responsible for the filing of such a waiver.
Thank you. And Mr. Kempfer, could you agree on behalf of your client to those conditions?
We do agree with those. We believe it to be the case that those can be handled working with staff. We don't have to have another public hearing to address those conditions.
Mr. Kempfer, that would be my intent. Mr. Lowenstein, does that work?
As long as the amendments to the site review do not have any conflicts or waivers that would subsequently make it into a public hearing, they can be handled through an administrative action.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes, what we're faced with is if we have to file a waiver, we might not be able to gate it, is what I'm saying. So, or we'll file the waiver, and if it's denied, then we don't gate it, obviously. But the project still goes on just without the gate.
That would be my intention. Mr. Lowenstein, does that work with the way we've written the conditions?
I think if anything, we would just amend condition number 4, a part of the last sentence. It reads, if the gating of the community requires a waivers or development standards, it currently reads the applicant shall be responsible for filing such a waiver. That is the only key that potentially could be a public hearing. So if it was to require a public hearing, then it would remain ungated. Is that the intent?
The intent would be that he work administratively with you to make it gated. If it doesn't work, then he can press ahead ungated.
Okay. So and with that clear, if the gating of the community requires a waiver of development standards, the applicant shall move forward at his discretion to pursue that waiver.
That's approved. Okay. Mr. Kempfer?
I'm absolutely fine with that.
Thank you. This has been a great, this has been a good demonstration of the negotiation process between applicant and the residents, and in addition, the residents are getting a lower intense use by approving this. And Mayor, I move to approve this, my motion is to approve.
Well, can we take these all together? One at a time. Let's start with 88, if you would, please.
Move to approve item number 88.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 88. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 89,
I move to approve item 89.
motion to approve on 89. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 90,
And I move to approve item 90.
and there's a motion to approve agenda item 90.
That is with the added conditions.
With the added conditions as read by Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman Soroka. Thank you very much for working so diligently with us. We very much appreciate it and always appreciate the great work of your staff. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, let's now move on to agenda items 91 through 95. Yes? Okay. Items 91 through 95 may be considered, there's my one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. I'm going to start with 91, GBA 72140, applicant School Board of Trustees, owner Nevada Power Company et al., on a request for a general plan amendment from C Commercial to PF Public Facilities and related item. 92, ZON 72142, on a request for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 2.77 acres on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, 100 feet east of 17th Street, and related item 93, VAR 72144, on a request for a variance to allow 0-foot perimeter landscape buffers along the interior property lines and along a portion of the east property line of the proposed parking lot where 8 feet is required, a 10-foot buffer along the south property line of the proposed parking lot where 15 feet is required, and no perimeter buffer trees along the west, south, and east property lines of the proposed parking lot where 67 trees are required on a portion of 4.83 acres at 1300 Pauline Way, and related item SDR 72145, and a request for a major amendment of an approved site development plan SDR 71690 for the proposed reconfiguration of the on-site parking lot and improvements to an existing off-site parking lot of an existing public school, primary on a portion of 9.96 acres at 1300 Pauline Way, C-V Civic, and R1 single-family residential zones. Proposed CV Civic, and this is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And number 95, SUP 72207, applicant Zia Record Exchange, owner 1200 Rainbow Boulevard, LLC, on a request for a special use permit for proposed 10,333 square foot second-hand dealer use at 1216 South Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by the Planning Commission and staff, and all are public hearings, which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on items 91 through 95? I will close public hearings. And any comments? Okay. I motion for the approval of 91 through 95, please. Thank you. I am loaded with water. Thank you. Please vote, and please post. Those motions carry. Thank you very much. And I'm going to have a drink right here in front of everybody. It's not gin. It's vodka. Very good, warm water. Ugh. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 96. RQR 71421 abeyance item, required review, public hearing. Applicant owner Lorenzi Mini Storage for possible action or required review of an approved variance V-0086-95, which allowed an off-premise sign to be raised to a height of 55 feet and allowed the sign to be 150 feet from residential zoning district where 300 feet is the minimum separation allowed at 1399 North Rainbow. C1 limited commercial zone. This is in the vacant Ward 5 seat. As staff recommends approval. Is the applicant or representative? You are busy today.
Your mic isn't on.
There you are.
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, Chris Kemper, here on behalf of the applicant Randy Black Sr. and Barry Moore. What has happened, this board has been in this location for over 25 years, so there's been no change. However, at the last staff review, we went out and the board had an embellishment on it. And it was unknown to our clients because ownership doesn't control that. They have a billboard leasing company that does that, and the embellishment was put on it. When they found out about it, they insisted that the embellishment be removed. It's removed. Staff recommendation of denial turned to a staff recommendation of approval because we did remove it. And we're now here asking, there's always been a 3-year review. We would assume it would be subject to another 3-year review. We would respectfully request approval subject to that same 3-year review.
Thank you very much. Public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing. Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What Mr. Kemper said is true. Staff conducted a field check on February 8th and noted that the sign is now in conformance as the pictures depict, and has changed our recommendation from denial to approval with that 3-year review. If approved, staff would recommend the deletion of condition number 1 as the sign is in conformance and the condition is now redundant.
Thank you. And does this need any amendment to the condition at all?
As part of the motion, if to be approved, I would just recommend with the deletion of condition number 1.
Okay, I will so move with deletion of item number 1 and make that motion, which is agreeable to you, I gather.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I just take a second to thank Romeo? I know he doesn't get the on TV time, but he was the one behind the scenes that was working with us. He worked very hard. The interest of the city is always paramount to him, but he was very much a gentleman and very professional, and we appreciate working with him. And if you would please extend to him our appreciation for that. Thank you.
Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 99 because 97, 98 have been obeyed to the 21st of March. Agenda item 99, VAR 71958, public hearing, applicant owner Beckel Homes LLC, possible action or request for a variance to allow an existing accessory structure class 2 casita to have a 1-foot setback from the rear and side yard property lines where 3 feet is required, and to allow a 1-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required on .13 acres at 2401 Wilson Avenue, R1 single-family residential. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon. Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Bulkley Homes. The applicant is in the business of purchasing and renovating homes to resell throughout the valley. Generally, their homes resell for anywhere between $50,000 and $100,000 over the purchase price, increasing the value to those neighborhoods. The variance request here relates to the property here at 2401 Wilson. It's located west of Eastern, just north of Bonanza, and it backs up to a large commercial shopping center. The applicant has completed full renovations of the home, the property grounds, and the existing casita During those renovations, it was discovered that this variance request would be required in order to keep the casita where it is at. I was able to meet with Councilman Coffin last week. I know he's gone. I believe he briefed Ms. Fiore, so I am happy to answer any questions you guys may have. We have a couple before and after pictures for your review, but otherwise I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone having comments on this particular agenda item 99? I'll close public hearing and turn it over to...
Madam Mayor, staff recommends denial of the variance of the request as a result of a self-imposed hardship, and there's no unique or circumstances that would allow for an approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Councilman Coffin, Councilwoman Fiore has taken this on.
Thank you.
Please.
So I've been briefed by Councilman Coffin, and I'm going to move to approve item 99, subject to all of the conditions.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, agenda item 100 and 102 are related, but they were separated on the agenda in error. I can't believe we made an error. We never make an error. We will hear both items together at this time. 100. VAR 71995, on a request for a variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 3 additional spaces are required on a parking impaired development. That's an interesting call. And 102 SDR 71996, on a request for a site development plan review for the addition of 2 dwelling units to an existing 6-unit multifamily residential building. The applicant is Mojave Realty Partners, and the owner is 218 South 11th Street, LLC, 0.16 acres to 218 South 11th, R4 high-density residential zone. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval of both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin and public hearings, items which I declare open. I know the applicant is represented, so please.
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect. As you stated, Madam Mayor, we're just merely asking for the variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces, and we're asking to take dwelling units from 6, to 8. This is a few brief points. We are gutting everything, okay? But we're not changing the footprint of the building at all. All right, and although we do have, as you stated, the site has parking constraints, there's ample street parking. We'd ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and the architect will make a few brief comments about our renovation and show you what exactly we're going to do.
You have a very good architect.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Craig Palacios, Bunnyfish Studio, 208 South Maryland Parkway, for the record. Our client is going to, can I get the camera here? So what we're attempting to do is take a property on 11th Street that currently looks like this. It's a very good mid-century block building that's been in a terrible state of disrepair for many years. And bring it up to current code, gut the building, make everything new, make everything up to date with a modern contemporary desert styling, with a public space for the tenants to use. Each tenant will have their own private patio within the public realm, shading, semi-covered parking, and it should be a good amenity to the neighborhood as well as the people that live there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these 2 items? I'll close public hearing. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning, for the record. The subject site is currently has 5 parking spaces where 9 would otherwise be required and therefore is considered parking impaired. The proposed increase in the residential units would require an additional 3 parking spaces, of which they're not proposing to put in any additional spaces. As such, because of the small footprint of the site can't accommodate any additional spaces. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the site development plan review and the associated variance, as the increase in the number of units is demonstrating that the site is overbuilt. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman for Mr. Coffin.
Well, thank goodness you've got some electeds to overrule our staff. So, anyway, I briefed with your councilman, Mr. Coffin, Councilman Coffin, and he is excited about your project. So he has asked me to move to approve item number 100, subject to all your conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Love your work.
Thank you very much for the nice compliment, and thank you for working with
You do
us.
100 and 102, or?
Well, do you want to do separate or?
That's what he said.
You're right. Well, that
Right.
was 100, now we do 102.
Okay. The same thing, Councilman Coffin has asked me again after briefing to please go ahead and move to approve item number 102, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 102. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
And as I said, 101 has been obeyed. And so we're on to 103, 104. 103, GPA 72120, and a request for a general plan amendment from GC General Commercial to PF Public Facilities 104, ZON 72121, a request for rezoning from C2 General Commercial to CV Civic. The applicant owns City of Las Vegas on .40 acres at 1425 North Main. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of both items. These are in Ward 5, vacant, and are public hearing items which I declare open. And they are rushing to the microphone. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed general plan amendment and the rezoning request help prepare these subject parcels for the future development as part of the Courtyard project, which is an initiative to address some of the concerns and needs of our homeless population along Four Master Lane. The request, as I said, will further the city's goals with regard to reducing the impacts of homelessness on the city of Las Vegas, and as such, staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
I see somebody very special in the audience. Would you like to come up and give us your name, ma'am, and address what you'd like to address?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Kathy Thomas Gibson, Officer for the Manager for the Office of Community Services. Just here to respond to questions if there were any additional other than what Mr. Summerfield addressed.
You just do perfect work, is what can I say. It is a public hearing. Anybody wanting to address on this item? Close public hearing, and so I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 103. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. And on agenda item 104, please, it's coming, vote and please post. Carries. And in a couple of hours, I'll give you the rest of the day off. Good work. Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda items 105 and 106. Yes. GPA 72125 and a request for a general plan amendment from GC General Commercial to PF Public Facilities 106 ZON 72124 and a request for rezoning from C2 General Commercial CV Civic. The applicant owns City of Las Vegas, 0.59 acres, southwest corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Four Master Lane. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval of both items. These are in Ward 5, which is vacant. Public hearings, which I declare open. And so we'll go back.
Madam Mayor, similar to the previous two items, the requested changes in the general plan and rezoning will help address the city's goals to reduce the effects of homelessness in the city of Las Vegas, and as such, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Love it. Anything more to add?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody from the public? Let's take them one at a time. I make a motion we approve agenda item 105. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 106. I make a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And that carries.
Thank you.
Again, the rest of the afternoon off after 5:30. Agenda item 107, SDR 72190, public hearing, applicant Health Plan in Nevada, Inc., owner Health Plan in Nevada, Inc., et al., for possible action, City Council review of the approval by the Planning Commission on request for site development plan review proposed parking lot on a portion of the 18.57 acres east side of Box Canyon Drive, north of Cathedral Rock Drive, C-PB, Planned Business Park Zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Both planning and staff recommend approval, and this is a public hearing, which I declare open, and the applicant or representatives are present.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Curran. The firm is Ballard Spar. We are at 1 Summerlin. I don't know what my new address is there, but it's the Summerlin Tower. Anyhow, I'm here with Tom Miller, who is our project's traffic engineer. He's with Collins Engineering. We represent United Healthcare Group and Health Plan in Nevada. They own, I've got this upside down, I fear.
It looked good both ways.
They own this parcel that's totally vacant.
Wow.
This is in the city medical district. Smoke Ranch Road on the south, Tenaya travels, and this is the Highway 95. We are currently renting space for parking, and since we own, or I say we, since my client owns all this property, they want to have a parking lot of their own where they're not paying to park their employees' cars. This could have and probably should have been administrative approval at the counter, but because of neighborhood protest, we have now been engaged in this since October. During that time, we've had, I can't tell you the number of meetings with the city traffic engineer, with the planning department, with the protesting neighbor, with other owners of property in the neighborhood, with Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff members, and culminating right up there earlier this morning when I met personally with one of the protester, with the protester. What we want to do is build a surface level parking lot. Our original application was for 248 covered parking spaces. We've since made a couple of revisions at the request of objecting from the neighbor. We've done this in good faith to try to mollify the objections. The changes that we're making, these were originally all covered parking spaces. A dispute has arisen about whether a parking space constitutes a structure, and if it's a structure, it has to be set back 30 feet from the street. If it's not a structure, it's only 20 feet. City code would say 20 feet. It's not a structure. What exists in other places in the same medical district, some places it's 5 feet or less. So nonetheless, in an effort to minimize debate and to try to earn the support of our protesters so that we can at long last get this done, we've agreed we will take the covers off these spaces along Box Canyon Drive. And I have another board. We'll take the covers off these along Box Canyon Drive. It'll still be set back 20 feet. All the remaining ones will be covered. They'll be underlit, and there'll be lighting above it. It'll be consistent with what exists in the neighborhood. There's also a question about landscaping. According to their CCNRs, there has to be a minimum of 5%. I am told that our percentage is actually 14%. So we're far in excess of required landscaping. I should probably go back to my first board to show you what the real reason for the protest is. If you can follow my finger, this is a private driveway that comes in from Smoke Ranch Road. It extends down to the south and goes all the way down to Lake Mead. Actually goes below Lake Mead. But the owners of these properties a number of years ago petitioned the city that they wanted to have a traffic device installed on this corner to facilitate entry and exit. Sounded good at the time. The city went through its process and approved it. Unfortunately, what that has done is it has created a byway through what is a private driveway and designed to be a private driveway. It now has and now carries lots of traffic. People who are going to our facility, going to any other facilities. One of the complaints is that beer trucks go through there delivering beer up to the tavern up on Lake Mead. If you look at Google or any of the other services that give directions, it sends people through that private driveway. The reason for the protest is Dr. Gitlin, who's here today in this office, is concerned that by moving our parking from where we're renting it up on the north of our buildings down here, it's going to encourage more people to cut through his driveway, both in the morning and at night. We have suggested that there is a simple solution to that. Cap off the driveway up at the top or put a crash gate in so that emergency vehicles can come through there, but simply, it's a private driveway, he has the right to do that, but he doesn't desire to do that. We've agreed to a number of concessions. I showed you before what we've done on parking. The design of our parking lot, we moved it at his request so that now all traffic is directed out to the north along Box Canyon so that it doesn't come back towards him. We've agreed to install a median that will prevent traffic from making the turn back towards us. I've talked about the added landscaping, including the islands that we've put between there. And finally, we've agreed that we would not oppose Dr. Gitlin's desire that the city be requested to install another median along Cathedral Rock at the top of his driveway, so it wouldn't block off his driveway, but with the median across there, it would at least reduce the amount of left turns. People could still cut through there in the morning, but it would be much harder for them to cut through at night. I know that the city installed a temporary traffic diversion, a number of poles out there and tested to see what the outcome of that was. I haven't heard what the conclusion of that is, nor have I heard what Desert Radiology's view would be if it made it difficult to make a left turn into their property. But just so you know, that took a couple of weeks while they were studying that. What else do we have to show?
What's planned on the rest of that property?
I'm sorry, well, there's nothing planned. They've owned that property since the very beginning. Obviously, it's too valuable a property to think it's going to sit vacant forever. But what they've been doing actually is moving some of their operations out of their building here to other locations around the valley. So something is going to happen. I can tell you in good faith that nothing is planned right now. I'm sure something is going to happen. It's too valuable a property.
And the only way into the property, looking at 95 and looking at the circle there, is from the interior, correct?
Well, no, If you come up Smoke Ranch Road, you can turn in on Cathedral Rock and come up that way, or you can go up the Box Canyon Drive, which is signalized, and go in that way. The Cathedral Rock entrance, though, is not signalized and probably can't be because it's too close to Smoke Ranch Road.
And there's no exit nearby except down there from 95.
Well, there's two. It's a little more complicated because this is the most direct route. It's the one that people use. There are other ingress points, however. If you come down here, you can cut through just through a less desirable route because you'll have to zig and zag a little bit. And then there's a second one that would require more zigging and zagging. But there is, these existed long before we ever got into the picture. And we've respectfully told Dr. Gitlin if he simply put his crash gate up at the top, that would resolve everything. That isn't acceptable to him. We're not adding new traffic. We're simply stopping paying the rent space, and we're parking them on our own property. Last thing. There's a stub piece of frontage property that isn't part of our parking, but we've agreed to landscape that, just so that the entirety of it there, it's already landscaped, but the landscaping that was done when this was developed was a lot humbler than current expectations. So we would landscape this portion the same as we do this.
Okay, thank you.
So-
This is a public hearing, so let's hear anyone from the public who wishes to speak, and then we'll ask you, Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Lowenstein, for your comments. Please, thank you.
Hi, Council. Dr. Jeffrey Gitlin. I'm president of the Las Vegas Medical District Northwest. We are the master association where this project exists. I think there's been some mischaracterization by Mr. Kern about some of the issues. I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but somehow he's made this a personal issue with me and his applicant, but it is not. I represent the entire scope of businesses that run from Tenaya, from Smoke Ranch to Cheyenne. So we, as a board, have CC&Rs, and their contention about that we wanted all these special things was not really true. They got approval from the city based on city standards, but we have standards of our CC&Rs. I'm sure all of you understand that many homeowners associations have CC&Rs, and we sometimes have higher standards than the city. This also is not about my personal business. I am in a professional park that is 22 medical offices on Smoke Ranch. The traffic signal was put in at Smoke Ranch and Rock Springs because primarily there were a lot of accidents there because people were cutting through our driveway and trying to get out because the closest egress to 95 is to go across our driveway, cross Smoke Ranch, to Rock Springs, and then take a short jog onto 95. There was a fatality at the bus stop many years ago, and so the traffic signal appeared. Irrespective of that traffic signal, we still get the majority of our traffic early in the morning and late at night comes from United Healthcare. And this has been verified by the Mayor Pro Tem staff. They've actually been out there and they've seen that. We've all looked at it. So this is not about me personally. The idea of putting a crash gate at that entrance is unacceptable to the 22 members of my association because this would essentially limit access into our 22 medical offices. We don't feel that we're responsible, if it's a private drive, of us accommodating these drivers or their parking issues. So we resolved this parking issue long ago. We had them agree, and they were gracious enough to put this little median strip in where the new parking lot is to direct their new parking lot people to go right, because there is, in the accepted way in which the city intended for people to use that road on Box Canyon was to go out to Tenaya where there is a traffic light. But they don't do that because then they have to go take a left, go up to Smoke Ranch and Tenaya, take another left, and then go down to Rock Springs. The only other way to get onto 95 is to go right onto Tenaya, go up to Cheyenne, take another right, and get on 95 up by the hospital. So they were gracious enough to do this. It mitigated some of the problem, but not all of the problem. The current parking, surface parking lot and the multi-level parking lot on United Healthcare does not have any restriction of turning left. So all this does is really help the new 250 spots for turning right. So that issue was done. The other issues that they're saying that impacted all this parking issue and stuff have been not related to that at all. They fell outside of our CC&Rs. The delay on this project really, to be honest with you, was partly their own. We have an architectural review committee that takes all new projects and is an independent actor for our association and sends to the board of directors recommendations based on the CC&Rs. Back in September, after they had submitted the proposal to our architectural review committee, they sent a letter back to them with 12 bullet points of things that did not conform to our CC&Rs. And this is basically, we had no contact with them for over 2 months till the end of November when they requested a meeting, which was attended actually by the Mayor Pro Tem's representative, Kim Reed. And it was a very acrimonious meeting. We came with full intent to broker a solution. They came, I was there, Kim Reed was there, and one representative who was a civil engineer from the Pogemeyer Group who does a lot of work with the city and other major projects was there. They came with 3 lawyers, their facilities manager, and 2 other people. And it was basically an hour of yelling at us, telling us how they were allowed to do what they wanted to do because the city said it was okay. And we just tried to explain to them that they live in a CC&R district. And we were just fighting for the other members in the CC&R district, the medical district. And so over the last months, I have personally met, our architectural review committee has met, we've had meetings with the city engineers, and while this was all volunteer time because our board is fully volunteer, we tried to work out these issues. And just this morning, we were able to kind of get through the last piece of this. But this was not about me personally. This was me representing the Las Vegas Medical District and representing all the owners in the district. So one of the major problems was the setback issue. And they contend that it's not a structure, and they said they got city approval because it's a parking lot, but we were concerned with the other businesses around there, the medical offices, and so we kind of went back and forth. Our architectural review committee representative said, hey, why don't you take the overhang off the parking structure or the parking spaces along Box Canyon, and then that maybe settles the issue. They didn't want to do this for a long time. Another board member is Bill O'Donnell, former state senator. He owns a business on this road as well. He objected strongly to this not complying with the setback, as well as the other board member. So we tried to work this out. And so it's taken a while. And I feel bad because this never takes this long with our group. We're very reactive to applicants and we're very conscious of the other businesses, but this isn't about me or this parking thing. It's still a problem. We're going to try and work with the city and other methods to try and solve this, but to just say put up a crash gate that limits the major ingress to our complex isn't fair to us either. So I just wanted you to be on record that that's not what this is. So going through all these meetings, I will say that I just want to verify that the last iteration of this map that they showed us is part of the issue that's going to be voted on, because I just saw it this morning. So I don't know if it's actually been put into the official record with the uncovered spots and the additional landscape buffer. So is there a way to verify that?
Well, we'll hear from Mr. Summerfield, if you would, and then we'll have the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, when you do get to me in the staff report, I do have a condition that would read that they do need to supply us with an updated plan that depicts what the applicant's representative showed, specifically with regard to the changes in the landscape plan for the landscape fingers in the newly uncovered parking area.
And have you been involved, Mr. Summerfield, with the discussions on those 12 points, which is what I guess is the concerns? Are you party to those or no?
Ma'am, we have the letter from the ARC Review Committee. However, again, that is the private between the parties. The planning department, we reviewed the application per the CPB zoning district, and that's what our recommendation is on. Any concerns between the parties with regards to the CC&Rs are for the parties to work out between themselves.
Yeah. Mayor, we acquiesce to a lot of those conditions, so I think the map summarizes the main sticking points. There's only one other condition that I just want to make for the public record. Okay. Since we weren't able to get the lighting proposal for this project before the meeting today, we just asked, and I think they've agreed to, submit a separate application to the Las Vegas Medical District for us to review later on. But if that map encompasses all the things that we're okay with and that they're okay with, and if it's part of the public record, and then I think we, as a master association, would approve this project based on that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard from the public on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. It'll come back to you. I just want to hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Ma'am, the applicant is requesting to construct an overflow parking lot for its employees, as you've heard, that are working in the administrative building located at 2716 Tenaya Way. As the proposed parking lot conforms to Title 19 standards for the CPB, Commercial Business Park properties, and is compatible with the adjacent office development, staff recommends approval subject to conditions. Additionally, as you've heard, we do have some amended conditions based on what the applicant has worked out with the parties, including the Ward 1 office. Specifically, I would like to add a condition, covered parking shall be prohibited prohibited adjacent to Box Canyon Drive. And then I'd like to add a second condition.
Excuse me, and that you already said.
We've already agreed to that.
Agreed to that, okay.
And the second condition, again, summarizes what I believe the applicant has already agreed to, which is a revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning, illustrating the placement of additional landscaping along the entire alignment of Box Canyon Drive, as well as including parking lot landscape fingers prior to or at the same time application is made for any building permits.
Okay, and I thought you said that as well.
And that's no problem either, although I just, for the sake of clarity, I don't think they're required in between the covered parking spaces. It's just on the surface parking spaces, adjacent to the roadway there.
Through you, Mayor, yes. The revisions to the landscape plan would require fingers for spaces that are uncovered. So the spaces along Box Canyon that will no longer have covers now need to have the landscape fingers every 6 spaces.
Yes.
As depicted in the revised drawing that we saw.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, we're good with that.
Okay, and then I thought you mentioned something about lighting above and below. Is that the lighting?
We've agreed that our light standards will be no higher than 20 feet rather than 30 feet as we originally proposed.
And Mr. Summerfield, is that part of this? The lights?
No, ma'am. That is between the parties with regard to them requesting an additional application for their ARC review. That is not a part of our conditions for this land use entitlement.
Okay, thank you.
It was part of the original submittal package, though.
Okay.
This exhibit.
And again, because we haven't seen the specifics, we want to make sure there's enough lighting for public safety issues and not too much lighting that looks like a used car lot for the medical offices across from the project. So we just would like them to submit a new proposal for the lighting.
And we don't have any problem. We don't intend for it to be too much or too little.
Okay, thank you.
This is where we live, too.
Okay, Mr. Soroka, I've closed public hearing. We've heard from city, and you're
Can I just add one thing, please,
Sure.
Mayor? I don't want Dr. Gitlin or anybody else to think that we've been antagonistic. In fact, I think we've made new friends with each other. We've met pretty amicably and discussed things. We started out with a very rocky relationship like I said, this should have been approved at the counter 6 months ago, so anyhow, that's it.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've spoken with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office, and she agrees that your discussions have been very fruitful and positive, and she explained that from the city's perspective, there is no reason to deny the efforts that are going forward, but at the same time, they wanted to reassure you, Doctor, that they have been working with you very closely, and they will continue to work with you very closely in the future. So at this time, I would move to approve this item with the conditions as read.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 107 with conditions as read. Please vote and please post. Thank you. I think I see you next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add, I'd like to thank the city engineers and the Mayor Pro Tem's office and Kim for working with us. It's been a little bit of an arduous process, and I'm glad it's finally behind us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess at this point because the four of us have been sitting a long time. Little recess and 10 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Good, how are you?
going, Scott? How are you?
Okay, we're back in business, everyone. We are on to Agenda Item 108, GPA 71525, and a request for a general plan amendment from R Rural Density Residential to ML Medium Low Density Residential. Note, the request has been amended from ML Medium Low Density Residential to L Low Density Residential. 109, ZON 71527, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped R Rural Density Residential General Plan designation to R-CL Single Family Compact Lot. That's a new one. Note, the request has been amended from RCL Single Family Compact Lot to R1 Single Family Residential. Agenda item number 110, VAR 72280, on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0, 1.3 is the minimum required for proposed 12-lot single-family residential subdivision. Note, the proposed zoning has been amended from RCL single-family compact lot to R1 single-family residential. And agenda item 111, TMP 71528, a request for a tentative map for proposed 19-lot single-family residential subdivision. Note, the request has been amended from 19 lots to 12 lots. The applicant owner is Matlock Holdings IV LLC on 2.49 acres at 5097 Roberta Lane. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are in Ward 5, which is vacant, a public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Rudy Hernandez, 3121 Flower Garden Court. I work for KME Architects. I'm a representative of KME. I have some revised drawings I'd like to submit to the clerk at this time.
Please.
And these are just revised drawings of what the conditions were at the Planning Commission. These are the drawings that we submitted or developed for that plan.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a little bit of something?
Can we bring on the screen? Originally, these two lots here were two-story. Part of the conditions were to make these single-story. Now all the lots are single-story lots. We have 12 houses. We're going to be proposing to develop Roberta Lane and Apricot Lane with sewer, water, up to our property from Decatur. So, yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these 4 items, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Mayor, before the gentleman comes up to speak, Mayor down here.
There you are.
Has planning seen those revised drawings? Has the planning department reviewed those revised drawings?
Have you seen these revised drawings?
Madam Mayor, so the drawings that are in that packet include floor plans and building elevations, which are not part of this approval process. That's additional information for your consideration, but is not part of the actual package in which a condition would be tied to. The subdivision design has remained the same and the lot sizes remain the same. It's just showing of building footprints.
And so while you're answering that, why is staff recommending denial?
Sure, Madam Mayor. As indicated, the applicant has resigned the proposed subdivision and reduced the number of lots from 19 to 12. And as a result, the general plan request is now for low density and the zoning is for the R1. There was a previous variance that was withdrawn, and so it was no longer required for and a new connectivity ratio has been added. The existing land use designation and zoning districts adjacent to the subject site are intended for rural density residential with lots sizes exceeding 20,000 square feet. The applicant has worked diligently with the residents in the area to reduce the density of the proposed development from the original proposal. However, staff cannot support a general plan amendment to low density, which would allow for density and lot sizes that are not compatible with existing residential development in the area. The allowable lot sizes permitted in the R1 will not be consistent or compatible with surrounding large lot development. In addition, the site does not meet the minimum connectivity ratio, and a variance has been requested to provide relief from the self-imposed hardship, and as such, staff's recommended denial of all requests.
And is there a map that shows what the surrounding residential look is? Do we have a map?
If we went to the presentation slides, there is the location map that will give you an aerial view of the surrounding development.
Can we do that?
Madam Mayor, we were given 4 options from the Planning Commission, for the Planning Department to develop this site. We went with this option. At the Planning Commission, it was stated that, why were you given 4 options if you guys were only backing up 1? We developed a plan that wasn't backed by the staff, and then Planning Commission says, well, if you guys wanted to develop just 1 plan, why did you guys give them 4 options? So that's why we developed the 12 lots on our site plan. And that was given to us by the planning.
So you're speaking to Mr. Lowenstein or Mr. Summerfield, the lots immediately to the east are bigger, and to the south, correct? And what is that to the west?
The lots have not changed at all, the sizes, since the Planning Commission. Just these 2 properties have been changed from 2-story to single-story homes.
Madam Mayor, to address your question, yes, to the east, west, and south are the larger lots that we're comparing to, yes.
Okay, thank you, and I did open public comment, so if you'd state your name for the record, make your comments, please.
My name is Barry Katz. I reside at 2510 Apricot Lane, Las Vegas, 89108. And I am one of the representatives of our group of homeowners in the area. I noticed that there were 255 protests against the proposal. At the Planning Commission meeting of January 9th, 2018, the conclusion of the commission was denial of all Mr. Brooks' proposals. However, a mistake made by one of the planners caused Mr. Brooks to submit a proposal that was not consistent with the zoning. Commissioner Creer attempted to mitigate the mistake by making a motion to grant the motions of Mr. Brooks. The motion was approved by a vote of 7-0. We were not given a chance for a rebuttal. I would respectfully request the City Council to review the video or minutes of the meeting. It is our belief that we were placed in a position of disadvantage through no fault of ours. Our community strongly opposes the zoning change on the grounds that it is not consistent with the surrounding land use, which is zoned RE Rural Estates. Mr. Brooks' parcel on the property line of 4 homes with a rural RE2 designation. When this parcel was annexed from the Clark County to the city of Las Vegas, the zoning designation was changed from RE2, 2 homes per acre, to a rural zoning designation of 3.5 homes per acre, which is a 75% increase in the number of homes that can be built on the parcel. This increase is more than the bordering land use. His proposed building of 12 homes on the 2.49 acres figures out to be 4.81 homes per acre, which exceeds the density of the immediate adjacent homes. For the previously stated reasons, his proposed development is not consistent with the surrounding land use. To the best of our knowledge, the general plan, future land use plan for parcel has been 2.1 to 3.5 homes per acre since it was annexed by the city of Las Vegas. The homeowners have concerns about increased vehicular traffic, as his plan calls for 4 homes on his project to have direct access to Apricot Lane, which is a single-lane road. Some of our neighbors own easements which extend onto the road, which would prevent the widening of the road. The widening of the Apricot Lane may be contrary to the Unified Development Code, Title 19, the City of Las Vegas, Chapter 19.10 and 19.10.180, page 297. Apricot Lane and Roberta Lanes are where we ride our horses, we walk our dogs, and our children play. We as a community welcome Mr. Brooks to build 5 to 8 homes on his land as it is zoned, and wish that he would respect the spirit of our neighborhood and rural lifestyle. Our homeowners have one question for Mr. Brooks. Why is he against building on the land as it is zoned? In today's real estate market, he could make more money building 5 to 8 estates. One of his arguments for the zoning change is density of single-family homes north of Roberta Lane. We contacted the City of Las Vegas and discovered that because of density of the homes on the north side of Roberta, the developers were required to install an 8-foot block wall to block vehicular access to Roberta Lane. In conclusion, some of our community have lived in their homes for over 50 years. My neighbor is the 4th generation on Apricot Lane. Some of the homes have been family-owned for 70 years. Our neighborhood has a spirit. It is hard to find in this day and age. We are a close-knit community where we know and help each other, where we enjoy our rural lifestyle. When we purchased our property, we based our decision on how the property was zoned, and as such, we had expectations of how we could use the land. Some of our neighbors have dogs, horses, goats, sheep, chickens, burros, peacocks, and even a cow. The proposed project would dramatically change the lives of over 100 people to satisfy the financial gain of one person. When Mr. Brooks purchased his property, he knew how it was zoned. And we have not...
Where do you live, sir? Could you point to your home on the map?
Yes.
And,
This is Apricot right here.
Yeah.
oh, the pictures from over there?
I live right here. He's not pointing to the overhead, so we can't see that. Oh, right there.
Oh, we need... never happened.
And there are the homes that surround Mr. Brooks' plot of land. There are 4 homes that are on the outer edges of that. So,
Is that a county island to the north?
yeah, the whole area is Mr. Brooks' property is a city island in the county.
And you are in the city or the county?
We're in the county.
You're in the county?
Yeah.
Okay, now here we go. So, now where is he?
The land was originally annexed from the city, from the county to the city to build a church. And they couldn't build one with a metal building, so they annexed to the city, and then they didn't build the church. And so the land has changed hands a few times since then.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else with comments, please come forward. And then if you can, let us know where you live in relation to the subject property.
Thank you, Barry. Mayor, I think we'll need to put something on that overhead so that you're able to see the map so they can point to it. I don't know if planning has a map that you can stick on the overhead.
No, but we need an overhead of the...
Madam Mayor, we do not unfortunately have a hard copy map, so they'll need to describe where their property is in relation to the subject property based on the map that they can see on the screen, unfortunately.
Okay, you have a map that we can, I just want to identify where you live and seeing some very dense housing there. And I know Roberta pretty well. So I just trying to figure out. Okay, now you can point to, and then if you would say if you're in the city or in the county as you speak after you tell us your name.
Hi, Dr. Sean J. McCoy, 2445 Apricot Lane. Let's see here.
And where are you?
I am 1, 2, 3. I'm the 4th household.
Okay.
On this side. And there were some questions about the particular parcel that's the applicants are asking to develop. And so here are 2 photos that I didn't think were represented well in the photos available online.
Can you speak? I'm sorry. Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, sure. So these pictures are standing on either side of the lot. And so looking at the picture at the top, took a picture off Roberta Lane, and to kind of give you a sense of what these houses look like. This lot sits immediately between 2 half-acre homes. The entire community of Roberta and Apricot Lane are all half-acre estates. And just wanted to take a few seconds to sort of reiterate a few of the major points of contention by the community members. And the major point of contention is that this lot sits immediately between two half-acre estates. And so to kind of give you a sense of the algebra here, adjacent lots have a rural estate zoning code. They're allowed to build 2 units per acre. Applicants are proposing a 12-lot development under a general plan amendment to amend the zoning code to LDR. This would allow for 4.82 homes per acre. So that is a 141% increase over the immediately adjacent land uses, a 2.41-fold increase. And so, I'm not, again, pardon me being naive to the Las Vegas zoning code, but my understanding is 139060 Section I stipulates conditions 1 and 2 about questions about existing land uses. I don't believe in the staff report that those conditions are met. And so, look, what is the community suggesting as a reasonable development alternative? The community is suggesting that the applicants propose a development consistent with the 2020 master plan. And so under the 2020 master plan, the applicants can develop 5 to 8 homes, up to 3.59 homes per acre. And we think it's a reasonable compromise to the extent that the master plan has granted more latitude for development already. In fact, as I have in my paper here, the master plan has increased the allowable density by 79%. And so moving forward, I think that the path forward for this debate is to ask what undue hardship has the 2020 master plan imposed on the applicants that has rendered developing or proposing a development consistent with the general plan, future land use plan inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comment about the master plan in this area, please?
Madam Mayor, the majority of the surrounding areas in Clark County, which has its own land use designation, this had an undeveloped zoning district with a rural density residential land use designation, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is 2.59 dwelling units per acre. As I keep hearing that, like, the staff recommendation is changing depending on who's coming up, just to reiterate, staff's recommendation on these projects is currently denial. And if there's any other questions on the general plan, let us know.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard on this item, please state your name for the record.
Lorraine Pullman, and my address is 5135 Bevy Drive, Las Vegas 89108. And my property borders a portion of this proposed
All right, we're
project.
going to ask you, if you would, Mr. Summerfield, just put his tablet up. Can you point to where you live, please? Are you in the city or the county?
I'm right here, right here. There's a
Okay.
dirt road here. It's a
Well, you have to have the microphone on.
There's a dirt road leading up to my house. Did you see where I pointed?
Yes.
And it's a cul-de-sac because there's a telephone pole right in the middle of the circle there. And my home is right bordering right on the property. The proposed. I'm in the county. Speak in the microphone. Oh.
Okay, you know, I appreciate everything you're doing, and I know the Planning Commission has voted one way, you're voting denial. We are going to have a new council person in Ward 5, and to work together with the neighbors and see what can happen. We don't want to prevent the development from happening any more than we want to see the neighborhood destroyed according to the neighbors. So I think at this point, because we don't have a council person in the seat, I'm going to move to obey this until we have that council person. I know it's difficult for you, but that would put it into the first meeting in May, which would be the 7th. Right? 2nd of May? And to give this to the council person who's seated too delicate an issue, and you know, you've heard our council debate this over and over again about the people who live in neighborhoods and yet wanting development and seeing that go. So my motion's going to be to obey this until, what did you tell me, the 2nd? May 2nd, so please vote and please post.
And Madam Mayor, that would be obeyed until the city council meeting, correct?
Correct. But you will hear on the April 18th who has been elected and seated. My recommendation would be the moment you have that, or you can even call into Ward 5 now, make an appointment, bring everything in, because both Harry Williams and Tanya, who work in the office, are there, and you possibly have met with them in an ongoing way already, and I would submit all your information to them. And then they'll go forward on the 17th after. That's why we called a special election. And because this is not a slam dunk, I think it really belongs there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Okay, so that would be on all 4. Do we have to vote them individually?
Nope, you're okay, man.
Okay, so we have just gone through agenda item 11. So... where do you have us? I've got 118. I have 118 obeyed till March 21st. And then I have 19 and 20 to March 21st and 21. Then I have 22 through 26 to 31 till the 16th. Then we go to 132. Who was that brilliant person who said 132? Okay. Oh, and see, here we are. And you are going to be heard, you lucky person, because if I can find 132, there. Nope. Okay, agenda item 132, SUP 71959, public hearing, applicant owner Steve Settlage for possible action or request for special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 79-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 308 South 10th Street building, R4 high-density residential zone, Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing and the applicant are present, so please.
Madam Mayor, council members, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, proud Ward 6 resident. Just had to throw that in there.
You made her smile.
I'll be very brief. We would just appreciate you following Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. We believe this is going to be a great operator. I represent items 132, 133, and 134, and we also agreed per Councilman Coffin to a 1-year administrative review.
Oh, well, that was quick. All right, public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items? We'll take one at a time, though. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and lady and gentlemen of the councilmen. Please excuse the hat. I just got over a head cold.
Okay. And your name, sir?
Chance Taylor.
Thank you.
I'm very reluctant to even add my opinion on this matter. However, I have a letter that I'd like to submit.
Okay.
There's copies for all members. Thank you. My lawyer helped draft that because I had a little more different interpretation. I was informed that this letter was a bit late in getting submitted. But I'm a downtown artist and entrepreneur, and this has caused me a lot of stress, this letter. But I'm here to say that I represent my letter 100%. And like I said, no bleach, no blage, as they say, live and let live. But I was very upset on events that happened on January 31st at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm just here to say I represent my letter and stand by my letter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give one to Ms. McElhone over there. Do you have one?
No, I don't think I'm in receipt of the letter.
Okay. All right. Can we hear from you? This is there was a speeding van. If you would pass this over to the table there. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Do you want to go ahead and speak any additionally, or I'll continue on public hearing and hear from everyone else, and then hear from...
Mayor, I'll just add that the property owner bought this property earlier last year and has invested over $170,000 in improving it. I have some before and after pictures that I'll turn in for the record.
Can we see them?
What's that?
Can we see them?
Sure, I'll put them up here. He also intends to have a security party squasher to monitor how many cell phones are on the property, as well as a noise monitor to ensure that the neighbors are not disturbed by the guests. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Anyone else from the public wants to be heard on this item? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The site is approximately 79 feet from the nearest other short-term rental unit, which is the reason for the waiver of the request. Staff has recommended denial of this request and the subsequent two requests due to the required waivers. As code requirements are intended to discourage the saturation of short-term residential uses within the residential areas. If approved, staff would like to add the following condition. An administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions?
So thank you, staff. Again, I have counseled with the council member, Mr. Coppin, on this, and I have to tell you, when Councilman Coffin recommends approval for this, I mean, that is telling me that this is a great operator and a great piece and a great property. And I think as we go forth as a council, we really and truly need to look at this diligently to see what's happening, because what I've experienced as a new council member here against the STRs is groups of folks that really don't even live sometimes in the neighborhood that oppose a lot of things. They're just acclimated to oppose. So with Councilman Coffin's motion to approve, I'm going to motion to approve this subject to the 1-year review. And then we'll go forth from there. Same with, can we just do 132, 133, or is everything separate?
You have to do them separately, Councilwoman.
Okay. So we'll start with 132, so I motion to approve it. Again, this is, I am going to approve with Councilman Coffin, and so this is his motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We'll go on to 133, SUP 71960, public hearing, applicant owner Steve Settlage for possible action or request for special use for permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 308 South 10th, Building 2, R-4, high-density residential zone, Ward 3, also with Councilman Coffin. Staff again recommending denial, Planning Commission recommending approval. I'm sure it's just another...
Mayor, council members, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, represent the applicant. I don't have anything unless you have questions.
Anything to add? On this particular item, it's just another piece. Anybody want to speak to it?
Peter does.
I'll get to him in the closed public hearing. Mr. Lowenstein, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have, if approved, an added condition, and I'll have the same condition on the next item, if approved. An administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance.
Thank you. So that will be your motion.
So again, speaking for Councilman Coffin, who is not here, he has asked me to give this a motion to approve. So that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on Agenda 133.
With the added condition?
With the added condition.
Of
which
course,
we will
of
have
course.
again We will copy and paste on the next item, too. Motion carries. Agenda item 134, SUP 71961, public hearing, applicant owner Steve Settlage for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 650 feet is required at 308 South 10th Street, Building 3. R4 high-density residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Again, staff recommends denial, planning recommends approval. Public hearing, which I declare open. Anybody want to come here on this one? Closing public hearing, and back we come to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have the same recommendation based on saturation, and an if-approved condition, an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance.
Thank you.
Well, then, along with Peter's conditions, I'm going to motion to approve because Councilman Coffin, and this is his ward, has asked me to do so.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve, and short-term rental, meaning 30 days, is the minimum?
No.
For a short-term rental, it's less than 31 days, yes, it's 30 days.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
That agenda, thank you very much. And
Congratulations, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah. Okay, and now we're on to 135. 135, and we're going to go right through to 138. 135 GPA 72179, a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial and LIR Light Industrial Research to LIR Light Industry Research. 136 ZON 72180, and a request for a rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial, C1 Limited Commercial, and R2 Medium Low Density Residential to CM Commercial Industrial, agenda item 137. VAR 72234, and a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot tall block wall with 2 feet of barbed wire where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed, and number 138 SDR 72183, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed motor vehicle sales automotive repossession agency with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the northeastern portion of the south and west property lines where 8 feet is required, to allow a 9-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow all sides of the building to not be coherently designed and treated where such is required. The applicant is Justin Zane. The owner is Charleston Boulevard and Pecos Road, LLC, on 1.64 acres on the east side of Pecos Road, approximately 115 feet north of Charleston Boulevard, C-M Commercial Industrial, C-1 Limited Commercial, and R2 Medium Low Density Residential Zone. Staff recommends denial of items 137 and approval of 135, 136, 138. And the Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are in Ward 3 also with Councilman Coffin, or public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Hi. My name is Rebecca Chiriboga, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, representing the applicant. In this project is for an auto repossession facility. We do agree with all of staff's recommendations and conditions. The staff recommendation for denial was based on the barbed wire. However, in working with city staff and the councilman's office, wrought iron alternatives are not actually approvable by code. So due to the nature of the business and the security necessities, we are still requesting the barbed wire. The height of the wall is due to the typical wall height would be 6 foot with the 2 foot of barbed wire on top. However, there is an existing wall on the property that will, the majority of which would remain intact, and it does go up to heights of 8 feet. Other than that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the applicant is requesting to develop a vacant site as an automobile repossession agency. The subject site is on a single lot with multiple use designations and zoning districts associated with it. The general plan amendment and rezoning would allow consistent land use and zoning for the entire site, and staff is recommending approval of both of those requests. The variance requested as indicated will allow for a 10-foot wall around the site consisting of 8 feet of solid block and 2 feet of barbed wire. There is no unusual or extraordinary circumstance to support the request, and therefore staff recommends denial of that application. Existing site constraints, including a drainage easement along the east side of the site, have necessitated requests for landscape waivers. Staff supports those requests as the applicant has met the requirements to the extent possible. Staff is recommending approval of the site development plan review.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items, please come forward and state your name. I will close public hearing. And any questions from council? Okay. Councilwoman.
Okay, so this again is Councilman Coffin's district, and he has advised me to move to approve on item number 135, so that's the motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 135. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 136. How say you on 136?
Yeah, can we just do that?
You keep going.
Oh,
everyone.
great. Okay, so
Move to
again,
approve.
Councilman Coffin has motioned me to move to approve, so that's my motion.
Agenda item 136, please vote, please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 137.
Councilman Coffin recommends I motion to approve, so that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 137. And finally, agenda item 138.
Again, Councilman Coffin has requested me to motion to approve, so that's the motion.
Thank you very much. And this is the final 138. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for coming down. Okay, and agenda items 139, 140, 141 are obeyed to March 7th. 142 is obeyed till March 7th. 133 to March 21st. So now we go to 144? Ooh.
Mayor, that should have been 143. 143's been obeyed. You indicated 133?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for the record.
143 is obeyed to March 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 144, VAR 72162, right, on a request for variance to allow 38 parking spaces where 50 spaces are required. Agenda item 145, VAR 72163, and a request for variance to allow a 35-foot residential adjacency setback from the north property line where 50 feet is required for the proposed trash enclosure. And agenda item 146, SDR 72165, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 9,000 square foot medical office development with waivers to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer on north perimeter where 8 feet is required, and a 7-foot buffer along the west perimeter, an 11-foot buffer along the south perimeter, and a 13-foot buffer along the east perimeter where 15 feet is required. The applicant is Dacom LLC. Owner is Park Bench LLC on .89 acres north side of Sahavenue Avenue between San Jose Avenue and Stockton Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are also in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items which I declare open as the applicant or representative present.
Good afternoon. Benjamin Girardin, 801 Las Vegas Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. What we're proposing here is a single-story medical office. I think it's important to note the user. It's a national dialysis operator. And the reason that's important is most of the patients for this facility don't drive to it. So the waiver on the parking is, I mean, this is way more parking than they actually need to operate efficiently. The other waiver is the trash enclosure. The nature of the trash that's being put in there is not offensive. It's just typical waste, no food or anything like that. And then the landscaping waiver is kind of a tricky one. The streets are sitting kind of at odd angles, and we're parallel to Sahara, so where 15 foot's required, we have 15 foot in some spaces, and by the time you get to the end of the building, it's 13 feet. And then I think, and we discussed this during the Planning Commission, the 6 trees provided in lieu of the 12, I think that's a carryover from maybe a different staff report, because we got plenty of trees. If we're deficient by 6, we're certainly willing to add them. So I'm here to just answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the proposed office, medical or dental development is consistent with the general plan and zoning district. However, the proposed design does not comply with all of our Title 19 development standards as evidenced by the requested variances to allow insufficient parking, improper placement of the proposed trash enclosure, and then the various waivers for the required landscaping. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the applicant's request. I would ask that if approved, staff would like to amend condition number 3 to read as follows. Number 3, all development shall be in conformance with the site plan date stamped 2/12/18, the landscape plan date stamped 12/13/17, and building elevations date stamped 11/22/17, except as amended by conditions herein.
Thank you very much. And are you in agreement with all of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on any of these items? Close the public hearing. No comments here. So, Councilwoman, you're a
Thank
busy
you.
lady.
And now it's Coffin's ward. And again, Councilman Coffin has requested that I give you a motion to approve. So that is my motion.
On agenda item 144.
On agenda item 144.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries on 145.
Same thing.
Motion to approve on 145. Please vote and please post. And on 146, that carries. 146, subject to conditions which the applicant has agreed to. Anything more? That's it. Okay, so agenda item 146. Thank you very much. Please
Thank
vote
you.
and please post. Motion carries. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. 147 is obeyed to March 7th. 148 is also obeyed to March 7th. So we come to the very last item. A day that we could be here all night long.
Amazing.
It is, but we had those fabulous goodie bags given to us by our clerk that I think we've all eaten through. And somebody could have taken Mayor Pro Tems and eaten it, but didn't. But everything down here is gone. And so our staff has them as well. All right, agenda item 149. SUP 72134, public hearing, applicant owner, Robin and John Steffen, for possible action and appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1202, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Both the Planning Commission and staff recommend denial, and so is the applicant or representative present.
Yes.
Which of you or both?
John Steffen.
Robin Steffen.
Okay, we got the package. Way to go. Do you want
Thank
to
you.
speak first, and then we'll turn it over to staff, and then the public hearing?
Okay, thank you very much. John Steffen, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1202, also known as the Ogden. Got to start with an apology. We're a little tired. We just flew in last night, all coincidentally from South Korea. And I'm telling you, fantastic time there, but we are beat and a little discombobulated. So bear with us if you can. We probably should have called in with Councilman Coffin. Would have made a little more sense, maybe. We're here to speak really as homeowners and as residents of the Ogden. We're not investors. We're not running a rental business. We're not, living out of the city. We live here. We came here 2 years ago. We're retired bankers from California. Love the city, love the community. and now it's our permanent home. The presentation you have, I believe it's the second to the last attachment. If you look at page 2, it really summarizes what you already know, that the Ogden, the building, you've approved one license there, so you know that it fully meets the land criteria use, or land use criteria. It's very compatible with short-term rentals. It's obviously a commercial zone. The Ogden itself is probably the definition of a mixed-use commercial residential building. The Ogden Homeowner Association and its governing documents allow short-term rentals. And I think most importantly, everybody who owns there, who buys there, reviews and acknowledges in writing that they accept these governing documents. That being said, I want to focus really on probably page 7 of the presentation, which is more about the why we're here, why we wanted to take this step and appeal, as well as what our request is. The why really comes down to what we see, and I think you all probably acknowledge is a problem the city has right now. The short-term rental ordinance that went into effect last summer, I think in one of the meetings we saw on film, it was actually acknowledged that perhaps the 660-foot restriction between rental units really didn't apply properly to condominium developments, obviously high-rise condominium developments. Works pretty well for single-family homes, and there's the occasional exception, as we just saw recently. But in a high-rise, it's just looked at as 0 feet between any unit. That's obviously a problem, and we think the council is working to resolve that. We hope you are, and we want to propose our request as really the first step in solving that problem. Very seriously, solving that problem for you. Our unit is on the 12th floor. The one license that you have approved is on the 21st floor. It's 9 floors away. Now, if I were to compare 9 floors to 660 feet, I kind of think 9 floors is even further away than 660 feet on a straight line. Our request is very conservative, and it will allow the council to take a very logical and a very conservative next step in looking at these variances. City planning and staff very respectfully but quite routinely deny these variance requests. I think there are 11 denials year to date this year simply for the Ogden alone. Ours is one of those. Not sure that's what really the city intended initially. So again, proposing a conservative next step. Here's what our proposal is, our request. Given that we're 9 floors away from the next unit or the other short-term residential unit, we're going to maintain our unit as our primary residence. This might even be a good criteria going forward. Big difference, I don't need to explain it to anyone, between you renting your own home out and you renting out an investment property. Huge difference. This is our home. We want to limit our license to 1 year and also recommend a 6-month administrative review, I think you call it, see how we're doing, and if it's not working, pull the plug. We're looking at renting this out maybe once a month when we're out of town visiting friends and family that live where we used to live. Talking a few days a month. We're a 1-bedroom. The rule is two adults per bedroom. That's our max. No kids, no pets, no smoking, no parties. We're even going to limit access to common areas. If people don't want to rent because of that, so be it. But no pool, no gym, no spa or social room. We've listened to our neighbors, we've listened to meetings, we've attended meetings, we've watched them ad nauseum on the video. We know what people are upset about. There's a lot of exaggeration there. We live there, I know there's exaggeration, but there's some fact in there too. And we don't want to add to any bad things that might or might not be going on. So we're going to just take that off the table. And if we can find a way to change the fob and mechanically, electronically limit access to these areas, we'll do that. I'll pay for that. We also will have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week professional on duty or at call if we're not around or when we're not around and this is rented out. And also a very clear communication to these tenants of the Ogden policies and procedures regarding noise, trash, all of the above, so that there are very little chance of violations. And again, before I turn it over to Robin here, let us allow you to take a conservative step forward, set a conservative precedent for the next dozen or more variance appeals that come before you, because they're probably on the way right now. We were second to apply, so we're kind of one shy of winning the lotto. So at the end of the day, if you can't approve us, we would honestly hope that you could suspend the decision. We don't want to lose our place in line as this thing gets figured out and have to reapply or wait a year, and you know the drill. Robin?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Greetings, everyone. I want you to know it takes a lot of courage to go through this process and to come before you today. And we do have some of the same concerns as the other Ogden residents that are opposing our requests and that are here today. But that's one of the reasons why we stepped up early in the game to apply, but as John said, we came in second. We're ex-banking executives. We have successfully managed long-term rentals for over 30 years. And I feel it's really inconsistent and unfair to approve distance waivers for single-family residences and businesses and not to approve a conservative request like ours in a high-rise development. As you know, the Ogden is not located in a suburb. It's located in a mixed-use zone, the busiest and loudest area in downtown Las Vegas. Again, we are not out-of-state investors, and we are residents of the Ogden. Please consider approving our request for 6 months while you figure out or amend your new ordinance to accommodate high-rise developments. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down, sharing your ideas. I think it's important. It's a big issue in front of us, as you know, and we live in an area of hotel business and entertainment, so there are a lot of things that are on the table in consideration if we go as we go forward. So I'm going to open up to yes.
Just want to add, ultimately, the homeowner associations are going to determine if anybody can do a short-term rental in their building, right? Right now, they allow it, and I think ultimately you all will figure out a way to move forward. We want to give you that conservative option, and we don't want to lose our place by being denied instead of just maybe suspended. Up to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hear from Mr. Summerfield, then we'll open the public hearing. I'm going to ask you to stay for 3 minutes each, so because I know we've heard so many, but we're going to turn to staff first.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within a multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. The special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for the short-term residential rental unit use within this development by the City Council on November 15th, 2017, which necessitates a waiver of the a waiver for 0 feet separation to a subsequent use by this applicant. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible in this location. Thank you.
Okay, what I'd like you to do is you come up, please state your name for the record and which unit at the Ogden you live in or own. So let's take it one at a time, please.
We have something for staff.
Okay, if you'll we'll come get it from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Councilmember Fiore, Councilman Anthony, Councilman Soroka. My name is Jonas Wolverton. I'm an Ogden resident, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1011. I'm also a Cirque du Soleil performer for 10 years here in town. I'd like my comments to be included in the official record. I strongly oppose short-term rental waiver application SUP 72134, and I would ask that the 660-foot rule be strictly adhered to and enforced. I sold my house in Summerlin in October of 2017 and purchased my unit at the Ogden. And it was a long-term investment for me, but also I'm a massive fan of downtown and everything, all the development down there since I've moved into town. Also, I have a 4-year-old who's in love with Container Park, so there you go. That was the deciding factor, actually. It's my understanding that I was moving into an exclusive residence of similarly minded professional and creative people, and people who would contribute to the burgeoning growth of downtown Las Vegas. My move-in day, it was October 4th, and we all know the tragic events of October 1st, which shed light on the fact that there are over 40 unlicensed and illegal short-term rentals operating in the Ogden. Over 40. And I think that Isaac Piccone spoke to this earlier this morning, and he unfortunately had to go to work, but he would also strongly oppose short-term rental waivers. On a personal note, it is virtually impossible to limit access to different floors on a fob system. It can't be done. It strictly just can't be done. Just letting that known. And on a personal note, I have a 4-year-old son who works with me, and honestly, with all the comings and goings of short-term renters who are mostly here to party, and let's face it, I do fear for my safety on occasion and for his as well. I've seen out-of-control house parties that spill into the lobby, a few cases of possible prostitution. A couple Airbnbs on the Ogden have even advertised themselves as marijuana crash pads. Not the kind of environment I thought that I was bringing my son into. And often these units are cheaper than a night at Gold Spike or Downtown Grand, so there's that too. Approving a waiver for Unit 1202 is a tacit approval for all of the 11 distance waivers that have been unanimously denied at the Planning Commission level. That's all 11 have unanimously been denied. The Las Vegas Review-Journal recently wrote a headline saying that for short-term rentals, the party's over at the Ogden. So I know there's plenty of hotel options downtown. The continued long-term property value of units at the Ogden and the growth of downtown will only increase if there are more owner residents occupying our building who will treat the property with respect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to draw your attention. Sorry, my name is Tricia Kay, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2002. I would like to draw your attention to page 2 of the handout we provided. This unit rented during the application process, so they applied for the permit in November, and then 6 weeks later they got a cease and desist notice from code enforcement. And then that was only 5 days before their Planning Commission hearing. The point is, does it matter that they rented in the application process? And for us in the Ogden, it does. In October, we became aware that we had a very big problem with unlicensed rentals in the Ogden, and City Code Enforcement came down. They ran a special workshop in the Ogden for everybody. They've been doing a great job ever since on reining in the short-term rentals, the unlicensed short-term rentals, and they still have more to do, but it is going really well. If these applicants get a waiver today, it will undermine these great enforcement efforts by code enforcement. Others will just take the chance of not getting caught. They'll take the risk, like these guys did. There is no incentive for them to stop doing unlicensed rentals if unlicensed renting during the application process is considered okay. But there is actually a bigger reason to deny waivers in the Ogden. More licensed waivers will simply lead to more unlicensed ones because they will be able to hide. We won't know when they're having a pool party, are they licensed, are they not licensed? We will have no idea, and unlicensed will simply abound. So with that said, my family and I love living in the Ogden, and we're asking for no more than any other Las Vegas homeowner, and that's one short-term rental per 660 foot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Belcher, Director of Surgical Services at Centennial Hills Hospital.
Thank you
and
for your
also,
work.
And also a homeowner and resident at the Ogden, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1713. I have very strong concerns about the safety and security of our building with a revolving door of unscreened and unsupervised strangers who have no regard for our community rules. The owners have said that they'll have a personal screening of their tenants, but there is nothing in the Las Vegas business licensing that requires screening. So I'm skeptical as to the thoroughness and accuracy of the screening that may occur or may not occur. Also, any host could advertise on Craigslist without any kind of background check, so you have no idea who is coming into the building. These owners say that they would restrict access to the pool and to the other amenities. The fob system's been mentioned. It does nothing. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten behind somebody else in an elevator. You just step in behind them. I could go to their floor. And then once you're on that floor, the stairwells have free access to the entire building. I'm training personally for the Scale the Strat this coming Sunday. And I've been in the stairwells a lot. So I can tell you that I've been on every floor of this unit without my fob. And then we do not have any type of hotel-grade security. We are a residence. There are not cameras in the elevators. There are not cameras in the hallways. So we only have one security guard, unarmed security guard, on at any given moment. So 2.5 years ago, when my husband and I moved from Lone Mountain down to downtown, because the same things Jonas was saying, for the same energy, excitement, and just wanting to be a part of the downtown scene. Since we've been there in 2.5 years, we have seen short-term rentals bring in incidences of robbery, vandalism, harassment, and even eviction. One of our neighbors, coworkers, and friends, a single female who has a home in the Ogden, has recently put it on sale because she's been harassed by drunken short-term rental tenants. So, respectfully request, please deny this request for a distance waiver tonight and make our home a safe and secure home again.
Thank you for coming down. Yes, sir.
Fernando Cavalcanti, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1003. Mayor Goodman, I'm sure you don't remember, but I met you because in 2011, when I moved here, I joined Teach for America, and I was in a reception with you, and I got to shake your hand. Well, guess where I went to live? I went to live at the Ogden. And how did I get to live at the Ogden? I was a long-term renter. And when the Ogden started selling units again, I bought one as soon as I could. I submitted a letter of protest, and one of the issues that I want to raise is that the proliferation of these short-term rentals, legally or illegally, at the Ogden rob people like me the opportunity to become long-term renters there and to contribute to the redevelopment of downtown Las Vegas. And the Stephens say that they are residents at the Ogden, but I'm concerned about their lack of understanding because, as we mentioned here, all the doors to the stairwells in the building do not have a fob system. Anybody can go from one floor to another through the stairwells. I walk up from my floor to the gym. On the way back, I take the elevator. In addition to that, they say that they will limit access to the pool. I don't know how they're going to do that because currently there is no fob at the entrance to the pool. Maybe they've never been to the beautiful pool that we have on the 25th floor. So I have a house in St. George, Utah, a much bigger house. That's the house we bought first to move west. And when I moved here to Las Vegas, I fell in love with it. I have to tell you that if you open this door, I can potentially have STR above me, below me, on my right, on my left, and right across the hall from me. Imagine what that will do to my standard of living and to the value of my property. I really appreciate your...
You did say your name was Mr. Conti?
Cavalcanti, yes.
Could you spell it, because our clerk
I
didn't get
know.
it? First name?
Okay, Fernando, That should
Okay,
be
wait,
relatively
that
easy.
one I'm sure we can
And I
get.
will spell it for you. C as in Charlie, A, V as in Victor, A, L as in Linda, C as in Charlie, A, N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, I. So a
Thank
good
you.
Italian name, and if you want to make me shut
Lovely.
up, just tie my hands.
No. Teach for America. We appreciate your work there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Linda Rafael, R-A-F-A-E-L, and I live at the Ogden, Unit 1110. I'm a Nevada registered nurse, and I'm not feeling very well today, so I'll keep it very brief. We've been collecting signatures on a petition to deny any and all applications for waivers to the 660-foot rule in the Ogden. We now have more than 80 signatures. We are still collecting in preparation for more appeals from the 9 new waiver applications heard last week. The Ogden is the one unique downtown property. The one short-term rental we have in the that we have in the building has ongoing issues since licensure. The Ogden is not set up for this type of activity. A short-term rental simply does not work in a multi-family residential dwelling when any and all residents can be affected, and I please ask that you deny this request. Thank
Go
you.
home, take your aspirin, go to sleep. You know better as a nurse than to go around. Yes, please.
Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Dr. Tony Hammett, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2002. There's a petition here that I think wanted to be submitted, and I have a document for your consideration. First of all, thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for your leadership for the downtown program. I moved my family and my consulting business here from California in June 2016. I rented in Summerlin briefly before I read your downtown plan and bought in the Ogden in September. I've met all of the people that have spoken before today in the building at various functions, just in the elevators. I've never met the people who are making this application. I'm registered to vote in Nevada. I have a license. If you look at the address on page 2 of the cease and desist order, it's not a Nevada address. If you look at the last page of the handout, you'll see pictures of the kind of activities that have been going on in our pool from people that are in the unlicensed rentals. My additional concern, beyond the behavior of people that disrespect their neighbors and disrespect the city's rules by engaging in unlicensed rentals while at the same time applying for legal status. I'm very concerning about financing of the remaining units in the building. DK Finance came in and rescued the building. I bought from them. I think they've got about 70 left. I think Yuri and his partners have done a wonderful thing for the city, but they need to sell off the remaining 70. We've got this letter from FHA Review, a company that advises on FHA approvals. They say that if we have short-term rentals in the building, we won't be able to get FHA loans. So I submit this document to you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like you to go along with the recommendation of staff and the commissioners and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Melissa Laub. I'm a registered nurse at Sunrise, and I do live at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1011, and I agree with the rest of the residents.
Thanks for coming down. Thank you for taking care of all the people you do.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Goodman and City Councilman and the beautiful councilwoman. I came down for citizens.
Can you take your hat off or no?
Probably.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thought so. My name is Stephen Captain Truth Dempsey. I came down for citizens' participation, but I'm glad I got here for this. Sounded pretty interesting.
Do you live in the Ogden, sir?
No, I do not.
Can you wait for citizen participation then? This is going to close down on this particular item.
You mean you have to be an owner to have an interest in what happens here?
No, you'll have time during the public comment, which
Well,
is
I
our
already
very
have something
next.
planned for that, so I'd like to, for my 3 minutes during the citizens' participation, to be
I'm afraid
recognized
not.
right now.
No, I'm
While
afraid
these
not.
people get a chance to hear how they limit
No, this is for the residents there.
competition.
And, we'll hear
That's what
from
all
you.
this is about, Mayor Goodman.
Well, thank
The
you. I
limiting of-
appreciate it. Thank you. We'll hear from you, I promise you, at the right time, but this isn't it. We're agendized here. So I close public comment at this point, and we'll move on. And let's see, we'll be hearing from you. So any comments from council? Okay, Councilwoman.
So,
On behalf of Mr. Coffin.
yes, well, actually, so before I talk about on the behalf of Mr. Coffin, you guys, I just want to state for the record that I do not party, and I rent short-term rentals. I just actually got back at 3 a.m. this morning from Washington, D.C., visiting with our Department of Interior Secretary Zinke. And when I travel to D.C., I generally go on to Airbnb, and I'm highly ranked there, and I don't party, and I'm very respectful of the places that I rent. So with saying that, as we, there's a couple of newbies on this council, and we're learning a great deal about these short-term rentals. And one of the things that I will direct my personal staff, Dan Burdish and Chance Bonaventura, to actually get a list from Metro of the problems in the Ogden, just from my personal understanding of how many of these complaints, the skinny dipping, the partyings, are actually coming from short-term rental people that actually rent these things short-term, or because, you know, normal folks that you know, live there have parties too, and they, you know, the regular folks that are residents there, sometimes the complaints, police complaints, are from people that are actually living in the neighborhood that aren't short-term rental people. So as we continue to look at these short-term rentals and verify the horrific problems that we hear, verify is very key with me, because it is important that we get all sides, especially with your neighbors. You're supposed to love thy neighbors. There are over 40 short-term rentals, someone had stated in the Ogden, so we're going to have to look at that.
And also, Councilman Coffin gave a specific to Councilman Anthony on this, so he has something as well.
So yes, and so Coffin has given us a specific, but I'm not talking about Coffin's specific right now. I'm talking about my personal specific right now on short-term rentals. I personally, last week, I think it was 2 Fridays ago, went to popped by an accredited class given by the College of Southern Nevada on short-term rentals certification. So there is a lot happening in our city. And as the previous council meeting, when Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian talked about 10,000 short-term rentals being in the county and over 2,000 in the city, this is something that we're learning. We are not fans of party houses, but one of the things I'll tell you is, for every good application that I'm seeing, it's like one bad apple to 100 good apples, and I just don't think we need to condemn all the good apples. That's what I'm going to publicly state. I'm going to leave it at that on my personal opinion of that. Councilman Coffin has directed me to, you're either going to withdraw or we're going to obey this item. So this way we do not have to, because we have a lot to learn. As a council, we have a lot to learn. So just know that. We have, and I urge my peers to do that.
Okay, you'll take it. And so thank you very much, Councilwoman, and you have a printed form from him as well, I see that. So please, Councilman Anthony.
Yeah,
please go
so
ahead.
basically, we have an ordinance in place that provides distance separation for short-term rentals. One has already been approved in the Ogden. You're asking for a waiver. If we grant your waiver, then everybody gets a waiver in the Ogden. And there's obviously some issues that need to be cleared up at that particular location, but that's not going to happen today. That will happen sometime in the future. So the The staff has recommended denial, the planning commission has recommended denial. Councilman Coffin has recommended to me to deny this unless he put on here for you to withdraw your application. I don't know how that works. Is there
Down there.
so if you could just explain that to the applicants.
Councilman, the applicant can withdraw without prejudice, meaning they can bring it back at any time, or they can withdraw with prejudice, meaning they couldn't bring it back for a year's time.
Okay, so if we withdraw...
Without prejudice, that means you can bring it back at any time.
But do we need to redo fees or mailers and all that?
Yeah, you would have to reapply and redo the fees and the mailers and
Madam
everything else
Mayor?
once you reapply.
And then what would happen if we voted to deny it?
Just for a point of clarification, this is an appeal of a final action item at Planning Commission, so if they're withdrawing it, they're withdrawing the appeal, and the final action at Planning Commission would stand as a denial, and it would be 1 year.
Okay, so what we'll need to do is probably, well, let me think about that, because if they withdraw it and it takes 1 year, that's going to, if you deny it, it's going to be a year as well.
So if they withdraw it, you're saying the planning commission's denial stands?
Well, they're appealing the planning commission's denial of the final action to approve their application. So let me think about that for a second. We've never had that situation. Normally, it's like you would be the final arbiter and the final decision-making body. It's rare that the planning commission is the final.
I'm going to put the.
What we can do is maybe we can do this. Maybe we can have it rescinded, or maybe you can have it go back to the planning commission with your recommendation to have them withdraw it. It'd go back to the planning commission, and they can withdraw the application at that point in time.
Yeah.
So you would.
That makes sense. Okay.
So you'd recommend
Wait, one
rescinding it back to
second,
the.
please. Can we ask, does that work for our staff?
Procedurally, that works, yes.
Okay.
So I guess we're not going to take any action today? You're going to go back to,
you were
when's
remanded
the
back to
next
the
planning commission meeting?
I don't have any idea.
Your Honor, Mayor, the next Planning Commission meeting is the March 13th meeting. However, we got to check with the clerk's office. Can we make deadlines with that? No. So we're looking at the May Planning Commission meeting, I believe, based on submittal deadlines. So, and that meeting is April 10th. April 10th would be the Planning Commission we would be looking at.
So, Councilman, you could remand it back to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. At that time, the applicant could appear and ask to withdraw it without prejudice at that time. That way, they are not prejudiced the year's time.
You guys got this? You good? I want to make sure you're good.
So you're going to remand it back to the...
Yeah, we're going to vote on that right now, and then you're going to show up at the April 10th Planning Commission on that agenda item, explain to them what happened, and then ask that your application be withdrawn.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice, and then you can submit it anytime.
And, Councilman, the staff report will reflect exactly what the council's action was.
Those
today.
guys will help you out over there.
What you obviously hear from all of this, obviously, this is a huge elephant that has landed in Las Vegas, and we're trying to do the best that we possibly can. We want to respect our hotels and what they're trying to do for business. We want to keep everything just that it works the best for everybody. So it doesn't throw stones at you or anything, and you probably would be one of those wonderful renters that you would make sure every hair was picked up from the rug. But the reality is we're in this conundrum, and we are going to work on it, and staff is continuing to work on it. And whether it's going to be drawing circles around areas and you can't do short-term rentals within a circle, or whatever staff is going to do, this is just constantly ongoing. So if you want to repeat what you're doing?
Yeah,
or-
I'll make a motion to remand item 149 back to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting.
And then after we go there and withdraw,
Without prejudice,
then we reapply, or what?
whenever, but there will be the fees.
Assuming you're waiting to see if the council makes a determination to change the short-term rental ordinance, and then after that time, you would reapply.
That's fair.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries, and you'll both let Councilman Coffin know, although he'll read it. Okay, so I'm going to instruct the clerk before we go into our second public participation set. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Now here we are, we're ready. Agenda item 151, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, and once again, if you've given it already, give your name again for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. It's your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Hello. I was expecting the gentleman.
Hello, I'm
here
back.
before. So repeat your name, please.
My name is Lisa Mayo Doriso. I'm here as a citizen. Today is when I'm here for other hats, but I'm here because I think about a month ago, Councilwoman Fiore had asked for a city accounting of the Badlands project and what was really costing taxpayers on this very long and complicated issue. And I think that just as a citizen, I believe that there should be transparency and taxpayers should know, what some of these things cost. So my understanding is that an analysis has been done, so I would request that that be made public today and let the citizens know, because it's not just Ward 2 residents that are bearing this cost, it's all 5 wards. And my understanding is about $500,000, which frankly, if you include legal costs, security, all the planning staff, the website, if you go out to the website for the city and you look at how much information's out there, it's crazy how much is. I can't believe that information only costs $500,000. But I'll take what it is at $500,000. I would like another request. I would like that as this, you just added 3 months to the Badlands timeline, that when that item does come up is perhaps the continued cost of this is tabulated, because it might be $100,000 a month. I don't know how much it is, but I do think that other taxpayers need to know, because $500,000 in tax money could go to a lot of other things, whether it's education, veterans, first responders, all the things we care about in this community. And frankly, it's being used because rich people are fighting against rich people over a complicated item that's been carried on and politically injected for 34 months. So that would be my request, and if I could certainly, I think that tax report should be posted out there with all the other Badlands stuff. When you see land use zoning, I think it should say taxpayers calculator out there, and we can click on it and see, what's being spent. So that would be my request.
Thank you. Because we don't want to get into a dialogue, but we've been having over the past 20 years, working on development projects, big ones. And so when you go back to really examine each different large project, there may be some commonality. This one's been particularly unusual. But I'm going to turn to our city manager, who might in fact turn to our former public works or our head of planning.
My only response is that information is currently available as a public record. We'd be more than glad to provide the speaker that information. It's been distributed to all members of council. You're more than glad to give it to her as well. I'm not sure I can really discuss and have a conversation about it unless we place it on the agenda for discussion.
Yes, he's correct, Mayor. We'd have to put it on a public meeting in order to discuss that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so how would I get a copy of it? Oh, look.
Right here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Stephen Captain Truth Dempsey, and I did return. There's no question about that. I know I had formerly had some difficulties with freedom of speech issues with your your husband, Mayor Goodman, and I hope that that doesn't occur again with you.
He's a defender of the Constitution, always
Like
has
it
been.
did previously, you have taken an oath to defend and uphold the Constitution
You better
against all
believe it.
enemies, foreign and domestic.
You better
Some of
believe
those enemies definitely intend upon infringement of freedom of speech.
Well, you're here,
That is
and
what
now's
previously
your
happened here a few moments ago.
Excuse me, sir. Please keep your
I-
voice down
I'm
and
sorry,
be
I don't
polite.
want to try to interrupt
No,
when
no,
people
no.
are
I'd
interrupting
like
me.
you. It's
Do
all
I-
right. If
When am
you'll
I
be
allowed
calm,
to speak? Can you tell
excuse
me?
I'm going to let you speak if you'll be respectful and calm. And we are going to give you those same 3 minutes that we gave everybody before, and would love to hear from you as long as you're respectful and keep your voice down. That's all. It's yours.
I remember the quote from Judge Gates that politics was not always respectful. We're frequently talking about right to privacy and money, and people that have money stolen from them aren't too happy about it. I found the comment of the first gentleman about cheaper rooms at the Gold Speak particularly probative to the issue. Even you, Mayor Goodman, said respect the hotels. Mayor Goodman, are you talking about respecting the hotels or protecting the hotel's monopoly? These were owners of property that you attempt to tell what to do with their property. I don't know where your authority for that comes from. I know one thing. I've been in real estate all my life in California. I worked for one of my professors who's a high-level property attorney. He'd love a case like this, and he'd put together something where they could provide some type of an option or an interest in the unit and then try to kick them out. You know, you've got suckers on the line here that pay a lot of money in taxes, like the last young lady said about spending a lot of tax money. You need to resolve these issues and resolve them once and for all, and don't litigate. You pay a lot of salaries for a lot of political contributors, I'll admit that, but it's not necessary. These people own properties. If they cause a problem, we have laws for that situation that can rectify that situation. They said, well, we don't have security. We don't have adequate security to protect this or that. Well, is that the property owner's problem, that they can't get adequate security? I don't think so. I think these people should be allowed to do whatever they want with their property, and if they violate the law, they should be brought up on charges. I would like to go to that's my, you can have the rest of the time from that. I probably didn't take 3 minutes on that one, but I will on this one here. I did speak to this county commission, I believe it was the last meeting in December or the first one in January. And I brought up an issue that I hold very dear to my feelings and to the feelings of other individuals I've spoken to in this community. It's the intentional, deliberate, with malice of forethought, poisoning of the people in this community in Clark County. The county commissioners are paying over $1 million, it's my understanding, on reasonably reliable information, over $1 million a year to purchase fluoride to dump in our water. What is fluoride, Captain Truth? Well, glad you asked. It's a poisonous, toxic, carcinogenic substance that causes people my age, if they don't do something, it causes their bones to fall apart and causes their IQ to be deteriorated. I observed this situation not too long ago in municipal court. I was there for a friend of mine's hearing as a witness, and I noticed there were several black people walking up with walkers or in wheelchairs, and they had missed court appearances. And then I began to figure out why. Fluoride, is in the last few months, has come out. It is a race-specific bioweapon. Also, in other words, it is 10 times more harmful for black people than it is for white. It interferes with your IQ and causes your bones to fall apart. These people are scheduled for a court appearance in municipal court, which in 2 or 3 months, they can't remember what happened last week. In 2 or 3 months, they don't show up. In 2 or 3 years, they get arrested on a bench warrant, and they either have to have their their Social Security money stolen, or they can go upstairs and sign up for the chain gang and go out and do...
Thank you, sir. We've given you some extra time, and there's someone else who'd like his 3 minutes, so we appreciate your coming down and staying and
Okay, I do.
making your
I'll
case.
close with one final comment. The largest city in this country to stop fluoridation is Tampa, Florida. And last time I researched this issue, when it's stopped in Las Vegas, we will be the largest city in this country to stop fluoridation, to stop poisoning people. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, come on up, please, and state your name for the record.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cyrus Hojati. I live in 89166.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, could you spell your last name for the record here?
Hojjaty.
Thank you.
I want to talk about something that sounds very controversial, and it's about demographics. And as you know, Caroline Goodman, you've lived here for 50 years, and you've noticed two things have changed: the size of the valley and the demographics. And before I begin, I'm not trying to say that some group of people are superior than other, but I do believe that races and ethnicities are naturally different. And the world map of IQ reveals that. Some parts of the world have higher IQ, some parts of the world don't. And one of the things that I fear is that the demographics of my city will turn into demographics that you'll find in Los Angeles. And it will go so out of control that even my neighborhood, Centennial Providence, will begin to change. Now, this is the thing that I just wanted to tell you. If we see these changes, we're going to see a lot of changes in policy, in lifestyle, in culture, in laws, and the people who are represented in our council member. I believe that folks like Anthony, Soroka, and Fiore, and yourself will probably have a lesser chance of winning if we see Los Angeles-style demographics, because your positions and what you stand for are probably too extreme for a city like Los Angeles, because these are the changes that's going to happen. Now, unfortunately, there's not much you can do. You guys are not in control of immigration. You guys are not in control of birth rates. This speech is just mainly about awareness. I just want to spread the awareness. I want people to wake up. And I just think it's kind of fishy on why is diversity being imposed only in Western societies? Why is this being imposed in London, in Berlin, in Sydney? And even if you go to UNLV, they talk about diversity. Now, of course, I welcome everybody, and I think we should. However, I just feel that it's kind of fishy how this multiculturalist idea is only being imposed in certain parts of the world. And the fact is that the demographics prove that people prefer to live in areas that are much like themselves. This city does not have an equal distribution of races. Places like Summerlin and Centennial are different from places like here. So, I'm going to spread this information, and I'm very optimistic. I do believe that the recent changes that are being made, we're probably not going to look a lot like Los Angeles. And speaking about the person who just vacated the seat, the council member, I hope the person that does not replace that person is somebody who has like a La Raza agenda. Because if we see that, it's going to be very problematic. And we're already seeing that in many parts of California. So, again, I welcome everybody, but I don't want a heavy transformation of my city. Thank you so much. Great pleasure.
Anyone else?
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Elaine Winger-Reisner, and I reside at 9811 Orient Express Court in Queensridge North, and I'm speaking to you as a resident of Queensridge. I wanted to respond to the comment I heard, I think Ms. Mayo say. She used the term rich people, and I was confused if the rich people are the residents of Queensridge or if the rich people are the developer and his group. But I find it increasingly difficult to hear misrepresentations of the Queensridge community, and simply put, we have been misrepresented. I am compelled to address this discussion of the tax burden as it relates to the process we have all been subjected to, not just the Queensridge residents, but the city and the developer. and I have an overview of the history of the abeyance request.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Could you have your conversation outside so this
Sorry.
lady can have her conversation? Thank you.
The history of the abeyance request regarding the Badlands redevelopment from January 12, 2016 to present. Applicant request for abeyance is 8. Staff request for abeyance is 5. Council action to hold without request by applicant or staff is 2. Queensridge resident request for abeyance is 1. I know that this has been a very protracted process, but I just feel that you should be aware of that the City Council should be aware of that. Queensridge residents have not created the situation that's before you. We simply want to protect our rights as homeowners as we seek to safeguard the quiet enjoyment of our homes and our communities. In fact, District Court Judge Crockett on January 11, 2018 stated that the Queensridge residents have had their rights violated. I realize that the best course will be to let the courts guide your decision regarding this development. Do you all really believe that we would have served our community well if we had just acquiesced to the developer's plans? I recognize that the developer has rights, but we, the homeowners, have rights too. And if I have just less than 60 seconds, if I may, I was also distressed to hear that Councilman Soroka is in a position where he's been asked to recuse himself from voting on applicants on the Badlands redevelopment plan. And I wanted to state that from September 2017 through the 1st of January, I have had several occasions to speak with Councilman Soroka, and he repeatedly spoke about the importance of the Queensridge community working towards an acceptable development plan. In fact, he encouraged the Queensridge community to consider what would be acceptable and to work towards that end. Furthermore, Councilman Soroka has been instrumental in developing a city ordinance that specifically addresses the redevelopment or repurposing of the golf course, park recreation, open space.
And you are accurate in what
During the November 2017 Town Hall meeting, and it was actually held at the Queensridge Clubhouse, I was present, and I can tell you, Councilman Soroka was misquoted in the statement where I think it's Mr. Hutchison stated that Councilman Soroka actually said that the process was stupid. Councilman Soroka didn't say that. He actually was explaining to the residents of Queensridge.
Please conclude. You're almost a half minute over.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
We appreciate it. You work very hard.
Thank you for your work. Bye-bye.
Have good work. Thank you. We will now move on to council member recognition. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. We'll start with you, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am. I actually have Mayor Pro Tem's words as well, if that's okay.
Please,
And I'll start out with
We
those.
wish you well, Councilwoman.
Yes, Councilwoman, we do wish you well. We are sorry to hear that you're not doing well today. And if we could have Councilwoman slides come up, or Mayor Pro Tem. She has a very good script for me to follow. She does a great job. And as you can see, we have a Neighborhood Partners Fund grant event. Next Monday, the City of Las Vegas will open the Neighborhood Partners Fund application process. Neighborhood associations can apply for up to $5,000 in matching grants to implement neighborhood improvement projects within their boundaries. The funding must be matched by volunteer labor and may include in-kind donations or cash. Ward 1 neighborhoods have received funding to paint their perimeter walls, erect monument signs, and beautify common areas. For more information, please contact the Neighborhood Partners Fund Grant Coordinator, Alma Estrada, at the number listed. Next slide, please. Next up is the Las Vegas Medical District Town Hall. Businesses and residents are invited to learn the latest updates about the Las Vegas Medical District at a town hall on Tuesday, February 27 at 5:30 p.m. The town hall will take place in the City Council chambers at City Hall and can be viewed live on KCLV Channel 2 or online at KCLV TV/live. Next up is the Project Neon update. The Charleston on-ramp to I-15 southbound is closed until mid-October. Ouch. Motorists can use the new on-ramp at Pinto Lane to travel south on I-15. And next and last from Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, is that February is American Heart Month. Heart disease is the leading cause of death and stroke, and is the 5th leading cause of death in Nevada. Heart disease and stroke account for approximately 1 in 3 deaths in Nevada. Nearly half of all Americans have at least one risk factor for heart disease. The good news is that the major risks for these conditions can be prevented and controlled through healthy lifestyle changes. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend using aspirin therapy as directed, talking to your healthcare provider about blood pressure control, cholesterol management, and smoking cessation. The CDC also advises that Americans eat a healthy diet, maintain a healthy weight, be active on most days, don't smoke, and limit alcohol use. For more information, contact your health provider. And for helpful tools, you can look at the website, gethealthyclarkcounty.org. And that concludes Ward 1's announcements, and we'll go on to Ward 2's announcements. And we wish Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian the best and to get well soon. We look forward to having you back on the dais as soon as possible. And there now, from Ward 2, Councilman Steve Soroka. I'm changing hats now, Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay, no, go.
Next slide, we have our program with our missing juvenile children, and we had a great success on a recent weekend where we rounded up approximately 17 missing children. And our latest that we're going to highlight is that we have Sarah Martinez, a 15-year-old female, about 5 foot 1 inches tall, 120 pounds, with green eyes and blondish red hair. She's Caucasian, and she was last seen in the area of Bonanza and Pecos on January 12th. If you have any information, please contact the numbers listed below. Next slide, please. And then in March 22nd, from 8 to 9:30 a.m., we have coffee with the councilman at the Samba Latte in Boca Park. That's 750 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 9. And we had a great turnout at our last coffee with the councilman and pulled together several community action groups that happened right on the scene. Please come out, share your concerns, and meet your fellow constituents of Ward 2. Next up, we have the document shredding event Saturday, March 10th from 10 a.m. to noon at Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center. It's free and open to the public. You're limited to 5 boxes or bundles per car, but please come out, protect your documents, and protect your personal information. And that wraps it up. Please contact me and follow me on social media, and I appreciate it. And Mayor, Ward 2 is concluded.
I'd love your logo. Okay, Councilman. Silver Fox, nothing. Okay. Yours? Okay. And you did a great job, everybody. I have to say that before Councilwoman Fiore goes ahead with, I always mess up your name, but staff and everything. With 4 of you, I just take my hat off to you to move today through and on. It was challenging, but good job. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so before I start with my updates, I know that we had a lot of issues this weekend. Someone had poisoned some rabbits in the city of Las Vegas, and that is horrific, and the city of Las Vegas does not tolerate that kind of behavior. People buy rabbits and then decide they don't want them as pets. Instead of being responsible pet owners, they dump these pets at different locations throughout the Las Vegas Valley. We have a problem with domesticated rabbits at Tule Springs, which is in my ward in the northwest, where the rabbits are undermining historic buildings and digging holes in the existing turf that create dangerous hazards for our park guests. We have worked with a few of our bunny rescue organizations and have come up with a plan that we think is good for our park guests, the abandoned rabbits, and the city of Las Vegas. For example, our office is working with the interested bunny rescue organizations and city staff that will trap these domestic rabbits, help them get spayed or neutered, and then return them to a rescue organizations or to a designated area designed specifically for the rabbits. After the events of this week, I discussed what we were doing at Floydland Park with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and she and I will be working together to help this situation. And so just know that the city of Las Vegas loves our pets too. I want to thank our city clerk's office for giving us little baggies of treats to get through today. That That was really, really great. And I would like to update you on our recent trip to Washington, D.C., where my executive staff member, Dan Burdish, and I met with Secretary of Interior Ryan Zinke and his executive staff member, John Bachmeyer, to discuss the city of Las Vegas, the projects that we have coming on, working with the BLM, working with Fish and Wildlife, our military bases, and it was quite a delight, and it was a real productive time in Washington, D.C. For our ward and our city of Las Vegas. We'll move to February 26th, which is Mondays with Michelle. This particular Mondays with Michelle, I am adding in something very special. We are going to have a seniors ice cream social from noon to 2, because we're there from noon to 6. From noon to 2, we're doing a seniors ice cream social because we're having guests come in for 2 hours to speak about guardianships. So that's going to happen at the YMCA, which is 6601 North Buffalo Drive. So meet me there Monday, the 26th, from noon to 6, and we will have a special room next to our city office that we will be going over guardianship for our seniors. On March 3rd is our shredding party from 10 a.m. to noon at the Centennial Hills YMCA, 6601 again, North Buffalo Drive, in the east parking lot. Stop by to shred your papers, and remember that our limit is 5 boxes per vehicle. Then in the middle of March, the YMCA and I will be doing an Easter egg hunt, and I'll be email blasting more details of that up. But right now what you're looking at is April 7th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Please join us for the Spring Celebration and Foster Connection at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, 9200 Tule Springs Road, where we will have face painting and games, horseback riding, local entertainment, jump houses, pictures with the Easter Bunny, an egg roll, and much, much more. It's so important that people understand what the Foster Celebration is. Back in 2013, as a former state legislator, we passed a bill and the governor signed it that our foster kids here in the city of Las Vegas get to meet with their siblings if they're not in the same foster care. So we are facilitating an Easter egg hunt basically for our foster kids and all the other kids that want to join in. And we're also going to be accepting new and gently used clothing and personal hygiene items, so you can drop off at the car registration. Speaking of car registration, during the Spring Celebration event, there will be a classic car show. So April 7th, during our Spring Celebration event where we're going to have the foster kids Easter egg hunt, we're also going to have a classic car show. The entry is only $25 for pre-registration and $30 the day of their event. There will be special awards for the crowd pleaser, best in show, baby chicks pick, and overall kids favorite. We look forward to seeing all of your beautiful cars, and you can go to our cityoflasvegas.gov for that form to fill out or contact my office. You know, we always talk about our pets and our pets that need to be adopted from our Animal Foundation. So we have a cat, 2 years old. She's spayed. She's a female, and her name is Miracles.
Miércoles.
Miércoles.
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay. I don't speak Spanish. But so we have her, and then we have a dog named Coda. Mixed breed, 2 years old, male. He is spayed. And again, so for Miércoles, Wednesday, the fee is $25. So for the next 24 hours, if you go and pick this cat up, I ask the foundation to send me the bill. And if you go pick up Coda in the next 24 hours, I ask that you send me the bill. These two animals are on me. And I also want to talk about my vernacular sometimes gets me in trouble. So last city council meeting, it's not that I don't obey the laws, it's just when I don't know them all, you know, it's hard to do things that you don't know. So the city of Las Vegas does require your dogs to be licensed. So upon me telling the truth to the guests in the chambers that my 2 dogs were unlicensed in the city of Las Vegas, as all the chambers had a heart attack,
within 24 hours, we fixed that. We called code enforcement, we called my vet, and we got all the stuff over to code enforcement, paid our fee, and just so everybody knows, my 2 dogs, Natty and Charlie, are licensed with the city of Las Vegas.
I want to check on that. Yes, you validate.
Okay. So our business licensing, Mary down there, has just verified that I have licensed my dogs in the city. And of course, Mom, I love you.
Great, and I've given you some messages about guardianship. Take a look at Hello Mayor and all the things that are there.
Good.
But anyway, it was an honor. Like yourself, I was in Washington, D.C., actually twice this past month. First for the United States Conference of Mayors, in which I advocated for emergency preparedness funding for Las Vegas as we go forward with our UOSI funding to make sure that we are covered as well as we can be, and for the continued ban on Yucca Mountain being a nuclear waste and radioactive storage waste center. I also met with Mayor Garcetti of Los Angeles and federal transportation officials to widen I-15 from State Line to Barstow to move freight, and if you read the paper this morning, the stockpile of cargo in Long Beach, Los Angeles, San Diego, it needs to get across the country. So the widening of the I-15, not only for that purpose, to get the food and freight across, it's really important for us because obviously so many of our visitors come from Southern California. We did walk the purpose of the meeting with the president. It was a nonpartisan group, Democrats, Republicans, 7 mayors, and probably 5, 6 governors met, putting forth ideas of pressing issues of repairing infrastructure. The most important, of course, being the failed infrastructure of tunnels, railroads, bridges, roadways, upon which all this nuclear waste and radioactive material is going to be transporting across country. And none of the mayors want those accidents in their cities, which help us as a group of 1,200 mayors pass resolutions to put money into deactivation, research, and repurposing the radioactive waste for future generation safety. Tomorrow I will be attending the 4th Annual African America Trailblazer Peacekeepers Breakfast, honoring members of our Las Vegas community for so many outstanding contributions. And then next week, of course, as you all know, because we've been talking about it all day long, is Reading Week, and so many of us are out in the schools reading to elementary students and working so hard to encourage reading as we celebrated this morning. Our next City Council meeting, of course, is March 7th, but I, too, want to thank for the goodies that kept us all alive and well from our wonderful city clerk, and to thank our IT department for all that you do, fumbling to get us, and for also passing out all those chips yesterday morning when we had all those students. I think it was yesterday from Mabel Hogard. It was a great turnout. And then, of course, for our loyal, exhausted, I can look at the 3 of you. You're exhausted. And we are so vibrant up here. I can tell it. Mr. Scott's ready to just go out and do new things. But anyway, and our favorite on this side as well, you're missing somebody, I can see that. But thank you all, and City Clerk, you're the best of the best. And I see way in the back there, still surviving, sitting here all day. I've not seen you exercise at all. But God bless you, and thank you all. We'll see you on the 7th. Thank you, thank you.